This conference will now be recorded.
Okay, I'm looking for a little symbol that says we're recording. Oh, there it is, down in the lower left corner, the little red circle. Okay, the hearing will please come to order. Good morning, I'm John Galt. I'm the Sammamish hearing examiner. It is now a couple of minutes after 9 a.m. on July the 12th, 2021. Welcome to today's first day of the open record hearing on the appeal by Stca JV LLC and STC LLC from the city's Department of Community Development's denial of Unified Zone Development Plan application number UZDP 2019-00562. My introductory remarks today will be a little different and a little longer than normal because we are holding this hearing remotely. I apologize for the length of these remarks, but I believe they're necessary to preserve everybody's due process rights. Today's hearing is being conducted remotely using a software program called GoToMeeting. People may participate in this hearing by computer with audiovisual capabilities or by telephone. This hearing is being recorded by a system that is built into the GoToMeeting program. The system records both audio and video, so all computer attendees need to keep that in mind. I'm the presiding officer, but Mr. Suggs, who appears on our screen with the initial CH of city staff, is serving as the host or organizer for the hearing today. The host controls, or I believe can control, participants' audio. I'm a little unfamiliar with GoToMeeting. I'm more familiar with the Zoom system. He can see all the telephone participants. He knows who's here. He turns on the recorder. He can pause the recorder, all those kinds of mechanical things for us. I've asked, or I am now asking Mr. Sugg to make sure that my audio stays on throughout the hearing. And I would ask the rest of the parties to keep their audio off to the extent that you can until you're called on to speak. And I ask for that because it makes it clearer for us. We don't get as much background noise from different things happening in different people's rooms throughout wherever we all are. Each witness in our hearing process is a party of record. Attendees may become a party of record even if they do not testify. Now, when we hold a hearing in the City Council chambers at City Hall, there is a form right by the entry door where people may enter their name and contact information to become a party of record. We obviously can't do that today because we are all in very different places. So what I would ask is that either during the hearing or after the hearing, now I say during the hearing because I'm used to Zoom where there's a chat function and you can communicate with Mr. Sugg via the chat. I don't see a chat symbol on my screen, so that may not be possible in GoToMeeting. But at some point in the process, please notify Mr. Sugg of your name and email address. If you can't do that today, then send that information to Ms. Cynthia Schaff. She is the normal hearing examiner clerk, and I would imagine most everybody, if not everybody who's attending, has her email address available to them. The city, one of the things you get if you're a party of record is a copy of the decision when it comes out. In the old days, the decisions used to be mailed via USPS. More and more cities now are going to emailing decisions, especially because of the COVID-19 pandemic. It has worked a lot easier for folks to be able to just blast the decision out to everybody and they all get it on the same day. I would hope that folks who become parties of record in this case would be willing to get their service via email. And if you are so willing, then make sure that that's the address information that you give. Sometimes in hearings, far less frequently in appeal hearings than in original jurisdiction pre-decision hearings, folks submit evidence during the hearing. And normally when that happens, in the appeal setting, the parties usually come with multiple copies and they can hand it all out to everybody. Again, we obviously will not be able to do that in this hearing. I have a plan, a method for getting around that problem. And if it arises during our hearing, we'll take care of it at the time. Our sequence of testimony and presentation in this hearing is going to be a little bit different than in most prior hearings. That's as a result of a pre-hearing conference which I held with the parties on April the 15th, it looks like. No, April 1st of this year. And as a result of that, we agreed on the following schedule. We will have direct testimony followed by rebuttal testimony. The direct testimony will start with the appellant and its witnesses, and then go to the respondent and its witnesses. The rebuttal testimony will begin again with the appellant and followed by the respondent. Public testimony will be taken at one time. There will not be public direct testimony and public rebuttal testimony. There will be a block of time for public testimony. The public testimony will be heard starting at 9 a.m. next Monday, July 19, 2021. This will be the only time for public testimony. Public witnesses will be limited to 5 minutes each. Time is not cumulative and may not be traded or given to another witness. If the hearing were to otherwise conclude before July 19th, then I will reconvene the hearing at 9 a.m. on July 19th for public testimony. So if miracles happen and we wrap up this week, which is 3 days earlier than the parties think it will take us to complete this, we will have a session next Monday morning at 9 o'clock for public testimony, regardless of where we are otherwise in the process. I have up to 10 working days after the close of the hearing in which to issue a written decision. My decision will be final with right of reconsideration and appeal to Superior Court. Before going further, I should also indicate regarding the schedule that the principal parties asked during that pre-hearing conference to submit their closing statements, closing arguments in writing rather than orally at the end of the hearing, which is why I didn't say it would roll along after the rebuttal session. The city will file its closing argument not later than 14 days after the last hearing day, and the appellant will file its closing statement not later than 28 days after the last hearing date. And I know I need not remind the parties that closing arguments shall not be longer than 30 pages double-spaced on pleading paper. So when I say that I have 10 working days after the close of the hearing closes with the receipt of the appellant's closing statement whenever that occurs. I'm not sure yet that I will want to do this, but I may ask the parties on the last day of the hearing to give me more than 10 working days if I feel that the complexity of the testimony and the volume of the testimony I've heard warrants that. I hope I don't have to do that for you because this is a long enough process as it is. My job as the hearing officer in an appeal is to hear the testimony and the evidence and answer the fairly basic question, at least the fundamentally basic question, did the City Department of Community Development err in denying this application? In doing that, I consider all relevant provisions and requirements of the city code, of officially adopted city plans and policies, state law and rule, and judicial precedent, all applied to the facts that are disclosed by the documents and the testimony in the record. I reserve the right to take official notice of applicable case law, provisions of state law, provisions of the city code, the city comprehensive plan, and other adopted city policies. Other than attorneys, I will be swearing in all speakers. When that time comes, I'll raise my right hand. You'll raise your right hand. I will administer the oath. You'll respond as your conscience dictates. Assuming your conscience leads you in the path of virtue and righteousness with the right answer, I will then ask you to tell us your name, how to spell it, and then after that, just begin your testimony. If you've been called by one of the attorneys to testify, which probably will be the case in 90+% of our witnesses, you probably had best wait for the attorney that called you to start asking you questions, unless you've prearranged with them for you just to charge ahead. That's not usually the way attorneys like to have it operate. Are there any questions regarding hearing procedures? Are there any objections on jurisdictional grounds or concerns regarding conflict of interest? Hearing none, I will indicate to you that I did not make a site visit in preparation for our hearing. I typically don't do site visits for appeals, and that was the case here. I do need to say that over the last, what's it been now, 19 or so years that I've done hearing examiner work for Sammamish, I've driven Southeast 4th Street a goodly number of times. I have not been over it since apparently the roundabouts were constructed. So it's been a couple of years since I've been down 4th, but I can't say I've never been in this area. I've just never been there to actually look at these pieces of property to familiarize myself with them. In an appeal case, the principal parties pre-file the documents that they want to offer into evidence. In our case today, the respondent department pre-filed exhibits 1 through 48. Ms. Koloshkova, do the appellants have any objection to the entry of exhibits 1 through 48?
No objection.
Thank you. There being no objection, I herewith enter exhibits 1 through 48 into the hearing record. Appellant Stca, and I will use that acronym to represent both of the appellant LLCs. Pretty much everybody's done that in all the documents. Appellant Stca pre-filed exhibits 1001 through 1032. Mr. Eglick, does the city have any objection to the entry of those exhibits?
I'd like to give a qualified answer, if I might, is we don't have objections right now, except as may come out through cross-examination. So I'd like to reserve the right to revisit if on cross-examination information is elicited which undermines the exhibit in a way that calls for it to be excluded.
That is an unusual request. I must say that in the, what is it now, going on 43 years that I've been a hearing examiner, I don't think anybody's asked me to enter exhibits with a qualified proviso that they might ask me to reject them later. For the time being, I am simply going to enter exhibits 1001 through 1032. And if at some point in the proceeding the city wants to move me to unenter something, we'll deal with it at that time. So exhibits 1001 through 1032 are entered. There is a third class of exhibits that, for lack of a better term, I call the administrative exhibits. And it's usually a potpourri of all kinds of things. In this case, it includes a copy of the original appeal, the original notice of decision, a lot of the email correspondence that has occurred among myself and the parties, motions, responses to motions, replies, etc., etc. I have provided the parties with a list of all of them. At the present time, they stand as exhibits 9001 through 9029. I propose at this time that those exhibits be entered into our hearing record. Ms. Koloshkova, does appellant have any objection to the entry of those documents?
No objection.
Mr. Eglick?
No objection.
Thank you. Exhibits 9001 through 9029 are entered. The appellants and the respondent are required, when they submit their exhibits, to include an indexed list of them, and both of them did in this case. And that list has been available on the city's website with the exhibits. The admin exhibits don't get that nice treatment, which is probably my fault more than anybody else's, but they don't. And so it is my custom to list the admin exhibits in the decision when I issue it. So folks will be able to see that whole list of 29. Let me also indicate to you that when we get to public testimony next week, if anybody does appear and have some written material that they want to submit, I will add that as an admin exhibit. So we may get a few more things added that way, but we'll cross that bridge if and when we get to it. STCA's appeal listed 22 separate issues. 3 of those issues were dismissed in an interlocutory order, which is in the record now as Exhibit 9019. The issues that were dismissed are appellants numbers 2, 5, and 7. That means there are 19 issues remaining to be adjudicated in this appeal. So let us begin and address those issues. We start with the appellant's direct presentation. The record will show that Ms. Koloshkova is an attorney, as is Mr. Eglick, who's the lead representative for the city. So I will not be swearing them in. Ms. Koloshkova, proceed, please.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. I have some prepared opening comments that I would like to present the examiner with to set the stage. And then our first witness will be Mr. Leif Hermanson. I anticipate, considering the timing, that I'll make my opening comments, and then we'll proceed with Leif before there would be any sort of break. I don't know if the examiner wanted to address breaks at all as far as the day is concerned.
Well, my plan is for, and I don't stick to rigid times for mid-morning breaks and lunch and afternoon break, and in this case, an evening meal kind of break, because I try not to interrupt the flow of witness testimony and cross-examination. So these times may sort of float around a bit depending on how things go. But by and large, I anticipate having about a 10-minute break at around the 10:35 hour, a luncheon break at around 12:15, give or take. I normally have an hour for lunch allowed because when we're there in person, everybody, unless you brought a sack lunch, has to scoot out and find a place to eat and get back. When we get to lunch break time, I will ask you if you'd like to have a shorter lunch. For example, I'm about 25 feet from my kitchen, so I don't need a lot of time to go find a place to park and order and eat and get back. We will then have a mid-afternoon break at about the 2:20 time. And let's see, excuse me, at about 3:15. And then the dinner break at about 5. Again, frankly, I've thought about it and I've decided even if you folks want dinner, I'm just going to go out and have a snack and I'll eat my dinner when we're through at 8 o'clock tonight. So if everybody else is game for a shorter break, maybe we can take about a 25 or 30-minute dinner break instead of an hour-long dinner break. And then we'd go from there direct to the 8 o'clock closing hour tonight. Times for tomorrow and the other 5 p.m. closing dates, which is tomorrow and Thursday, this week anyway, they'll be kind of the same, but just a little bit different. But the idea is a mid-morning break of about 10 minutes, mid-afternoon of about 10, and a lunch of 1 hour or less, depending on what we can all agree to.
Mr. Examiner?
Mr. Eglick.
I'm looking at page 3 of your order after the pre-hearing conference, and it describes the sequence of today's events as being introduction by the examiner and then direct testimony and evidence, first by appellant, then by respondent. We've already had pre-hearing briefs. We have this hearing scheduled already to go into the evening, which is a bit extraordinary to go from 9 to 8 with the breaks we've discussed. We were not understanding that there was going to be oral argument in between what is listed as introduction by the examiner and then witness testimony. And our preference, and we have post-hearing briefs as well, our preference is that we get to the hearing, and having already done pre-hearing briefs, that the time for attorney argument is now left for the post-hearing briefs, if there's anything left to say. But we object to interjecting attorney arguments now.
Ms. Koloshkova.
Mr. Examiner, we thought it would be helpful to set the stage for the testimony. I can certainly keep my remarks abbreviated. And so I think it's valuable. I anticipate the city with their level of experience will also be able to provide some opening remarks when they start their testimony. So I think it's helpful for the examiner, but really it's up to the examiner as far as what you believe is of value, Mr. Examiner.
How long were you planning to go?
Mr. Examiner, I had written about 10 minutes. I can make it about 2. I'm pretty flexible.
Let's make it 2, and I'll accept that.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Examiner. So I think the primary takeaways for purposes of this matter, Mr. Examiner, is that the town center plan recognizes it presents what one would call an ambitious challenge. On page 7 of the plan, the town center explains that the city is intending to take, quote, concerted action in partnerships with property owners and developers that, quote, produce superior new development and meet both public and private objectives. As this examiner has noted, the UZDP is a unique creature that's not a development permit, but it's an agreement to guide review and is not intended to provide a final level of detail, but instead is a planning agreement between the city and the given applicant. Here, particularly where we have a fairly complex need to aggregate individual properties within a town center that's relatively surrounded by much lower density. Your Honor, or Mr. Hearing Examiner, or Your Honor, what we think is essential here is that there's really nothing about STCA's application that is either so surprising or controversial that would merit the city's abrupt termination of review in this denial. As you'll hear from Mr. Hermanson, most of the issues are really more in the category of review comments that can be addressed relatively efficiently, and really are much more of that project detail as opposed to the higher level planning principles. Those higher level planning principles, such as Green Spine and City Square, are frankly relatively important matters of dialogue that need to be completed by the parties. So we're going to thank you very much for your review of this. We believe that the correction of the city's errors is squarely within your jurisdiction, and that you can craft an order that will really assist the city and STCA to work more collaboratively in the future towards a successful UZDP. We do not believe code anticipates a complete stop to the UZDP process. To the contrary, the A1 zone must be developed under a UZDP. So we ask the examiner to rule on the individual appeal issues and set a new tone for the parties to move forward with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would ask Mr. Rafe Hermanson to, excuse me, turn on his camera.
And if you turn your audio on too, sir, raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you, Steve.
I do.
Thank you. You may need to sit closer or speak up a little bit, but would you start by telling us your name and how to spell it, please?
Yeah, my name is Leif Hermanson, spelled L-A-F as in Frank, E, Hermanson, H-E-R-M-A-N-S-E-N.
Thank you, Mr. Hermanson. Your witness.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Can you hear Mr. Hermanson okay?
Yes, I can now.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hermanson, could you tell us who you work for and your professional address, please?
Yeah, Core Design, Inc., and we are located in Bothell, 12100 Northeast 195th Street, Suite 300.
And Mr. Examiner, if I may, before I proceed with questioning, as far as the exhibits are concerned, what I've worked out with my associate, Dean Williams, who's sitting in the room with me, is that he can share a screen for a specific exhibit that our witness needs to refer to. Does that work for the examiner?
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. Hermanson is elsewhere, so.
Yeah, that's fine. And in terms of CVs of your witnesses, I know attorneys typically like to start by having their witness sort of go over their experience and what have you. I believe all of the professional expert witnesses have their CVs in the record. I would ask that you just, if you want to say anything about it, ask them if it's accurate, and then let's move on.
I plan to do that, but I figured before I even got into any questioning, I would just clarify how best to share exhibits. But we do need the city to provide us the ability to share screen. So if we could have someone do that. And then one other thing I want to notice, I noticed my computer, I'm on a laptop and the screen wiggles just a slight bit. So I'm really sorry if that's distracting. I hope now I pointed it out, and it will be.
I had not even noticed it.
Guaranteed. Okay, looks like it says I've been made the presenter. Dean, are you? Okay, can we have this for Dean Williams?
Yes, I will make that change right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sugg.
This is just going to go easier because that way, Dean. Perfect. Thank you very much. So I will go back to my question. I appreciate that colloquy, Mr. Examiner. Mr. Hermanson, your resume is presented at Exhibit 1018. Is the information on that document true and accurate?
Yes.
Okay. Rather than going through his qualifications and expertise, I would submit this witness as an expert unless there is any concern.
May I ask, as an expert on what?
That was Mr. Reglick for the record.
As an expert,
Thank you.
Pardon me, as an expert on all of the planning and project design considerations for the Stca UZDP, as well as the ability to testify to the project's underlying zoning, larger area, and his overall experience in working with the city of Sammamish.
Mr. Examiner, may I ask a question or two?
Of me or of him?
Of him.
Of Mr. Hermanson?
May I
Yes,
ask
please.
on what basis?
Of voir dire.
Regarding his expertise?
Yes.
Proceed. Couple questions.
Mr. Hermanson, I'm Peter Eglick. I'm one of the lawyers for the city of Sammamish. I don't think we've ever met. I guess now we're meeting electronically.
Yes.
I've seen your resume, and I don't want to go over that. I just didn't see on it. Are you a licensed architect in the state of Washington?
No.
Pardon me?
No.
And are you a licensed engineer in the state of Washington?
No. No.
Okay. And what is your educational background?
I believe that's stated in, if I may, Mr. Examiner, this is all stated in the resume. Are we going to?
I didn't see the education. Maybe I have a truncated version of the resume. I didn't see that.
I do apologize.
Okay. Well, let me put it this way. Do you have, whether you're licensed or not, do you have a degree in architecture?
No.
You have a degree in engineering?
No.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, we're going to lodge an objection to Mr. Hermanson's testimony. Perhaps you'll want to hear what he has to say and then decide on the objection, but I do want to just make that for the record, please.
He is listed as senior project manager. You're objecting to him testifying as senior project manager?
I think he can testify factually as senior project manager to the extent that he's going to offer opinions that require expertise in either architecture or engineering, and we'll see what he offers. But to the extent that he's going to do that, we do object, yes. And that's why I said I thought you might want to hear what he has to say, and then we'll have to parse through it, or at least we'll parse through it in terms of whether we still have an objection. But I didn't want to wait till afterward to raise the objection, so I'm raising it now.
Okay, your objection is noted. At this point, I see nothing to rule on, so we'll let him proceed with his testimony.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Mr. Hermanson, what is your area of expertise?
Urban planning. So I went to school at the University of Washington and studied urban planning, and so zoning code, plan design, land design, that type of thing is my expertise.
And do you, I'm sorry, what is your role with core engineering?
I have various roles, but I'm a project manager, and I work with project feasibilities, preliminary plats, site planning, entitlements, all the way through construction staking.
Okay. And do you have other areas of expertise at core that handle other aspects of a given project?
I'm not sure I follow.
Let me ask you a different question. Do you perform the engineering on projects?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Or
and
land
do you
survey,
perform
or land surveying? No land surveying, no landscape architecture. We have licensed professionals in the office that handle those aspects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hermanson. So I would like, particularly as Mr. Examiner, there is no staff presentation here. Mr. Hermanson, could you please describe, first off, the location of the project, where that is within the city of Sammamish? There seems to be a dinging on someone's computer.
Somebody's getting notifications. Yeah, real generally, the project is located, it's 5 parcels of land. It's located on the south side of Southeast 4th Street, as the examiner mentioned in his introduction. It's west of 228th Avenue Southeast. The Plateau 120 project, if people are familiar with that, which is at the intersection of 224th and Southeast 4th. That would be to the northeast of this project.
Okay. And Mr. Williams, can you bring up exhibit 10031, please? And if you could zoom in to the left side of that. Mr. Hermanson, could you describe generally the zoning in the area of the application at issue? And Mr. Hermanson, you can go ahead and instruct Mr. Williams as to where you need him to focus.
Yeah, a little closer would be great on the A1 zone there in the center left. And this will be a good representation of the location of the project. So that A1 label that's to the south of Southeast 4th, which is the black line that's running through the center of that exhibit, those 5 parcels that abut Southeast 4th are the 5 parcels that were submitted as part of this UZDP application.
Okay, and can you describe the zoning that surrounds the property, please?
Yeah, so we've got the zoning to the east and to the west of the project transitions to TCB zoning. The zoning to the north across Southeast 4th Street is TCA1 as well. And then the zoning to the south is TCD.
Okay, and then beyond the town center area, can you describe the zoning that sort of immediately surrounds town center in this portion of the center?
Yeah, and this is probably a good opportunity to talk about the adopted town center plan envisioned a wedding cake approach, concentrating civic and mixed-use buildings around a centralized plaza or green space. Low and medium intensity multifamily uses ringing in the core area, and townhouses and cottages transitioning to the nearby neighborhood. So I mentioned this because we were talking about the B zoning, and then so if we're looking at the western edge of the A1, we're quickly transitioning. So there's 372 feet from our A1 zone on our western edge to the existing single family homes to the west, which are actually zoned R1. This is the city's lowest density allowed for a property. So as we work our way west from the project's western boundary, we have TCB zoning for 172 feet, and then we transition quickly to TCC zoning for 160 feet, and then we reach 222nd Place Southeast, and then adjacent to that is R1 zoning. So based on the guidance of the adopted town center plan, it was important to the design team to quickly transition from the mixed use core located in the center of the project to the R1 zone found to the west. And we'll talk a little bit more about the transition in a little bit. And then also on the west, not ignoring the east side, that side is TCB zoning. And that goes from the eastern project boundary all the way down to 228th Avenue Northeast, which is approximately 600 feet to the east.
And
excuse me, would you repeat the distance for the width of the TCC zone? You said it's 160 something.
160 feet exactly.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, Mr. Hermanson, then can you give us a description of essentially the specific UZDP property itself and how that's been planned, laid out for the overall UZDP purposes?
Yeah, so I think we're going to switch to sheet 2-3, which is page 8 of the design companion, same exhibit. Yeah, okay. So And then, Dean, can you pan to your left so we can see that grade area as well, or maybe zoom out. There you go. There you go. Perfect. So orienting to the drawing in front of us, you'll see a layout of the potential lots or the grayed out area to the west of the UZDP project. This project is referred to as the Brownstones West project and is in preliminary review for preliminary plat approval with the city of Sammamish. This project is shown for a couple of reasons. One is to show the small amount of area we have to transition from the TCA1 zone to the R1 zoning to the west. I'll mention again that roughly the first half of the project, or 172 feet, is zoned TCC. And then you can actually see a faint white or a yellow dashed line. It's a solid or a long line, and then 3 small dashes, and then the numbers 1 and 2. That yellow line that runs north and south is actually also the zone boundary. So that's the zone line between TCB, and then the next 160 feet to the west is zone TCC. So this again follows the town center's plans concept of a wedding cake approach to the zoning. And then, as I mentioned earlier, I had mentioned 1 and 2. So the project team had assigned numbers to the various blocks of the project. Brownstones West, again, not part of this application, but for reference, is referred to as blocks 1 and 2. And you'll see those black numbers. Those are that grayed out areas. They're located immediately east of 222nd Place Southeast. Brownstones East, the townhome neighborhood proposed as part of this UZDP, are references blocks 3 and 4, and are west of 224th, which is the road that runs north and south from that roundabout that is in the center of the plan in front of us.
And those roundabouts, are those existing today, or are those planned as part of the project?
No, those were constructed, I believe, sometime last year. Those are complete and available to drive now.
Okay. And are there roads that extend south from those roundabouts currently as constructed?
Just there's what I would refer to as stubs. So there are stubs to the south.
Is that essentially what's shown on those red dotted lines?
Correct. That red dotted line is the existing right-of-way for Southeast 4th on the south side.
Okay.
Okay, so back to our blocks, block 5 and 6 that you see labeled in front of you are the main mixed use components of the project and are located south of Southeast 4th and is bounded on the west side by 224th and the east on 225th. So again, those 2 roundabouts that are currently existing set that block for us. And then as we work our way west, we find block 7. This block is to the east of 225th Place, that road that stubs from the easterly roundabout, and then west of 226th Avenue Southeast. And then immediately adjacent across the street is Plateau 120 on the north side of Southeast 4th Street.
You said when we work our way to the west, we get to block
east.
7.
Wrong reference, east. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Blocks 3 through 7. So as 3 and 4 to the west, 5 and 6 there in the center, and then 7 to the east. Those blocks comprise this UZD project proposal. The project boundary that is informed by this creation of these blocks was submitted as a project boundary legal description and was included in the resubmittal. The boundary of this project includes 333,148 square feet of net area that is part of 5 parcels. And when I say net area, this refers to the area of land that is remaining after the Southeast 4th Street improvements. There was some right-of-way dedication that occurred on the parcels. So there's a gross area that's associated with these, but I'm referencing the net area that's remaining after the dedication of that right-of-way.
Repeat that number, please.
333,148 square feet. And this is the same number that's on the title sheet of the UZDP plan set.
Thank you.
Okay, so then moving in a little more closely to the project itself, could you give us, and let me know if you want a different exhibit, but perhaps we can continue
the same one's
with
perfect.
this one. Okay,
Yeah.
Perfect. Can you talk about the project layout for the UZDP itself and how that's proposed?
Of course. So the project proposes a mix of building types and uses, which includes 348 residential units, 300 apartment units, which would be located in blocks 5 and 6, and then 48 townhouse units, which are on blocks 3 and 4. 77 units, 77 of the residential units will be designated as affordable units. Blocks 3 and 4 are proposed as alley-loaded townhomes, and there are 48 townhomes currently shown on this plan. The mixed-use buildings labeled blocks 5 and 6 consist of 5 floors of residential uses over 1 floor of commercial space. There's underground or structured parking is also proposed as part of these blocks. And then block 7 to the east is proposed as a mixed-use commercial building. This building is programmed as 2 stories with 3 levels of underground parking. The project proposes to construct 4 new public streets. North-south would be 224th Avenue Southeast to the west. That is off that westerly roundabout. That's 224th. 225th Place Southeast. That's off of the easterly roundabout to the south. And then 226, which is a half-street improvement. That would be the easterly edge of the project. The only east-west street is running through the center, or kind of the center of blocks 3 and 4, and then the south edge of 5, 6, and 7. That's Southeast 5th Street. And then, as I mentioned earlier, Southeast 4th Street was improved previously through a City of Sammamish project. So that street is already improved, and those roundabouts are in place. And then focusing in on blocks 5 and 6, this project will implement the first segment of the secondary zone of the green spine. As 21B 950504C informs us, the central open space for the TCA1 zone should take the form of a green spine. It also provides a direct connection to the city notch property. So that's another vernacular what we've been using along with the blocks. That's the parcel to the south directly adjacent to blocks 5 and 6. On this drawing is labeled city notch property. That's a parcel that the city of Sammamish currently owns. And then that connects directly to the Sammamish Commons to the south, or lower Sammamish Commons. To the north, across Southeast 4th Street, will connect to the future city square that will be located north, but directly adjacent to Southeast 4th Street. The town center infrastructure plan envisioned a city square that is centrally located and adjoining Southeast 4th Street, and that's located, that reference is from page 7 of the town center infrastructure plan, or TCIP. The plan configuration presented as part of this UZDP application is in alignment with the composite scheme 2 of the town center infrastructure plan 13, as is stated on page 3 of the TCIP. The document is meant to give guidance to private entities regarding the framework structure of the core mixed use area, and that there is great flexibility in the details, allowing a market responsive approach to the development.
So the town center infrastructure plan, is that a plan that you're, I mean, again, testifying just for clarity from your standpoint as an urban planner, is that the type of planning document you usually have to implement or refer to as part of your project work?
Yeah, and this project in particular has a couple of different design guidance documents or overarching kind of design elements that the city had implemented, and then also the zoning code that takes those visioning documents and then gives us the framework to propose the plans to try to integrate the goals, but then also to utilize that zoning code to implement plans that meet that zoning code. And then I need to correct, one of my initial comments was that we were proposing 77 affordable units. I was off by 1 at 76 residential units.
Okay, no problem. So this portion of the A1 zone, are you the individual, are you the, I guess, the project manager / planner who runs the UZDP submittal process for STCA? Is that a fair characterization?
I mean, yeah, in In general terms, yes, there's a big team of us, a lot of components, architects, landscape architects, engineers, geotechnical engineers. I work closely with the client to pull all those resources together, to pull the application materials together, and then work in conjunction with the client's project team to make sure that we get the right materials submitted for the applications.
Okay. Can you describe from your planning perspective the UCDP process and how that works as compared to perhaps other projects that you're used to working on in the city of Sammamish?
Yeah, so, the bulk of my work in Sammamish has been preliminary plats, subdivision work, and the UZD process is very different from that preliminary plat process. It's really, the UZDP process is really set up as it's intended to be a negotiated approach, and that's lined out in Sammamish Municipal Code 21B 95070. Initially, we have to work through the high-level design, as you had mentioned, really coming up with the concepts and the framework of what this area is intended to be. And then and that's really the UZDP process. And then after the UZDP is approved as an overall site plan for the area, we would then drill down into, platting. So blocks 3 and 4 are really intended to be platted. Site development, 5, 6, and 7 would go through a site development process. All the final engineering, all those processes would occur after the UZDP is approved. And then upon city approval of the UZDP, a property owner, or a group of property owners may proceed with obtaining the required permits for individual parcel development. And that's a statement directly from Sammamish Municipal Code 21B 95010.
So applying that information, what was your expectation for how the UZDP process would unfold here?
I'm going to hold on 2 seconds for a sip of water.
No problem.
Well, so based on, my previous experience on preliminary plats and having worked closely with the city during those processes, my expectation for this project and the UZDP specifically was that due to the complicated nature, we need to meet and coordinate with staff, pretty consistently, go through, kind of a back and forth process of submitting our initial concept, getting review comments, resubmitting based on those comments, and then working back and forth until we came to a site plan that worked both for the city, that was approvable by staff, but also worked for the client as something that they wanted to create, wanted to build, and that they could be proud of. And I think that we were learning a new process. So, we started this process and then got review comments, and then we got introduced to this whole new concept of a global pandemic. We had months of lockdown. It was difficult to get FaceTime with city staff. Our staff was learning to work remote. So that whole process was kind of turned on its ear as we all learned this new process of meeting and collaborating over Teams, Zoom, GoToMeeting, pick your device. At the end of the day, we really believed we presented a viable project from the original application, but I also expected that there'd be a lot of iterations based on the different design principles, regulations. I wasn't naive that this wasn't going to be a complicated or long process. I had every expectation that a project of this complicated nature would generate multiple rounds of review, as is, kind of typical with projects in most jurisdictions. You don't get through things on the first round of review comments. If you do, usually you get a party thrown for you.
Can you describe the work that you did and the information you received from the city during the process as you were putting the application together?
Yeah, so we There's a lot of documents associated with town center. So there's guidance documents, there's codes, regulations, there's previous submittals that we could take advantage of. So there was a lot of information to direct into this application. So in my world, trying to create a project that satisfies the vision of the town center plan, while meeting all the regulations, makes it as I mentioned a few times already, complicated project. And we would need a lot of input from staff on these elements and what would make a successful project. So I think that the pandemic and subsequent lockdown had a bigger impact than we knew at the time on the review and the ability to collaborate with staff. We had submitted the binding site plan and the preliminary plat, to run concurrently with the UZDP application, and we had discussed this process with staff. In looking back, those two documents, while relevant, may have complicated it even more than it needed to be. And the UZDP by itself might have been a simpler process to undertake at that time, but hindsight is always 20/20.
Did you look at any particular UZDP examples as part of putting your materials together?
Yeah. So we took we had reached out to staff. So a lot of the application materials are available on the city's website. So we utilized the previous applications to look at that material. We had also asked staff, what was a good example, for example, of the design companion. So they had indicated that Plateau 120 had put together a really good design companion, and we were able to get a copy of that. And we actually used that example as kind of the bones or the starting point of our design companion. And we do this in a lot of jurisdictions throughout the Puget Sound, where we don't want to reinvent a process. If staff is comfortable with something and has seen something that they thought is a good example, we're happy to have that, so that we aren't trying to give them something that's new, or that they have to kind of review and get us to a point where they had already gotten another team. So we took advantage of the design companion from Plateau 120 and really used that as a guide to complete our design companion.
So from there, then walk me through the application review process from the processing perspective.
Yeah. So I feel a little bit like I'm repeating myself a few times, because I'm going to keep mentioning things about, the pandemic and some of the difficult nature of communicating after the resubmittal. It was different than how we had normally worked with staff prior to the pandemic. It seemed like we were on the outside a little bit during the review process, specifically after, June 2020, when we were in the kind of
let me back up a little bit, because you're kind of jumping in the middle of things. So you submitted your original application, and then tell us what happened after you submitted your original application, just the different processing steps that took place.
Mr. Examiner, may I interpose an objection here? It would be helpful if we clarified terms. The reference was made to submitted your original application, and I wonder if we could attach a date to that, because there are various iterations that occurred in this process. So that would be very helpful.
I think it's a reasonable request. I'm not sure that I would elevate it to the level of an objection, but suffice it to say, Ms. Koloshkova, if you could have your witness be fairly precise in terms of the date frame in which things happened.
Sure. Mr. Hermanson, do you want to, if you could let us know, let's start from the beginning as far as when you submitted the original UZDP application. I'll call it the package.
Okay. Hang on. So the original, I have a date of November 4th, 2019.
And my question from there was, once you submitted the original application, what were the steps taken in terms of the permit process, the application processing?
So the application would have been submitted on November 4th, 2019. At that point, staff would then review the application for completeness. Once it was deemed to be complete, then they send it out, notice of application that goes out to residents within a certain radius of the application or proposal. And then once that is done and there's a comment periods, and then I don't know how much of, we had neighborhood meetings, and then the city was in the process of reviewing at the same time, and then we got our first round of review comments.
Okay, so you received the round of review comments. What did you do with those comments?
Well, initially, as a team, we individually go through those comments, review them, kind of categorize them as, these are easy to respond to. These comments are going to need more in-depth analysis, or we don't, not that we don't understand them, but we need more guidance from staff. We do this with all of our projects, and then, any of the comments that need further clarification, we would then reach out to staff to say, hey, this comment, you asked this, or you stated this, this is our interpretation. Are we going down the right path? Because what we don't want to do is guess at what staff is intending and then get to the end and have, potentially guessed wrong on all of the comments. So it's better to get clarification to make sure we're on the same page with staff.
And did your work culminate in a resubmittal, a complete resubmittal, or responses to specific comments?
Yes. So we completed the review, and then we resubmitted to staff in June of 2020, as I mentioned earlier.
Okay. And as part of that resubmittal, did you ensure that all of the different comments which staff had raised were addressed?
Yes, and we had met with staff, which was a different process than we would have normally gone through. Again, not saying right, wrong, or indifferent, but it was where we were at the time, and we were having to meet virtually. And so we were in a different process at that point. We had to submit our questions to staff prior to the meeting. So we would submit all of our questions a week prior, so that staff would have a chance to review the questions that we had. And then when we met, we were provided with the responses, and then we would meet with staff and go through those, generally in an hour-long meeting. I think some of them may have run over an hour, but that was the process leading up to the resubmittal to get clarification on some of the questions we had.
Okay, so then after the resubmittal, did you continue to have meetings with staff?
No, after that, the staff was in their process of review, and we were never approached by staff to get clarifications on any of our question or our responses to their comments. Once we went into staff review, we didn't have staff didn't reach out to us after that.
And did you attempt to get any information as far as what was going on with the processing of the UCDP from staff?
Not me personally. I know that the team was reaching out to find out where we were and when we could expect. I know that the team was reaching out to staff, but not me.
So that was someone else.
Yeah.
And did you get any further review comments from the city based on that June resubmittal?
We did not.
So what happened after the June resubmittal in terms of the city's, I guess, ultimate review?
We were denied, so that's why we're sitting here.
And as part of that denial, were all of the issues raised in denial part of the city's original review comments?
I believe as we go through some of the ones that I don't want to speak to all of them, but I know that there are a couple that I will cover that were not included as specific comments. No.
Okay. So new information to you as far as project review. Okay. So that's a good opportunity for me to turn your attention to some specific components of the decision. I'd like to start with the way that you put together the project boundaries and development tracks. This is listed for Mr. Examiner. This is issue 11. It addresses decision pages 15 to 16, just for your orientation. Mr. Hermanson, and I'll turn your attention to exhibit 35, please. And it would be sheet 3.
3, yeah.
Then that's not the correct exhibit. Oh, I'm sorry, 35P, pardon me.
35 what?
35P as in Paul.
P, thank you.
And Mr. Hermanson, could you describe for us the project boundaries between, well, let me back up. So the UZDP decision, is your understanding that that also was intended to provide review of the binding site plan or the preliminary plat?
No, so those were submitted concurrently. So the BSP or binding site plan and then the preliminary plat were submitted concurrently, but would have gone through different review processes, one being a preliminary plat, one being site plan or binding site plan review. Those would have been done separately from the UZDP.
And what happened to those two applications?
I believe it stated in the denial that because the UZDP was denied that they did not review those applications.
Okay, but the decision on pages 15 to 16 does refer to the these tracks and boundaries as being different between the UZDP and the binding site plan?
Yes.
Okay, so can you respond to the decision on that with respect to that component?
Yeah. So the boundary for the UZDP and the binding site plan were different. The binding site plan included the entirety of the 5 parcels, and then the UZDP boundary was created only for the areas that we were planning for in this particular UZDP. And the reason for this was when we had initially, in the initial round of comments that we got from staff, they had indicated that we had to include all of the areas of the UZDP. We couldn't show future development tracks. So our initial application showed 2 future development tracks to the south of Southeast 4th. These were 2 areas that were, one was created because of the location of Southeast 5th, which is that road that runs east and west through the center of the project site. There was a small sliver of area that was approximately 13 feet wide that was on the south side of the right-of-way that was created that didn't make sense to include in this UZDP. So we had originally indicated it as a future development tract to be included with what is referenced as block 8, which would be on the south side, or I believe it's block 8. It may be block 9, but I'll need to clarify that. But anyway, to the south of Southeast 5th Street, there's a large area there that was going to be a future UZDP application, and that 13 feet made more sense to include there. There was really nothing we could plan for it as part of our current UZDP just because of the location of the street, Southeast 5th Street. And then on the west side of the project, over by the Brownstones East project, there is a sliver of land that is adjacent to the Notch property. That area is attached to city property that is going to be a park, and that area needed a lot more coordination with staff. So it was decided by the design team that it made more sense to include that in a future UZDP along with the parcel to the east, so that we had a lot more time to collaborate with staff on what was the city's intent for the Notch property, what was their vision, and how could the two parcels that our design team was going to be responsible for that abut that property, how could they be a good design component to what the city wanted to accomplish with that city park that was central to those two parcels. So we decided to utilize the BSP process, which is one of a few processes that can subdivide land, to create two future development tracts. So in order to utilize those as part of a future UZDP, we needed to actually segregate those off. So we had decided to use the BSP process to create those tracts so that we could then deal with them in a future UZDP when we had a little bit more time. And so that's why the boundaries looked different, because they were different. The BSP included all of the parcels, and then the UZDP included the areas that we were ready to plan for as part of this UZDP application. There are other mechanisms. Plats can subdivide land. We have existing parcels. We could have potentially done a boundary line adjustment, but at the time, we thought because we had to go through a BSP anyways, that was the best process to use at that time.
So was this issue raised in the original set of review comments by the city?
Not directly, not related to the boundary. I mentioned earlier that it was raised that we had shown future development tracts as part of the UZDP, and staff did comment that we couldn't include future development tracts, that we had to plan for all of the areas in the UZDP. So that's why we went this direction, to show the two different boundaries, to exclude that area from this particular UZDP.
And I guess if you had been asked to provide response to this concern, either in a comment or in meetings with staff, is there any reason you wouldn't have been able to do so?
No, we could have created a color graphic that showed the two boundaries. We could have overlaid the two plans together. There's numerous ways we could have shown how the two related, and what the intent we were driving at was with the two different boundaries.
Are you still prepared to do that if the examiner were to remand to have further, I guess, elaboration of this consideration in the plans?
Yeah, of course. It's both with AutoCAD and the technology we have. It wouldn't be a simple process, but we could definitely create an exhibit that would very clearly show the intent of the two drawings together in one exhibit or one graphic, for sure.
Is there anything, I guess, insurmountable about the UZDP application and decision that would, on this issue, that would require you to submit a whole new UZDP application for any reason?
No, no.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I'm going to move on to another topic. Is now a good time for maybe a 10-minute break? Or
It's a little early, but
oh, I can keep going. I can keep going.
If you'd like 10 minutes.
I'll take 10 minutes.
We would be having a break in, say, 15, 20 minutes. If your next topic's going to be longer, we can break now.
No, let me do another topic, and then we can take a break then. Sorry.
Okay.
Thank you. So, Mr. Hermanson, I'd like to turn your attention next to what's termed Issue 8, which is a right-of-way dedication consideration, and that is reflected on pages 12 to 13 of the decision. And no, if you could pull up Exhibit 1031, page 8, please.
And this is issue 8 you're going to have him talk about?
Correct.
Okay.
And Mr. Hermanson, there is I may have noted the wrong page for that.
No, that's the right. If he can, Dean, can you zoom in on block 5 and 6? There you go.
And the city in its okay, so the city in its decision indicated some concern as to dedication of rights of way and vacation of rights of way and the timing of that. Could you please address what the plan under the UCDP was for purposes of handling those particular rights of way?
Yeah. So on the exhibit that's in front of us, we see labels of blocks 5 and 6. Adjacent to block 6, almost directly to the east, there's 2 yellow lines, long dash, 2 short dashes, and it says existing 30-foot easement, and it says to be vacated by the city. This is a right-of-way area that is owned or controlled by the city of Sammamish. And so when the roundabout, so there's this awkwardness in this area where Plateau 120 created this street corner on 225th Place Southeast.
And let me pause you. Plateau 120 is a different project.
To the north, it's a completed apartment building that's north of Southeast 4th Street. And so when that roundabout and that project were set, it created this gap between this future road and this existing city easement right of way that is 30 feet to the west of the proposed 225th place. So it was the intent of the UZDP to dedicate this full new street, in essence, taking the 30 feet of existing right-of-way and moving it 30 feet to the west to 225th Place Southeast. Essentially, the right-of-way wouldn't be lost. It was just being relocated to a different location that was in alignment with the city-placed roundabout.
Was this issue raised in the first round of review comments by the city?
It was not.
And is it your normal practice to handle rights of way dedication and vacation before you receive any entitlement approvals?
No. Usually that's either handled during the final plat process or later during the final design process, much later in the process.
Is there any reason that you see in this project that work needed to be front loaded as part of, I guess, before a UZDP could be approved here?
No, because again, the UZDP is such a high level document. It's really a site planning process to get in alignment with city on where the roads, buildings, kind of where all of the things are going to go and what their uses are. So to do it prior to that, well, it could be done, isn't necessary at this point. And based on, city comments, there could have been potentially changes to the site plan that would have affected that. So there really wasn't any reason to do it this early.
And I guess, again, if this had been provided to you as a comment, is there any information you're sharing now that you would have been unable to provide then?
No.
Separately.
Yeah, if it was something with staff, we have the survey resources in-house that we could have worked through the vacation process with city if that was something that they wanted to do prior to having the right-of-way dedicated to the east. That would have been something that we could have easily worked through with staff.
All right, I want to turn your attention now to, well, let's start with issue 21, which is relates to the decision page 29 and the TC standards versus the 2016 Public Works standards that are addressed in the decision. Can you explain to us your understanding of how those standards are supposed to be implemented as a general sense for a UCDP project?
Yeah, can you state that again? Sorry, I was already thinking about my answer and I wasn't listening.
No problem. So I don't get ahead of me.
Yeah.
So what I'm interested in is your understanding of how the TC standards and the 2016 Public Works standards are supposed to be applied for a UCDP.
Gotcha. As they relate to the...
As they relate, well, particularly here as they relate to alley standards, which is what the decision talks about on page 29.
Okay. So we have, again, we talked about this earlier, we have various design guidance documents, and then we also have codes and regulations that we have to follow. So we have interim town center street design standards, and those are an adopted document that are the town center street design standards. We also have public works standards that are the interim town center street design standards, I believe, is a 3 or 4 page document, and the public works standards are much more comprehensive, cover the entirety of the city. So we were, in this instance, the SMC in 21B 96 0102 say that these design standards, this is referencing the interim town center street design standards, supplant those adopted under ordinance 02018-466 under chapter 1401 SMC. And so
Okay.
this to us was saying, sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that ordinance, what does that refer to? Just to
the public works standards.
Okay. All right, great. So coming full circle.
Yeah. So in our mind, when we were laying out the alleys, the public works standards were supplanted or replaced by the interim town center street design standards. So we were utilizing the interim town center street design standards for our alley layout configuration. The interim town center street design standards for the alley, for instance, when you go to the width requirement for an alley in the interim town center street design standards says TBD. So we didn't have a lot of guidance on how wide the alleys should have been. So we utilized the public works standard figure 01-08 roadway section typical alley for guidance. And so this plate or figure showed a 20-foot alley with a 16-foot width of pavement. So that's what we utilized as our alley width, not having guidance from the interim street design standards. It, as I said earlier, was labeled TBD. So we reached out to this other city resource, the public works standards, and utilized that figure as our guidance.
Okay. So at the end of the day, what does this translate to in terms of layout of the project? What's the actual practical effect of these different standards? Both, I guess, in terms of the standards, the alley widths, et cetera, pavement, all of that.
I think I would use the word negligible. I don't think we had shown a 20-foot tract width. So whether the pavement within that tract was 20 feet wide or 16 feet wide, we had the area to show the improvements to be the same width as the tract. So to me, it was negligible.
Okay. I guess, so am I correct that your testimony, you're talking about the general standards, but you're also talking about alley widths and pavement, which is, just want to orient the examiner correctly, pages 18 and 19 of the decision.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And so, again, can you address this issue, or was there any problem with, I guess, in your mind, being able to work through this type of consideration as part of the UZDP review process?
Yeah, no, it would have been expected to have received a clarifying comment or had the opportunity to adjust the pavement width. It could have been addressed through a comment for sure.
Okay. And I guess in your mind, after reviewing the UZDP code, is this the level of detail that you would anticipate a UZDP to be decided upon?
No, I mean, I think we're getting into, at this point we would be talking about 2 feet of pavement on either side of the alley. I think the configuration of the alley would have been a more appropriate topic than the width necessarily. We were showing the proper width, but we've received comments on this level on preliminary plat, so I don't know that it's necessarily out of the ordinary, but I also don't think it's necessarily in alignment with the goal of the UZDP.
But in all events, something that would be readily resolvable as part of a ongoing review process.
For sure, yes.
Okay. I want to go back to this right-of-way question because I realize I'm not sure if I understood your testimony correctly. So I want to go back to what I wrote there. So the timing of roadway vacation, I just want you to restate again, I guess, when in your understanding of the UZDP process, the timing of that relocation would happen. If you could just answer that question for me.
Yes. So I know why you're asking, because I said final plat when this process would be going through a binding site plan process. So we would be doing the right-of-way vacation and dedication through the binding site plan process. So that is not a plat process. So I misspoke in that instance.
But again, that's after the UZDP process is completed, right?
Correct.
At least according to code.
Correct. The UZDP creates the guidance for the future entitlement processes, whether it's a plat or a binding site plan process. So we need the UZDP in order to finalize the binding site plan.
Okay. And is it the UZDP that sets those sort of where the roads are going to go, or is that wait till later?
No, that's the UZDP process is definitely set the roads and figure out where the roads need to go, what their services are, all of those types of things, block layouts, what the uses are. Okay.
Can you tell me, and maybe we can use this graphic so we've got a few different roads. We may have to zoom around a little bit, but could you talk about the road widths of, I guess let's start 222nd and then run laterally. Sorry, this is a little bit tricky when we zoom in a little bit more. Or Leif, you can direct Dean to best way to.
So you're wanting right-of-way width?
Yeah, what we've proposed.
Okay, hang on.
I don't know if this is the right exhibit though. Okay.
Well, the graphic does say how wide the rights of way are. I can read it on the screen.
Okay, that's fine. I don't need him to, as long as the examiner's oriented, that's fine. So And does that have the existing rights of way on there as well? Okay, great. Okay,
Yeah.
then Mr. Examiner, I don't need to belabor the point. I just want to make sure that the information's available on the exhibit for your review. Okay. So just wrapping up my questions on the alleys. So to the extent, I'm not sure if you answered this, so I'm going to ask it. I apologize if asked and answered already, but the comments regarding the amount of pavement to be provided for the alleys, is it possible for you to put 20 feet of pavement within the proposed 20 feet alley width? Is there any
Yes.
problem with that?
No, that simply would have been a change to the section detail that was included in the UZDP to widen that pavement width out.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, I think I'm going to pause there because now I personally need a break.
Okay, well, it's a good time. It is 10:33. We stand at recess for 10 minutes. We will reconvene at 10:43. We're at recess.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. Since we did break off the recording, I thought about this for a couple of minutes, and I thought that I should do an announcement at the beginning of each new session because I'm not sure how the recordings will actually end up coming out. So I'm going to treat each one of these segments as a session. So we just completed session 1 on July 12. We're starting session 2 on July 12, and I will number the sessions consecutively until we conclude the hearing that way. So this is the beginning of session 2, July 12, appeal hearing UZDP 2019-00562. Ms. Koloskova, you may continue your questioning of Mr. Hermanson.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. Mr. Hermanson, we were going through a series of issues that formed the basis of the UZDP decision. We left off, we were talking about public works standards, if you'll recall, just to reorient you. So to finish up your testimony and related to issues 21 and 15, so where are you left currently as far as the applicability of the public works standards and how you would handle those?
Yeah, and I think we had, I think it was Exhibit 35A, page 4, I think was the one that we were referencing. So I don't know if Dean can
we can get that up on the screen. And I apologize, I think you had referenced that in your testimony. We probably should have had that up on the screen. What is this document?
Is it 35A or is it 26? It's the, I was looking for the meeting notes and meeting minutes from the meeting we had with city staff. Yeah, there you go.
Well, that's fairly small print.
Oh, 26, yeah, sorry, 26, 7, and 8.
I doubt anyone can actually read that, Mr. Examiner. I don't know if you can read it, but this is.
No, but I can look at it later.
Perfect.
And I've looked through all of these before the hearing, but I can go back to it.
Okay, Mr. Hermanson, could you just let the examiner know what box or row you want him to read? Yeah, so
it's row 4 on page 7. We had asked the question, we would like to better understand the intent of the alley requirements in section 9.3 of the 2016 Public Works Standards referenced in the city letter.
Okay, you don't need to read the whole comment, but that's the comment that you were referring to in your testimony.
Correct. So when we were going through designing the alley components for the townhouses, following this meeting, which we were informed in the response from staff there in writing that the chapter 9.3 did not apply. And so we went into the resubmittal assuming that we had the opportunity to kind of design the alley as it best suited the design of the project and what we were trying to do. So we showed some intersections in the alleys that are non-compliant with chapter 9.3. And so because of this previous meeting, we didn't submit for any deviations. And so this was something that we were hoping to get some clarification back from staff on a resubmittal or on a statement of, or a set of comments from staff on, you know, how we were to apply the alley code. So this is one of the design elements where there was a little bit of back and forth and we weren't really sure which standards we needed to follow, whether it was the interim town center street design standards that supplanted 9.3, or if 9.3 actually did apply, but we were going with this guidance, and therefore we didn't submit any deviations for the intersections and alleys, or we had some units that were fronting onto an open space instead of a public right of way. So we didn't apply for a deviation for that either.
So, okay, so then Mr. Williams, can you put us onto Exhibit 35A, page 4, please? So then in your resubmittal, and I don't want you to read through these materials, but again, to reference the hearing examiner on this topic, did you further address these particular standards and alleys?
Yes, yeah, and so that was in our response letter back with our resubmittal, just kind of clarifying that this is the direction we went with the alleys based on the final meeting. Again, not expecting that this was going to be the end or the period at the end of the sentence. It was really just you know, our informing the city back of, hey, we took all of the information we got from you, the comments, this is the conclusion we came to, not prescribing it as right or wrong, but just wanting them to know this is the direction we want, expecting them to come back to us and say, well, no, this is what we really intended, or yes, you were right, and that, or that, yes, this interpretation is correct, and, you know, so on and so forth.
Okay. Any reason that you are aware of that would preclude further dialogue on that point?
No, not at all.
And is there any, I mean, does the project require, I guess, significant changes in terms of, does the UZDP as proposed then become impossible to build as a result of the determination one way or the other on this?
No, if we were to go back, if the city came back and said, hey, 9.3 does apply, and you need to, you know, redo your alleys so that they don't include intersections, or all your units have to front onto open space, we would have to change the layouts for the townhouses. But I don't foresee the blocks necessarily changing. We would probably have to add a street in to the layout so that the units on the western edge would front onto a street as opposed to an open space. But that, you know, nothing of significance that we would have had to start from scratch, no.
Going back to, I guess, the concept of a UZDP is this level of discussion in your view fit with what code contemplates to work through to some sort of negotiated agreement?
I definitely think so, because it talks specifically to how we utilize the alleys and to what extent we can use that as a resource in our planning tools as we lay out the streets and where the units go and all of those things. So it's definitely right in line with what we had anticipated having discussions with staff about.
Okay. So now I want to turn your attention to a couple of the decision points that relate to certain, I guess, code refers to them as development principles. And And let's go to issue 17, which is referring to pages 24 to 25 of the decision. And before we do that, Mr. Hermanson, are you familiar with code section 21B 95050?
Yes.
And was that part of the set of, I guess, planning codes that you had to implement for purposes of this project?
Yes.
Can you give us your understanding of, I guess, what those development principles are supposed to provide you, and as you plan out the UCDP?
Yeah, so this is in reference to issue 17, specifically environmental stewardship and incorporation of natural areas and restoration of natural systems. And so we worked very hard as a project team to present the best project that balanced the zoning requirements of the project while simultaneously satisfying the concepts of low impact development. One of my associates, one of my partners that was responsible for the engineering is going to talk specifically to the stormwater aspects of the low impact development. I just wanted to touch briefly on this concept of incorporating natural areas and restoration of natural systems.
And let me pause you there. I want to make sure that we are that we're looking at the same material. So what portion of code are you referring to for that language?
I'm not following, sorry.
Okay, when you're talking about natural areas, well, let me go back to.
Oh, so 21B 95050?
Yes, what section of 050 are you looking at to respond to this question, or to respond to this portion of the decision?
Hold on. Give me 2 seconds here.
And I guess it's my understanding that code is it's a matter of public record. So if we could share, Mr. Williams, if you could share that code section off the city's website, that might be the easiest way to make sure we've got the language before us.
So 21B 95050 is the Unified Zone Development Principles. Do you want me to wait? Sorry.
Yeah, just share screen is just really too small. So if you could go down to section 5, please, Dean. It's not going to work to share screen this, is it?
If it helps any, I have it up on my other computer, so you don't need to worry about me trying to read it.
Okay, you can remove that. It's distracting.
What subsection are we looking for?
So we're looking at 5, subsection 5, B and C is what the witness was just referring to.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Mr. Hermanson, do you have that up on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So,
on 5B, my partner Holly Heverin, professional engineer, is going to talk about how the low impact development techniques are incorporated in the UZDP. I wanted to touch real briefly on the overarching planning concept that is referenced where it says C-Town Center Plan Goal NS1 and supporting policies. And so that goal is that specific goal states that we're to incorporate exemplary environmental stewardship in the town center. And so that's a goal for the entirety of the town center. And the parcels that are subject to this application in particular really weren't ideal for the execution of of this goal, as they don't really contain any areas that would provide exemplary environmental stewardship. They've been home for a long time to single-family homes, other residential uses, containing areas of grass, residential landscaping, second growth trees. But we don't disagree that this goal is important and potentially achievable in other areas of the town center. These particular parcels would not provide an effective incorporation of natural area restoration or restoration of natural systems. Those concepts just weren't available to us. But again, this is the highest density of the town center. And so we're really trying to accomplish the planning and the zoning goals envisioned with this really high density zone that is the TCA1 zone.
And is there another goal in the town center plan that addresses low impact techniques?
Yes.
What goal is that?
It's, I believe it's NS2.
But that one is not covered in code, at least I see it as that.
Yeah.
As part of this, okay, all right.
Correct.
Any reason to know why code wouldn't comment on?
Not to
that?
my knowledge, yeah.
Okay, all right. So then let me also turn your attention to plant design principle 5C. Could you respond to the decision's concerns as to whether the project is consistent with that design principle from your planning perspective?
Yeah, again,
you're not an engineer.
Yeah, we have other experts that can delve into the details, but just at a high level of that the mixed-use node of development should incorporate natural areas such as wetland stream corridors, wildlife corridors, and stands of mature trees as amenities in the mixed-use node where possible. So I, as you know, having read a lot of code, pick out words like should, where possible, and again, as our plans show, we don't have in this application. So this what we're dealing with right now, this UZDP, wetland stream corridors, wildlife corridors are not a part of this application. And you know, in consultation with our arborist, the trees that were on site, in his words, were appearing to be stressed, and so there weren't really good opportunities to save stands of large mature trees as amenities. And so we felt as though we had satisfied both B and C as part of our applications. But again, if staff had felt differently, we would have expected to receive comments, you know, explaining to us what their expectation was and how we could have, you know, done things to incorporate what was in their vision or their mind when they read this section of code. Again, everybody reads code differently. So that would have been our expectation, is to have received more feedback from staff on how we could have better addressed that code if they felt as though we hadn't.
For these planning principles, is there any other sort of, I guess, administrative document or set of, I guess, administrative rules that maybe parse out some of these more big concepts that you can follow if you can't get a meeting with staff or if you can't get any more information about something?
We have the project resources that are available to us, as to anybody on the project website, on the City of Sammamish's website, that has all of the guidance documents. So that's really what we have available to us, is to pull the town center plan and those different documents and really incorporate those goals as best as we can, and then while also simultaneously achieving the zoning codes and making sure that we're not in violation of any of those codes that are presented to us. That's really what we have available to us.
Is there anything in, I guess, 5B and C that tells you that mandates a priority between, I guess, if there were some sort of conflict between the zoning concepts and these natural system and environmental quality concepts? How do you know which one to prioritize?
Not particularly. I mean, we have the density and dimensions that we go by. You know, we have a tree retention standard for the town center A1 zone that says that we have 0 tree retention for this, because, you know, in my estimation, it's the highest density use, and therefore tree retention, unfortunately, is not really congruent with this concept of, 5-6-story mixed use buildings. Those two things unfortunately don't go hand in hand when you're trying to develop the heart of this town center. There will be other opportunities and other zones within the town center. TC, B, and C have tree retention requirements, so there will be opportunities as this wedding cake flattens out to retain the large stands of mature trees as this goal envisioned.
Okay, I guess from a regulatory standpoint, we commonly hear the terms of built green, LEED, all of those concepts. Are those concepts that can be implemented into the construction of the project, or are those precluded by virtue of, I guess, the density, anything like that?
No, well, there's other features included in low impact development, built green concepts that we could do within the development itself. So we could propose to use solar, we could propose green roofs, we could propose water capture to irrigate the landscaped areas within the green spine. So there's different concepts there that are available to us that we could propose as part of the development of the blocks. But as far as site planning goes and these concepts of, setting aside large natural areas or native vegetation, there's concepts like minimally excavated foundations. There's things there that just aren't really in line with this high density use of this mixed use node.
Okay. So let me next turn your attention to getting towards the end of my topic areas with you, but I want to ask you about the planning of the infrastructure systems for this project and as those, I guess, relate to other projects. So I'd like to turn your attention to issue 20, which relates to pages 28 to 29 of the project. Talk about incorporation of effective infrastructure systems. And just to move things along, the decision refers to planning principle 8. Can you talk to us about what you did to evaluate consistency with that design principle?
Yeah, so I won't reread the section of code, but we'll just kind of highlight the intent, or what I believe the intent was, or the design team believed the intent was. So that's asking to incorporate where it can be deemed to be effective, innovative infrastructure systems such as water capture, reuse, solid waste management, wastewater treatment, and so those three concepts. When we analyze these, solid waste management systems is, landfill, recycling, that kind of stuff. Those processes in our minds were managed by the city contractor Republic. And at this phase of the project, didn't really have a lot of reason to have Republic engage with us in how we could, have this idea of innovative infrastructure systems. And then similar to wastewater treatment, which is sewer, Sammamish Plateau really manages that. So in our minds, we were left with this concept of water capture and reuse, which we did indicate we were willing and ready to utilize in our green spine area, potentially capturing rainwater and then reusing it to irrigate the landscape that's located in that green spine area would be a potential use. So again, not having received really any comments regarding this topic, there were references to natural systems as a category, but no comments related directly to this during the first review comments. We were at a little bit of a loss as to how we could potentially meet this section of code and what staff was really after, and it wasn't really on our radar leading up to our resubmittal, so we didn't really have a lot of interactions with staff around this concept. So this would be one particular example that would be great for us to get more information from staff and what they were really looking for us to respond to here.
Do you get that? Do you glean any more detail, or I guess can you read the staff's mind as a result of the decision and the statements in the decision here?
No, this one in particular, as we were prepping for this, was one that I was not super comfortable with because I don't have an idea of how we can affect and be innovative with systems that are really controlled by other entities or contractors. I get it around water capture and reuse, and I thought we had proposed something that was viable there, but really don't have an idea of the direction to go.
Were you given an opportunity to, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just, what staff was looking for was not on the tip of my tongue as it typically is.
Were you given an opportunity, did staff talk to you about this issue before the decision to give you an opportunity to work out what different expectations they might have that aren't provided in code?
Not myself in particular, no.
Are you aware of anybody else was able to talk to them about?
I don't think so, no.
Okay. So let me turn your attention to issue 10, which is, again, infrastructure, this time relating to serving other properties. And I'm referencing page 15 of the decision. And in particular here, Mr. Williams, can you pull up exhibit 1031, PDF page 8, a larger area? Mr. Hermanson, while he does that, so one critique in the decision is that the UCP does not address future build out of other blocks. Can you respond to that comment and why, I guess why you've made the plan, why you made the planning choices you did as part of this UCDP?
Yes.
As far as the infrastructure systems.
Yeah, and maybe now would be a good time to correct a comment I made in error earlier where I referenced the Plateau 120 apartments being across the street, and that's actually the Stca apartments or the TRF development. So the building that's on the southwest corner of the intersection of 225th and Southeast 4th is the Stca apartments. So I apologize for making that wrong name earlier.
No problem. Okay. Do you need to zoom in at all for your testimony?
I think this is a good graphic. There are other graphics in the design companion that show a little bit more detail to the north about how those streets work and incorporate, but I think specific to this comment, I think this is a good graphic. So 21B 95020 1B states that the design team needs to provide for coordinated infrastructure such as road and utilities and public open spaces. And the last paragraph states, specifically in all cases, the applicant will need to demonstrate that infrastructure and circulation systems can be constructed to serve other properties in the area in a manner consistent with the city's plans and standards. Okay. So I'll point out, or I can't, if I was doing an email, I'd say emphasis added to the word to serve. So, we need to show how the future parcels that are surrounding this would be served by the roads and utilities that we're developing. And specific to the roads and utilities, as I said, there are other examples in the design companion that show how future blocks could potentially be laid out. But this notion of serving other properties in the area, we've definitely provided Southeast 5th Street, which is that, again, that east-west road that runs through the middle, that will provide road utility access to the what we're referring to as blocks to the south, as well as the city's Notch property. 226, 226, which is the west or easterly most street, is actually a half street that's being developed as part of Block 7. The future development would then, to the east, would then finish that half, the other half of that street, making that a full right of way. And then you can see we have the road stub to the south that would then continue to serve the town center parcels to the south. And there's a couple of the visioning documents that shows that road actually connecting down through potentially up to City Hall. But there's a lot of details down the road to see if that will work with some sensitive areas and things that are to the south there.
But that would be that would be entirely offsite at that point.
Correct. Yes, correct.
Okay. So
go ahead.
So going back to the coordinated infrastructure concept with this UZDP, I want you to finish up your answer there.
Yeah, and actually, Dean, can you pan to the right side? I think that site plan actually has a little bit more detail. Sorry. There you go. That was the one I wanted. Sorry, that shows the street. So this included blocks 8 and 9. So you can see that was probably a good transition. So we didn't show, now you can see that we've shown that road stubbed and encircling block 9. And really the roads to the north and some of the blocks, and you can see the city square planned for there. So this is really the example of how we were anticipating some of these roads potentially working in the future. Some blocks to the north there.
Going back.
Go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say one of the references in the decision was that one of the intersections we had created didn't meet intersection spacing and wouldn't be approvable. And
which intersection is that?
Yeah, so there's this awkwardness to 225th as it works its way. So that's the easterly roundabout.
Mr. Hermanson, let me pause you there. Let's zoom in so we can see. I just want to make sure that we can look at the
street names.
Particular blocks. There you go. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, so 225th is the street there between blocks 6 and 7. So that is the direct, north-south road, and that's the direct extension of the roundabout that is currently installed on Southeast 4th Street. And then we're going to get back to that right of way that is existing. And so the city has an existing right of way that runs from Southeast 4th southerly, and it ends up running along or adjacent to their Notch property. And so there's this piece or this area that's to the, Dean, can you pan just a little bit south so I can see that number 8 and number 9? There you go. So as you work your way south, it's on the west side of block 9, and that interface between that potential road and 225th does not meet intersection spacings. And when we drew it, we knew that it didn't. But again, this gets back to this concept of we had this future UZDP application in mind for blocks 8 and 9. And when we had initially submitted for pre-application review, even before the submittal of November 4th, so this would have been early in 2019, we had shown the Notch property completely surrounded by roads and right-of-way. And one
Notch
of the
property, is that the one labeled City Notch property on this?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Is that owned by Stca or by the city?
That's owned by the city of Sammamish.
Okay, just want to clarify that. Keep going.
Yeah. And so we had it entirely surrounded by roads. And one of the comments we got back from staff was that was not the vision for the Notch property. And so when we resubmitted, or when we started working on plans and development, and we were working on block links, and we had gone through a lot of iterations of different designs. One of the things that happened was the road that is on the west side of 8th got straightened out, and we made the decision to attach our block to the city property and remove the right-of-way that was shown during the pre-application meetings. And so, without having further discussions with the city and what they had envisioned for the Notch property, we decided to leave the right-of-way that the city owned and show it as a street, knowing that the interface with the roundabout was not ideal and didn't meet city public works standards for intersection spacing. So we were aware of that. We just hadn't had the opportunity to really delve into the details of these two blocks and what the vision for the Notch property was with staff. And so we left this right-of-way being developed. Block 9 could very easily be attached to the Notch property, very similar to Block 8, and then that interface is no longer there and isn't awkward, and the intersections meet the spacing requirements. You know, we have other concepts where 225th runs straight south, and you know, we effectively swap the right of way and some green spine area and do some different things that are a little bit more complicated, but we haven't had the chance to interface with staff on these because, again, this was a section of the plans that were going to be developed further down the road.
Okay, so I guess any discussion as to the utility here would necessarily involve the city, I guess, being available to work through these issues because they own that property right in the middle of those blocks. Is that fair?
Yes, yeah, and wanting to, because the application would be essentially on either side of the Notch property, the city park, and the city would be a very key component to the development of this area and what the city's intent for the Notch property is and what their vision is for this area.
But you're now talking about development of blocks 8 and 9, which not part of the current UZDP application before the examiner.
Correct. This would be down the road, future UZDP application.
Okay. So I want to keep you focused on the current UZDP because I want to go back to this code section, which refers to, pull this up, coordinated infrastructure. But yet, if I compare that to the city's decision, it talks about the UZDP not addressing future build out of blocks 8 and 9. Does code require you to essentially build out blocks 8 and 9 as a design principle to plan this other portion, this other UZDP?
I don't believe it does, and I think the town center plan itself talks a lot about flexibility, market-driven approach. You know, we don't have a crystal ball to know at the time this is being developed what the highest and best use for blocks 8 and 9 are going to be at that point. What we do know is that with the layout, we can kind of start to rough in these areas or these ideas of, hey, these are going to be development blocks. We don't know what block 9 could potentially be. There's lots of things that it could be, but we don't know that at this point just because we're, obviously focused on the current UZDP, but figure we'll have time when we actually submit this future UZDP to kind of define in more permanent detail as to what those buildings look like, what they're going to house, what they're going to be proposed as.
But does anything in the UZDP require you to, I guess, design those buildings, those offsite buildings now?
No.
And it appears, I mean, roads, utilities, open space, I guess, is there any reason you see not to be able to extend those facilities as you've got proposed on this project plan.
Excuse me, Ms. Koloshkova. I see Mr. Reglick talking into a mic. Mr. Reglick, are you trying to talk to us? I mean, I don't mind you talking into the mic privately, but we're not hearing a thing you're saying. All I'm seeing is your mouth going. So if you're trying to object to something, still nothing.
It looks like CH is, if that City Hall is muted still.
Apparently,
There you are.
apparently City Hall was still muted from the break, and I apologize for the inconvenience. Muted by my own clients, it's a bad sign.
Were you trying to object to something?
Yes, you know, I've been pretty unstringent about this gentleman's testimony as to the code, but the last couple questions and answers seem to be directly his testimony as to what the code requires and doesn't require. And I think that's something for the lawyers to argue and for the examiner to decide. I don't think this witness is entitled to give an opinion on what the code requires. He can talk about what his practice has been in the past. He can, you know, talk about other things like that, but directly interpreting the code, I think, is outside of his purview. And I apologize again for the muting problem. Thank you.
Ms. Koloshkova, do you wish to comment before I rule on the objection?
Thank you, Mr. Examiner, and I'm glad we got the muting thing sorted out, because I would have been frustrated as well. Just to clarify, what I believe the law provides in terms of what a witness can testify to is how the code applies to the project. So Mr. Hermanson certainly is not an attorney. And so his testimony, again, relates directly to what that code provides for regarding how it gets applied to this project. And I'm prepared to move on anyway.
Well, let me rule on the objection. Mr. Hermanson is testifying as the project manager. As such, he has to use and apply the codes and the policies of the jurisdictions where he is planning to submit projects. So I think it's eminently appropriate that he testify as to his understanding of what he's trying to comply with as he prepares materials for his clients. Objection overruled.
So, thank you, Mr. Examiner. Mr. Hermanson, I want to move on to one more topic with you, which is decision pages, the discussion as to what was provided for the critical areas, the CARA, or the Critical Aquifer Recharge Area, issue number 9, which is pages 13 and 14. Can you tell us what happened with the materials that were submitted to address the questions as to what information was provided for the project?
Yeah, so the original submittal, again, from November 2019, was actually included. So the design at that point was being handled by 2 engineering firms, our firm and another firm. And we were responsible for the townhouse development, and another firm was responsible for the mixed use portion. When we went in for the resubmittal, the design team made the determination that it was best if it was all handled in one report, and our team was tasked with putting that report together. The mapping for the location of the city's CARA or Critical Aquifer Recharge Area, sorry, commonly referred to as CARA, was between the combination of the 2 reports. that mapping didn't get carried over from our original aspect of the project, which was to the west, away from the Cara, and the mapping that the other engineering firm did that showed the Cara being a portion of the project was not carried forward and was inadvertently left out. And so that the Cara was not shown as being a part of this project when in fact it is actually located in the northeast corner of the project.
So you had provided that information to the city during review. It just did not get carried over, as I understand it then?
Correct. It was included in the first submittal and then inadvertently left out of the second or the first resubmittal. Apology. Does
that information change anything about site planning?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of Cara because I don't want to have an objection come my way, but I don't believe it does.
Okay. And is there any reason if you had received a review comment that you couldn't have just corrected that technical consideration?
Yeah, having talked with our staff after the denial and seeing this issue raised, we were frustrated because we had inadvertently left it out, and this could have been if we had just included the correct mapping in the report, this issue would not have been included with I'm making a statement for somebody else. I apologize. We don't think that this would have been an issue at that point because the correct mapping would have been included.
And I guess in your experience, whoops, I just clicked my screen. I apologize. I guess in your experience, let me pull up really quickly. Can I pull up Dean exhibit? Is it 1024, please? Scroll down. So this is Mr. Hermanson. That load, let's go to the bottom.
Yeah, you're gonna have to zoom in far on this one to get to see it.
Yeah, but is this the city's information? Oh, it looks like you've zoomed into the project site label.
There is the second page in this exhibit.
Yep, perfect, great, thank you. All right, so Mr. Hermanson, that's the.
Yeah, so the top one is the city's, on the city's website in their mapping section, there's a variety of maps, and one of those is a critical aquifer recharge area map. Okay. It shows, again, these are very hard to decipher because the area when you zoom in gets very pixelated, and so we do our best. It obviously impacts the northeast corner of our project, and we've done our best in the second page of the graphic to infer based on this map and how it generally goes, the approximate location of the Cara line as it relates to this current project.
If you can scroll to the next page, the core, scroll to core map. Oh,
yes.
So this is your map.
Yep. And there will be others to testify more, I believe, to if there's impacts to the or what the car is.
So I guess in your experience with other applications before the city, would this be something you would anticipate as constituting a basis for denial of a project?
No, not in my estimation. Again, as I stated a couple times, it was really an error on our part to not include it, not have shifted over the project site. So to me, it was something that could very easily be fixed and corrected.
Okay. So I believe you've gone over some of the procedural issues, and I think we're at 8 substantive issues now in the decision. In your, I guess, having reviewed these issues, do any of these issues you've talked about would any of these either individually or collectively result in a significant change or changes that would make this UZDP impossible to proceed forward with?
No, and specific to the word significant, I wouldn't use the word significant at all. I think that having read the decision and the issues, and being intimately involved with the development of the plans, I think that they could have been addressed, and we would have had to make adjustments to the plans, yes, and reports and all of those things, but nothing that would have constituted a significant change to the configuration that we had originally submitted.
Would any of those adjustments be, in your experience, out of the ordinary for, I guess, a second round of review comments?
Not in my estimation, no.
Was there, and you've read the decision as a whole, correct?
Yes.
Is there anything that you read in the decision that you feel, if I guess, would result in necessarily, I guess, an impossible situation that couldn't be negotiated through based on the way code is written for a UZDP?
No, and I think, you know, in obviously the comments would have been potentially more detailed, but I think as overarching themes, the denial presented almost as a second round of, could have been potentially a second round of review comments. I think, you know, we could have easily gone through these issues. You know, I'm excited to have the state reopening and mask mandates, or not to get political, sorry, but stuff is opening up and we're having the ability to meet in person. And I think that will help this project immensely, to be able to sit around a table with a plan set and have some frank discussions. It was, to me, difficult at times, not only on this project, but other projects, to work through some of these high-level design details through Zoom, and not having the ability to scribble on plan sets or, you know, point at different things. It just, it was immensely difficult, not only for this project, but a lot of projects.
So where, I guess just to sum up, where would you like to see this project go if the examiner agrees with STCA on the appeal issues?
I would love an opportunity to address the comments and get some clarification on some of these issues that we've talked about, to get a little bit further direction. I think we're, you know, there's a lot of different stages to a project, and it feels like we're just kind of on the precipice of getting to a point where we're understanding what staff is looking for and have the opportunity to present a lot of different materials and ideas. And we just need that little bit of clarification on a few of these issues to kind of get over that hump.
And I guess without that clarification, do you feel like you have enough information from code to glean how you might otherwise redesign portions of the project, or I guess edit? Not sure what word you want to use.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's aspects to some of the issues that are being raised that we definitely need clarification, because we have, I don't want to say conflicting information, but we have the guidance documents that are goals and you know, ideas for the town center that have one set of objectives, and then we have code that is implementing this vision that have different sets of direction or vision, not necessarily vision, but point us in a different direction than what the guidance documents say. So it would be great to be able to have the ability to reach out to staff and say, hey, we're dealing with this issue where we've got this goal and this implementing code, and they're not, in our estimation, not in alignment, and would love to have the opportunity to not have to list out, you know, all of our questions a week in advance, and then have a meeting which may focus on one of the issues but not get into the heart of another issue. And so the ability to have you know, this free-flowing discussion with staff would be well received, at least from my perspective.
Okay. I guess last question for you then, was there anything in the decision that, were the project to be remanded, I guess, is insurmountable within the bounds of is insurmountable for you to tackle as a planning consideration if this particular application moves forward?
No, not at all. Especially with the opportunity to get some further clarification with staff, I think we could make some good headway.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Hermanson. That completes my questions for you. And Mr. Galt, I understand all the exhibits have been admitted and there's been objections to the ones we've talked about. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaloshkova. Mr. Eglick, are you there? You blacked out. Are you ready to do cross-examination?
I am, and I honestly don't know how that blackout happened. I guess I need to go back to IT school. Yeah.
Mr. Eglick,
We all do.
IT school for seniors. I am ready to ask questions if I can go ahead.
please.
Mr. Hermanson, I've already introduced myself, so I won't do that again. I did want to ask you a question. I see you worked on, it looks like disaster planning in North Carolina back in the day, 1999 to 2000. Other than that, have you ever worked for a city or county government as an in-house staff?
I have not.
And have you ever actually drafted a code?
No.
You mentioned a few times, you said client. Who is your client in this matter?
Stca, Sammamish Town Center Associates.
And so you're with something called, I think, Core Development?
Core Design.
Is that correct?
Yeah.
Core Design, which is kind of ironic because we're talking about the town center core, aren't we?
Yes, and design,
Okay.
and it somehow all relates, yes.
Yeah, it's a seamless web, as we say. So when you say STCA is your client, did you have particular contact persons at STCA?
My client, or my contact is Peter Brennan, who was the project manager for STCA.
And you're the project manager, it sounds as if, for the project. So what's the difference between your role and Mr. Brennan's role?
I think we would be considered counterparts. We are the consultant that they hired to do the land surveying, engineers, landscape architecture. I'm the senior partner with Core Design that is the project manager for this project. Peter Brennan is the project manager for the owner's side, the STCA side. So I would consider us counterparts.
And in this counterpart situation, who made the final decisions on what would be submitted to the city? As
far as documentation, reports, that kind of stuff, or what was included in it?
I'm sorry, good clarification. On substantive issues.
That ultimate decision would lie with the owner. We would make recommendations or we would have discussions, but that ultimate decision was on Peter Brennan's side. Okay, thank you. And I'm going to be kind of going slowly here because Duana covered a lot of ground and it's going to take me a while to catch up. So please bear with me.
Yeah.
You used the term, and I assume it was not thoughtlessly because I counted maybe 10 times, used the term negotiated. As UZDP was something that was supposed to be negotiated. Do you recall that? Yeah. And you also testified that you're familiar with the Sammamish Code, is correct? Yes. Can you point to me a section of the Sammamish Code where it describes UZDP as a negotiated thing? Yeah, hang on just a second. Using that term? Yes, hang on just a sec. So it's
probably my interpretation of this section of code, but it says the approved UZDP will result in an agreement between the applicant and the city describing the terms under which the permits will be reviewed. So,
Excuse me, would you tell us what code section you're reading?
that's 21B 95 0701 outcomes, or UZD. They say UZD plan outcome is the title of that section of code.
So would you agree with me that the term you used repeatedly, negotiated UZDP, is not, that word is not found in the code, is it?
Not in that, no. I inferred the word negotiated where I should have used the word agreement, correct.
And in fact, under the code section you just cited, there isn't an agreement until after there is an approval. Is that correct?
The approved UZDP will result in an agreement. So saying that the process that we're going through now, the review process, would result in an agreement or an approval. So we're working on the results right now to get to that agreement.
Well, can you have an agreement before you have a UZDP approval, in your opinion?
Are you asking for the witness to interpret code? I believe you objected to that earlier as to this witness.
It was overruled.
Fair enough.
Shall I continue?
I'm staying out of this.
I'll tell you what, I'll withdraw the question based on Duana's quasi-objection. Let's just go on. Are you familiar enough with the code to know what can happen if under the code, if the city denies a UZDP?
Yes.
What's that?
As far as the city denying it, and then we have the ability to appeal that denial.
And you're here today to do that?
Yes.
Is there anything in the code that you can point to that says that the city can't deny a UZDP?
No, that's not anything that I particularly looked for. I would have to ask for some time to be able to dig through the code to properly answer that question for you. But that's not a specific thing that I have delved into to research.
So right now you're not aware of anything as in your role as project manager and concerned with how the code applies that says the city can't simply issue a denial decision when the time comes and it decides that's appropriate?
No.
Okay. Let me go back then to kind of delve into the kind of client consultant situation here, because I don't completely understand it, and it's not your fault. It's just looking through some of the materials. You've already established who Mr. Brennan is, and he's the client, and the owner has the final word. There's you as the project manager. Is there anyone else with a pivotal role in this UZDP application?
I could go through our design team, the architect, Larry Zinsberg.
Let's start with that. Is the architect Shook Kelly?
Yes.
And did they do all of the architectural work for the UZDP application?
Yes.
Okay, and I assume we're going to hear from someone from Shook Kelly as part of Stca's presentation. You're nodding your head yes. Okay. Is there anyone else who, you don't need to go down to every design person, staff person level, but is there anyone else who is an important participant in the UZDP application preparation process?
Not that I had involvement with. No, my interactions, at least as far as the kind of the team would, if you're looking at it as far as the owner being the lead, and then, Shook Kelly designing the architectural elements, and then myself leading the design team. I think those are kind of the three key elements. And then we obviously had a series of consultants underneath that were supporting the application and putting in their professional reports and materials to support the application.
Okay, and when did that is, I guess I'm equating you with core design. Tell me if I shouldn't, but when did your involvement begin with this, what turned into a UZDP application?
Our first interaction with the project came in 2015.
And what was that first interaction?
We started doing survey work for STC.
And you were talking about an application submitted in, I think you said November 2019?
Correct, the original UZDP submittal, yes.
Okay. Was there any formal submittal to the city before that?
There were pre-application meetings. I don't know if that meets the definition of formal for you.
Well, a good point. Doesn't the city actually in its code require a pre-application meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And there was one that took place here. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you attended that, didn't you?
I believe so. There were a few meetings with city staff, but yes, I attended that one.
When you say there were a few meetings with city staff, I just want to kind of make sure that the facts are clear about that, because the references have been to meetings after November 2019. How many meetings were there with city staff before November 2019 in the pre-application context?
I was involved with 2 or 3 as we were working on different site plans and having some different meetings as far as trying to understand the elements of the green spine and what that would incorporate. So we had a meeting where we met with city staff leading up to some of the design elements.
Okay, and when did the meetings with city staff start?
I'd have to go back and look through my notes to get specific dates, but it would have been prior to the submittal during the summer of 2019.
Is it your testimony then there was no meeting with city staff in 2016 in a pre-application context?
That's not my testimony. I said prior to 2019. I'd have to go back and look through my notes to see the exact date of the pre-app. I don't have that in front of me.
Do you have your notes handy there?
I'd have to dig through my, if you want to give me a 5-minute break to find the date, I could find it for you.
I suspect that the 5-minute break, given how much we have to cover here, is not going to be a good idea. But you will agree with then, as far as you know, that there were meetings prior to 2019, and I think you said, did you say 3?
Off the top of my head, again, I'd have to. I didn't put a timeline of all of the meetings together prior to this hearing.
Okay, and did the city provide written notes or minutes of those several meetings prior to November 2019?
I know for sure we got meeting notes from the pre-app, because that's part of the process. Is we get meeting minutes after that from staff that summarize the pre-application meeting. I don't know if the Parks one produced meeting minutes. That was a less formal meeting, but anything that was a part of the pre-application process or the review process, the city did provide meeting notes after those.
Okay, and do you recall who from the city was in those meetings?
I'm not going to go names. We could do departments. I know that Public Works was represented. I know that planning staff was represented. I believe that we had a higher level city engineer, planning director, those types were in those meetings.
Okay, and by the way, have you ever been in a meeting with city staff at which the owner has not been present?
No.
And have you ever been in a meeting with city staff where city staff has brought along a city attorney?
No.
Have you ever been in a meeting with city staff in which the applicant has not brought along an applicant attorney?
I don't recall an attorney present at the pre-app or our informal meetings with staff.
No recollection of someone participating from the Hillis firm?
Relevancy, objection. Where are we going with this?
Excuse me?
What's the relevancy of this line of questioning and how is it related to direct testimony?
Mr. Eglick?
Well, what I'm trying to do is establish a background and foundation for how much interaction there was among the city and the applicant and the owner and the applicant's attorney who's representing the applicant, as opposed to the paucity which has been represented so far today.
Again,
maybe the point has been made.
I'll allow the question. Do you remember the question, Mr. Hermanson?
I do, and I'm thinking back to those meetings. I don't recall representation from, I could be wrong, but I don't recall representation of an attorney at those meetings.
Okay. We can come back to that or deal with that otherwise. You mentioned something about the A1 zone as being, I think at some point in your testimony you said it was boy, I was trying to take notes awfully rapidly here, but something about
you're talking too fast. I apologize.
I'm sorry. Maybe it was also having the paper in front of my face. The A1 zone is why do they call it the core?
I've always referred to it as the mixed use core, and I believe that my reference was referring to the guidance documents or the adopted town center plan, referencing it as kind of the mixed use core of the project.
And what's mixed use mean to you as someone who's apparently dealt with that term before?
It's that building type that you see that has residential uses and then commercial or retail or restaurants associated with it. So to simplify it, a mix of uses within one building.
Okay. What is the term, and you used this several times in your testimony as well, you used the term entitlement. What did you mean by that?
Well, specifically referencing the two documents that we submitted in conjunction with the UZDP, the preliminary plat and the binding site plan would be entitlement processes for the land associated with the project. Those were submitted concurrently, but obviously weren't reviewed as part of or didn't get to a point where they were actually reviewed because the UZDP was denied.
Well, if the UZDP is granted using this term entitlement, does that mean that there is some entitlement given to develop as shown in the UZDP?
I mean, to go back to that code section, I would say it creates an agreement or a framework for what could potentially be developed on those properties. I think that it's not necessarily written in stone. I think there's some opportunity to adjust or modify as you go through the design process, as it were.
And is that opportunity on the part of the city to change its mind as to something it's approved, or is that an opportunity for, as the code specifies, for someone to come in and ask for modifications, or is it both?
I couldn't speak to the city's aspect. I wouldn't anticipate that the city would come and say, hey, we want you to do this now. I would expect it to be coming from on the applicant side to say, well, we wanted to change from this number of units maybe to a lower number of units, or we wanted to increase the commercial space from this to that type of instance.
So in other words, when the city approves an entitlement, that means that the applicant who got the approval is entitled to, at least at a minimum, what the UZDP provides.
I would agree with that statement, yes.
Okay. You said something towards the end of your testimony about you were responsible for the townhouse development, but someone else was responsible for the mixed use. I may have gotten that wrong. Is that?
No, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Were you done, or did you want me to clarify? I knew where you were going.
And I appreciate it. You're a very polite witness, and that was fine.
No, so when we originally submitted the project, so the very first submittal, there were 2 engineer firms involved. So our firm, Core Design, was responsible for the engineering of the townhouse development, what we refer to as the Brownstones East. There was a different engineering firm that was responsible for the engineering and the design of the mixed use blocks 5, 6, and 7. And that's what I was referencing there. So initially there were 2 sets of engineering firms that were involved. When we got the comments from staff, it was decided that we were going to go with just one engineering firm to make it a little simpler and have one set of combined plans and reports instead of multiple. And that's what I was referencing. Does that clarify that?
I think so, but let's go on and we'll see. What I see all these designations A1, A2, A3, A4. What's the difference between A1 and A2 and so on? I mean, are they geographic differences, or are there also qualitative differences?
I'm just going to object as to that question being rather vague. Is counsel referring to a particular section of code, or is he asked? I mean, this is kind of more of direct testimony.
I'm asking for this witness's understanding of what the A1 zone is about, and if it's any different than what the A2 zone is about, for example.
Oh, that's a different question.
Objection overruled. We'll see if the witness can answer the question as asked. If he can't, then it'll be refined and asked again properly.
Can you guys hear? So I missed a big chunk of that. So everybody froze, and then I got back after the objection was sustained. Can you guys hear me? Because Peter's not moving. Hearing examiner Galt's not moving.
We're all moving. You weren't moving, and
Okay.
now your image is gone, but your audio is still with us.
Okay.
How's that?
Am I back? Am I back?
You are back.
Okay, so I apologize. I heard an objection overruled, so I assume I have to answer a question which I didn't hear.
Okay, would you restate the question, please, Mr. Franklin?
I'm sorry, I was being handed a note. I think we're still on the question of what your understanding is of the difference between, for example, the A1 zone and the A2 zone.
Okay, I'm going to answer that very broadly because we haven't done any development plans on an A2 property. I know from planning documents that the A1 is kind of envisioned as the central core of what the town center is. So just by inference, I would assume that the A2 is less intense, but another mixed use node. The A1 has always been, at least in my reading, been kind of set aside as the highest and densest mixed use node, kind of the central core of the town center, if you would.
Okay, thank you. You used an expression, which I assume is kind of planning jargon. You said something about alley-loaded townhomes. I'm pretty sure I didn't make that up because I wouldn't think of that. What does loaded mean?
So there's when loading, loading references to the location of the garage, so where you're going to park a vehicle. And so when we're doing townhouses, you could have a traditional townhouse with the garage in the front, access off of a public right-of-way. Everything's associated that way. In this instance, the alley would provide access to the rear of the lot, and then the garage would be in the back, and you would gain access to your home if you were parking your garage from the front. But it provides a front door on the public street side and removes the garage from that interface and puts it into the back of the lot or unit.
So for these townhomes that are proposed in the UZDP, they don't have any driveways or vehicular access or anything from the front?
From the public street. So in this instance, what we would be referencing is 224th. There is no driveway access to the units from there. They all access the alley in the back.
So what happens on the street if you're a pedestrian and you're walking down the street, and there's mixed use this and whatever mixed use that, and then what happens where the townhomes are?
So the townhomes would have landscaping in the front yards, and there would be walkways from the sidewalk that you'd presumably be standing on to the front doors of those units, and they would be they're going to be a 3-story a tall building. So you'd be standing looking at a 3-story building with a porch and a walkway from the sidewalk.
So in other words, and from the sidewalk to the townhome and all that's then townhome property. That's not part of any public sidewalk or street or plaza or anything like that, is it?
Correct. There would be a sidewalk. So in the public right of way, you'd be standing on the sidewalk, which would then be on the edge of what would be private property for the townhomes, whether they're individually owned or yeah.
And just kind of curious, I got to ask, I'm kind of curious. We're talking about townhomes that would probably be, wouldn't they be $1 million, $2 million, something like that?
Objection. Relevancy. What are we doing?
Well, I'm just curious because of the real estate market now. I'm trying to figure out whether that's part of the affordable housing component, but I guess I know the answer.
Can we withdraw the question, or do I need to?
Objection sustained.
Okay. Thank you. There's also a concept in some of the exhibits that you've been talking about it's called a city square?
Yes.
And on the application, the final application plans that you submitted to the city, I guess that would have been in June 2020?
Yes.
Okay, so where's the city square on those plans? Just for those of us who are schematic challenged, and if you can just explain verbally where they are, where it is.
So they are not a part of this application, but they would be to the north, directly adjacent to Southeast 4th. So where our project sits on the south side of Southeast 4th, the town square would be envisioned on the north side, directly adjacent to 4th. And
is that where, well, strike that, I'll ask a more basic question. I think you just said that's where it's envisioned to be. Mm-hmm. What do you mean by envisioned? So the town center planning documents, the town center plan has has 3 or 4 different kind of guidance site plans that you can utilize. And one of those has it located south of 4th. I think it's concept 2 has it located north of 4th. And so that's what I referenced by envisioned is there were different locations envisioned for 4th. The kind of hardest guidance we have in the town center plan says that it needs to be directly adjacent to 4th. And the city staff would suggested that it be centrally located in neither of those 2 locations that you just mentioned. Is that correct? Can you read? The middle of your question didn't make sense to me where you said neither of those. Can you clarify that for me? Well, where was your understanding the city staff was suggesting the city square should be located?
I'm just going to object to clarify what either document or conversation, where was the city staff conversation or written material that Mr. Eglick's referring to?
I'm asking the witness his understanding.
I'll allow it. If he doesn't have an answer for it, we can seek clarification from the questioner.
So my understanding of what staff had, are we talking about what staff envisioned, or are we talking about what staff had communicated to us?
What staff communicated to you as the project manager?
It was communicated that I believe the staff's preference would be that the town center be located south of 4th.
And just to scope back a little bit, if you take into account this proposed UZDP compared to the A1 zone overall, how many acres is this proposed UZDP?
I'm gonna do my math. So it's, I can give it to you. Do you want it in square feet? Because I have that number, but let me convert it. Hang on.
I had in my head it was just a tad over 8 acres. Is that wrong?
Hang on just a second. If I'm just going to round up to 333,000. Yeah, it's roughly 7.5, somewhere between 7.5 and 8 acres, but we'll say 7.5. 7.6 is what I came up with, so under 8.
I'm being told here it's 8.09, but we can duke it out on the decimals as the testimony proceeds.
I'm just going to object from the attorneys.
Could it possibly be that the difference is attributable to the right-of-way take involved in the two roundabouts?
Well, and again, I said 333,000 square feet, which I had testified earlier. It was more than that, and that was to the net area. And I came up with 7.6446281. If Mr. Eglick is saying 8, it's somewhere in that ballpark.
Well, Mr. Eglick actually isn't saying 8 because he wouldn't dare to estimate that, but someone here told me that who probably knows better than I. But anyway, we've got an approximation. How big is the A1 zone overall?
I haven't calculated that.
You have no idea?
I know it's on the north. I know it's on the north side of 4th as well. I've never calculated it.
Well, maybe you haven't calculated this then either. If you take into account this proposed UZDP and whatever has already occurred in the A1 zone, by the time this UZDP in whatever form it ultimately takes in a new application or however, what percent of the A1 zone will have been entitled and some developed?
I have not calculated that. I wouldn't want to guess.
Okay, would you agree it's a significant percent of the A1 zone?
I'm going to object that that's vague. What's a significant percent, and why are we going down this direction now?
It's a significant percent is what he testifies to him is or is not a significant percent.
Well, her question is, why is it relevant?
Well, because I'm trying to get an understanding from this witness. Well, maybe I'll ask a different question if that will help. At what point, if I can go ahead, do you think, Mr. Examiner, is that okay?
If you're shifting gears, go ahead. I won't rule on the objection.
Okay, thank you. I think you said, Mr. Hermanson, that the location of the central square would be decided. It's not as part of this UZDP, but somewhere down the road. Did I understand that correctly?
We didn't envision it as part of this UZDP, therefore it would need to be a part of a future UZDP.
And when would that be?
I couldn't estimate at this point based on when an application could be submitted.
And meanwhile, well, is there some point at which options are foreclosed for development of the square?
Can you,
if its location is not determined?
Can you help me with your term foreclosed? Are you saying, well, can you maybe rephrase that question for me?
Well, when is the point that you, in your experience, envision that the location of the central square should be determined?
Well, we had an exhibit on the screen earlier during my testimony that showed our proposed location of the town square on the just adjacent to this current development on the north side of 4th. So I believe as a team we've gone through a design and incorporated that town square into the future design of what our concept for the properties in this TCA 1 zone are.
Okay. I'm not sure you answered my question, since that is not, I understand that you're saying that's not part of this UZDP, so the location you just referred to is not writ anywhere, is it? As a binding location?
It is, well, it's not, but I would argue that the guiding documents state that it has to be adjacent to 4th. And if we don't put it on the south side adjacent to 4th, therefore it is pretty written in stone that it has to be on the north side of 4th.
Okay. And what was the rationale for not putting it where the staff had said it should be?
I'm going to ask that this line of questioning be paused. First off, because this witness didn't provide any testimony related to this appeal issue, and we actually have a witness who is testifying as to the appeal issue and location of the city square. He did describe that was a town center component, but he provided no testimony as to location, etc.
Who will your witness?
Well,
Excuse me.
That will be our next witness, Mr. Zinsser.
And his role in the project is what?
He's with Shook Kelly. He's the project architect.
Will he be able to testify as to why they are suggesting that the city square be north of 4th?
He will be able to testify as to that, as well as all of the alternative potential locations, etc., everything related to city square. That is a specific
May I be heard?
issue that we have been, that is a specific appeal issue that we've raised. And again, the only reason that only point it came up with Mr. Hermanson's testimony was his overall description of the various considerations in a town center. That's it.
Mr. Eglick, you want to be heard briefly?
Yes, very briefly. Apparently, Mr. Hermanson, other than Peter Brennan, who's the owner, is the project manager and the head of the whole enterprise or planning for this project. He's given extensive testimony on what the code requires and what the interactions with staff were and were not, according to him. And we've had numerous exhibits that have been used in his testimony that refer to the square. I appreciate Mr. Kelly's going to speak to this, but why not learn from Mr. Hermanson what he knows about it?
In my opinion, if there is a member of the team that is far more knowledgeable than the manager, we should hear from the member who is more knowledgeable. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Well, can I ask a voir dire question before we go on?
A voir dire question.
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Hermanson whether he had any input on the location of the square.
I see, Mr. Examiner, I see no distinction at all. Again, this is the appeal issue that we have another witness who will testify on.
Okay, I'm not changing my ruling, but I will allow, I will require Mr. Hermanson to answer that question. Did you have input?
I did not.
Well, then we'll move on. And thank you, Mr. Examiner. Actually, I will ask a different question, though. You said that someone from Shook Kelly was involved in that or was the lead on that?
Yeah, Larry Zinsser.
And anyone else?
Not to my knowledge, no.
What about Peter Brennan?
As far as the location of the city square?
Yes.
I don't know because I was not involved in that decision.
Okay, thank you. To your knowledge, were there alternative plans for, I think you said the townhouses are what, on blocks 3 and 4, is that correct?
Blocks 3 and 4 are where the
I'm going to
townhomes
object
are.
again as to relevancy and what alternative plans. There's a
Well, let's
speculation in
let
the
this develop. Let's not start objecting every time Mr. Reglick asks a question. Let's see where we're going. I think Mr. Reglick, I think he said the townhouses are in block 3 and 4. So that answered your question.
Okay. And were there alternative plans for the townhouses on blocks 3 and 4? Were there alternative plans for blocks 3 and 4, I guess is the first question.
The blocks in the blocks west of the blocks 5 and 6. So the blocks that are west of 224th have always been contemplated as townhomes. We've gone through numerous iterations of different site plans, trying to figure out block lengths and intersection spacing in different iterations, but that area has always been planned as townhomes.
Does that mean there are no alternative plans? There were no alternative plans?
There are alternative plans, yes, but they all show townhomes.
Okay, what's the difference between what was presented to the city and the alternative plans? So
our initial application had the roads running east and west, and 5th Street was intersecting the north-south street of 224th Street. The two east-west streets that were configured for Brownstones East had an intersection spacing issue with 5th. So we reconfigured the site plan to show a north-south orientation because we could meet intersection spacing and the block length requirements. So this submittal was actually an alternative to the original plan set or plan design.
And I'm sorry, are you done? I
Yes,
kind of stepped on your lines a little. Are there any other alternatives presented to the city or not that were prepared for the UZDP?
For blocks 3 and 4?
Yes, sir.
For blocks 3 and 4.
I don't know if we showed them anything besides what initially became the original submittal in November of 2019. I think that was the only alternative that was submitted. I believe that was included as part of the I think that was what was pre-apped, and then what became the original submittal, and then was changed because of the first round of comments.
I guess I wasn't clear enough. I'm not asking about what was submitted to the city or shown to the city. I'm asking whether there were alternative plans prepared for blocks 3 and 4.
Yes.
Okay. And what did they show for blocks 3 and 4?
Oh my gosh. I don't want to be glib and ask how much time you have, because we went through a lot of various site plans trying to get intersection spacing, road curvatures, block lengths, the incorporation of different elements of where the roundabouts were located. We went through, if you would allow me to just say numerous, I would say numerous.
And these were all for, all the alternative plans prepared, all were for townhomes?
Yes.
You mentioned the wedding cake approach.
Mm-hmm.
And can you explain what that is? And specifically, you mentioned it, am I correct, with regard to the A1 zone? Is that correct?
Well, it's actually a concept or phrasing that's directly out of the town center plan, and it's referencing the entire kind of zoning configuration of the town center. So if you imagine, you know, a tiered wedding cake, that's the kind of the envision of the center is the highest and densest use, and then as you work your way out, or as in the wedding cakes get wider, as you work your way out, the density is less, and as you get to the edges of the town center.
And where is the 8 acres or 7 point, you know, that fraction you have, which I honestly don't remember. Where does that sit in the wedding cake?
So the TCA1 zone would be the center, which is the area focused on our project, and then to the north, on the north side of 4th.
And with that concept in mind, and some of your other testimony, were there other building types that could have been used for the blocks 3 and 4?
I'm sorry, I do have to object now because that calls for speculation. Is that generally, or maybe he could clarify the question?
I'm going to overrule. Let's see where it goes.
There are a variety of other allowed uses in the TCA1. So as any zoning has allowed uses, and there are, the TCA1 has a variety of allowed uses.
So the answer is yes, there are other building types that could have been used?
Correct, yes.
And are there other residential type of structures that could have been used other than townhomes?
Yes.
Okay.
I want to, there's, residential is a very broad term, but yes, there are other residential uses.
I can't tell whether Duana is objecting or just and muted, or
I muted myself. I in my mind, honestly, I am objecting. I will address it on redirect. I apologize, Mr. Eglett, because it is weird with the video screens. I'm so sorry.
I don't think telepathic objections are allowed. I'm not sure though. So, okay. Let me go down my checklist here. Maybe we're close to partially being done. Now, I think at one point in your testimony, you said that all staff comments had been addressed. And I think you actually used the word addressed. Do you recall that?
Yes, and that's our goal with any resubmittal.
And when you say addressed, do you mean that changes were made that the staff had commented should be made?
I'll answer that with yes, but with the caveat that when we respond to comments, and this is very common in projects with any jurisdiction, we respond to all. So I say we've addressed all of their comments. We respond to all of the comments to the best of our ability, knowing that we may have interpreted the words or the phrasing in the comment differently than was intended by staff. So when I say we addressed them all, I say we addressed them all to the best of our ability, knowing wholly that we may have not addressed them to staff's satisfaction, and that we may need clarification from staff, or they may need clarification from us. I apologize.
Were there any on which they were addressed by disagreeing with staff?
I'd have to go back and look through, but I believe there were some that, yes, we pointed out that we interpreted something differently than staff, and that we thought that this section of code meant this rather than what they had said. I believe there were instances of that in this resubmittal.
And that was after a resubmittal after being told by staff what staff understood the code to require. Is that correct?
I said this earlier. I apologize. I was thinking about my answer. Can you say that question again?
It's always challenging. The response that you gave, not you now, but that STCA gave, was after having comments from staff that pointed in a particular, said take this particular direction, and then that was understood to be what staff wanted, and the response from STCA did not adopt the approach the staff had directed. Is that correct?
Correct. There were likely instances of that in our resubmittal.
And maybe this is a good time to ask this, but in terms of your familiarity with the code, particularly the UZDP code, is there anything you can point to in the code? And I understand we've talked about that language that says if there's an approved UZDP, then there'll be an agreement. But is there anything you point to in the code that says how many times the staff has to comment on a submittal before it makes an approval or denial decision that you're aware of?
No.
Would this be a good point to break for lunch?
That would be most welcome.
Okay. Mr. Eglick, how long do you want for lunch? It's questions coming from
Are you putting it all on me, Mr.
No, I'm going to ask Mr. Loshkova next, and then I'm going to decide. I may pick a number one of you two pick. I may pick something entirely different. I just want to have what you want.
I think 45 minutes would do it.
Okay, I was going to say the normal lunch would be an hour. I'm willing to work on significantly less than that just because of the physical situation I'm working in. I don't want to impose my short lunch span on the rest of the world. If you want 45, Ms. Koloshkova, how much lunchtime do you want?
Yeah, between 45 and an hour, just because I am in an office environment, so I do have to get food. It's a little bit awkward.
Are you sure 45 is enough then?
Maybe let's go with an hour if we can, especially since we're in a long day. I'll bring my
lunch. We'll stay with our standard lunch. It is now, according to my computer clock, 12:31. We stand at recess until 1:31.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
It is 1:32 p.m. on July 12, 2021. This is the beginning of session 3 in the UZDP 2019-00562 appeal hearing. When we broke for lunch, Mr. Eglick was cross-examining Mr. Hermanson. They are both with us and active now. Mr. Hermanson, I would simply remind you you're still under oath.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Eglick, proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Hermanson, were you involved in the designation on the proposed UZDP application of streets as either pedestrian or mixed use?
No.
And can you tell us who was involved in that?
That was part of the design with Larry Zinsser from Shook Kelly.
Okay. Sorry, I'm taking a note here so I don't forget. And is that because, well, why is that? Why, if you're the project manager, why weren't you involved in that?
That was more related to the architecture and the design of the buildings and how the buildings incorporated with the streets that surrounded them.
Isn't that designation pedestrian mixed use more of a functional question, or am I wrong about that?
I'm not sure the direction. I don't recall having testified to street classifications earlier, but maybe you can help me understand your question.
Well, you're the project manager, and I'm asking whether designation of streets in the proposal as mixed use or pedestrian is a functional question as opposed to an architectural design question.
I think in this instance, at least how our design team was functioning, it was more related to how the buildings and the uses within those buildings were designated and what the appropriate street designations were to relate to those building uses.
So if you're relating a street to townhomes, wouldn't the designation be pedestrian as opposed to mixed use?
I was not involved with the designation, so I would not feel comfortable answering that question.
Okay, thank you. And would you know whether if the streets were designated pedestrian, that would result in the change in the townhouse design on blocks 3 and 4, the design of the townhome blocks 3 and 4?
I know that there was between the two different designations, there were different setbacks. And so we were showing different setbacks and I don't recall which one had which setback, but one of them, I believe it might've been mixed use, had a 30-foot setback as opposed to if it was the other designation, there wasn't that significant of a setback. But that's my only recollection of any impact to the townhomes was related to the setback to the street.
I think moving to another issue, you testified that on the question of how to handle the right-of-way vacation, that would have been usually handled, and tell me if my notes are wrong, would be usually handled after an application was approved, not before. Are my notes right on that?
I think what I was trying to convey was that during this preliminary, what I would consider a preliminary phase, the vacation wouldn't occur during this phase of the project. The vacation would be acknowledged as it was in this application, and then the actual vacation would occur during a future phase, whether it was through a platting process or in this instance for the UZDP, a binding site plan process.
And so in other words, the UZDP entitlement says this road's going to be vacated, and then the application for the vacation comes in after the UZDP entitlement has been approved. Is that correct?
That
in
would
your
be my
opinion?
Yes.
So once that happens, then does that bind the city to approve the vacation if it's granted and approved the UZDP?
I wouldn't know the nuances of what would have to occur on staff. I would assume that a vacation would involve a council approval, or there's probably more mechanisms on the side. But I would say that what we were talking about earlier with the approval of the UZDP, you're approving this concept, and if the city is going to commit to and we need the city to vacate the right-of-way, then I would presume that the city would be committed to vacating that right-of-way to accommodate the shift of the right-of-way to the east to align with the new roundabout.
So then the staff decision on approving the UZDP would then bind the city council to approve the vacation. Is that your understanding?
I wouldn't presume to understand what the council would have to do or would choose to do. I would assume that it would bind staff to put that in front of council. I don't know what council would do with it at that point.
I guess I was asking whether it's your understanding, because you said that would be handled after the UZDP, that the UZDP would bind the council to approve the vacation.
I don't know that I.
Is that your understanding?
I don't think I stated that. I said that it would not bind, but that if staff was agreeing to this concept in the UZDP, that they would then need to move forward with it. What they need to do to get it approved, I don't have control over that or not involved with that process. I wouldn't presume to know if staff recommended the vacation. I don't know what council would do with it at that point. I assume that they have to vote. I don't know how they would vote.
And was the question of the need for a street vacation, to your recollection, raised by city staff prior to the submittal in November?
To my recollection,
2019?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. What about prior to the submittal in June?
I don't recall any comments from staff that were related to the vacation or the dedication of that right-of-way.
So it's your recollection now that the staff never raised the street vacation as an issue that needed to be dealt with before the UZDP could be approved?
Correct.
Okay. Let me just check off my list here. We were talking about the alleys before, and I think we talked about the fact that alleys these are is it townhomes or townhouses? Which is proper?
You choose the vernacular you want to use. Tomato, tomato.
Okay. So, are the townhouses that are on the alleys that are, I think you said the access is loaded on the alley, something like that, because they're configured that way on blocks 3 and 4 with alley access, are there any, to your knowledge, fire requirements that apply? Fire safety requirements that apply?
That is a deeper dive into how and where and what the alleys potentially front on or how they're loaded. So if the alley is provided as and is usable by a fire truck, then presumably there wouldn't be any issue for the fire trucks. Plus they would have street frontage on the one side, on the 224th Street side, because all of those units front. So presuming, well, I'll let you ask the questions.
Okay. So aren't there issues, though, that were raised by the city concerning fire equipment access?
Correct. Yeah. So the alley that we were proposing had a radius, a 25-foot inside radius. And then the width issue was that we were showing 16 feet of pavement. And so there was concern that the fire trucks would not be able to navigate the alley as we had it designed. We had shown, I believe we had included some auto turn, which is a program that we use, that we have the specific fire truck of the fire department that we can run through that alley to show the movements. So we believe that we had shown that the fire trucks could move in the alleys as we had designed them.
And the issue was because the alley has kind of a 90-degree turn in it?
On the north, yes. And that what we had done to help with that was had provided a 25-foot interior radius to allow the fire trucks to make that turning movement.
And then is there also a standard for how far a fire truck has to be, or how close a fire truck has to be so it can get the equipment into the potentially burning residence?
There's they call it a 150-foot hose pole. So yes, there's a 150-foot hose pole requirement. And
is the configuration that was submitted to the city compliant with that 150-foot standard?
We believe that we had submitted a site plan that was compliant. Yes.
I'm asking specifically about on that 150. In other words, if I'm not an engineer, and I guess you aren't either, but you're probably used to working with plans. Isn't there a way to kind of measure it out on the plan sheet and see if it's 150 feet to all locations for the townhomes, or more than 150, less than 150?
Yeah, and there is a drawing in the UZDP plan set that shows fire coverage in that plan set.
And it shows that everything is within 150 feet. Everything is.
I believe it does.
Is that what you're saying?
I believe it does. Okay. Yes.
Now, and let's say if the city interpreted how the measurement occurs differently than the applicant, wouldn't that be something that would require a redesign of the townhome blocks?
Potentially, yes. If there was disagreement as to where fire acts. Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was just coughing. I apologize for that.
Sorry. The nuances,
sip of liquid. Go ahead.
The nuances of meetings. No, so if there was a difference in the way the calculation was done and staff had come back and said, hey, this area isn't covered, we would then take that back and look and see, were there alternatives? Were there different ways we could design it if we did something differently? Or if it was only one unit, maybe you decide you don't want to include that unit. There would be lots of opportunities or alternatives available to us.
And did you have occasion before the June resubmittal to prepare any plans that showed a different configuration to address fire safety requirements?
Internally,
I'm sorry, I was going to clarify. I'm not asking whether you submitted them to the city. I'm asking whether any were prepared.
Yeah, internally, we looked at a lot of different options as to how best we could provide a layout that was superior in design, but also included all the design and code requirements. And so we looked at a number of iterations of how we could lay out the alleys, the blocks, to create open spaces, to create a good design, and all those different things.
Let me just kind of ask you to be more specific. Were there configurations looked at that were specifically intended to address fire safety requirements that were not submitted to the city?
I'm gonna answer it there were configurations that were looked at to look at different alley configurations that would impact the fire safety issues. I don't think we were looking at it specifically for fire safety issues, but we were looking at it for alley configurations.
And you're saying that was without regard to fire safety?
Well, when you say it that way, it sounds bad, but we were looking at it more for the alley configuration, less, we would back into the fire safety issue.
Do the public works standards allow alleys, and from your knowledge of the code and public works standards, to be used for primary access for residential units that don't have street access?
No. Or I should say, no, they don't allow for it. Not that I don't know, but no, they don't allow for it.
You wouldn't happen to be able to tell me what plan sheet you're thinking of, and you could take a minute to find it if you've got one in mind that shows the 150-foot benchmark compliance for the townhomes?
I'm clicking through right now. I am looking at, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just scratching my head. I'm sorry. This Zoom stuff is terrible.
I apologize. I shouldn't be so jumpy. So of the UZDP plan set, which is, I'm not sure which exhibit that is. I apologize, but it's sheet C801. It's titled Fire Department Site Plan.
And could you give me that number again, please?
C8 of 01, C8.01 of 48.
Are you referring to the June resubmittal plan set?
Yes.
That 35P?
Is it 35P?
P is a Paul. Right. I'm trying to figure out what appeal issue this relates to.
And then there's also the next sheet as well. So it's C801 and C802. And these were put together by our engineering department staff. So when Holly Heverin testifies, she may be more, she might be a better person to ask what these site plans are showing.
This would be exhibit 35P, Bates page number 17. I think that's the easier way.
Okay, I'll move on and then pull that up and then I can ask a question about it if I need to. I just wanted to pin down what the witness is relying on. I think at some point you told Duana, maybe more than once, that the changes that would have to be made to address city bases for denial would be negligible. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, how do you define negligible?
In this instance, I believe that the road network as we have it set was fairly well defined as far as meeting block lengths and some of the other things that we were working with staff to resolve. And so I think that the comments as they're proposed, while they may affect some of the configurations to the internal blocks, they wouldn't have an impact on the overall feel of the layouts and the block locations and the things that we had defined as part of the resubmittal.
So negligible means it wouldn't change the overall feel. Is that boiled down what your testimony is?
I think that's a good summation. Sure.
Okay. And if townhomes on blocks 3 and 4 became different structures, mixed-use structures, does that change the feel?
We hadn't envisioned that or contemplated that, so I don't know that I would feel comfortable commenting on that change because that was never in our purview or concept to convert those townhouses to a different type of use.
Well, I'm not asking about converting something that hasn't been built or approved. I'm asking about submitting a new application that has mixed use rather than townhomes. And you can't tell me whether that changes the feel?
I'm just going to object us to speculation as to hypotheticals that are entirely undefined here.
Well,
may I respond? Should I respond?
Okay.
We had repeated testimony, and I think we went in to get this answer several times in several different ways that, all these things are negligible, wouldn't make a difference, and so on and so forth. They were equally, I think, undefined questions. I'm just following up to try to pin down what the parameters are of the responses that were given.
May I?
No, I don't think I need further. And I'm sort of pondering how best to rule on this or to deal with it. It seems to me from the questioning and from Mr. Hermanson's answer that there are, and from just reading the documents before I ever listened to any of you talk about this stuff, that there seem to be two rather diametrically opposed views of what needs to be changed in order to arrive at a plan which the city staff would approve. It seems to me, from what I'm hearing and reading, that Mr. Hermanson's team thinks that they can keep the mixed-use buildings on blocks 5 and 6, and that they can keep the townhomes on blocks 3 and 4, as long as they make those uses conform to the rather multitude of goals, policies, overlapping plans, etc., that exist. And it seems to me that the city staff is saying, we want the city square on blocks 5 and 6, and we're not going to approve anything else that doesn't have that. And it seems to me that the staff is saying, we don't want townhomes on blocks 3 and 4, at least not pure townhomes, maybe in a mixed-use structure. And it seems that the city's saying we don't want to approve anything that has just plain townhomes sitting over there on the west side of 244th, or 224th, excuse me. And then from the point of view that Mr. Eglick is questioning, I think we'd probably all agree that that would not be negligible changes. From the point of view that Mr. Hermanson is representing and his perspective of what he thinks needs to be done, he's seeing the changes as negligible. So I think you've got two vastly different perspectives of what it takes to come together. And that's affecting the questions and the answers that the answerer is not quite understanding what you're getting at, and the questioner is not believing the answers that he's getting. And I don't know how you folks get out of that, maybe just by my expressing that I see that huge dichotomy there, what seems to me to be a big chasm between the two points of view. Maybe that'll help you. I don't know.
I think that's very helpful. And I think maybe I can move on from that, because the answer may be that the examiner will have to tell us whether or not the staff, the department, is entitled to say what it is saying. And I don't know that I need to have this witness talk about what he views as important or not. I mean, I think you've kind of crystallized what the problem is from the city's point of view. So I will move on. If that's okay with the examiner.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
And just while you're organizing your thoughts, just let me add, I am certainly not looking forward to, nor wanting to, have to tell either the staff or the applicant how they should design the project. I may end up having to say things along those lines, but that's not my hope or desire. And I'm not sure how much of that would even be legally appropriate for a person in the examiner's position to do. So.
Thank you. I know there's a question I wanted to ask about that right-of-way vacation, and I think we've already talked about the answer, but I just want to make sure I understand where we are on that. The right-of-way that's being vacated is on what lot?
Let me pull up my, it'd be blocks 5 and 6. It's on if block 5 is on the western side of that block and block 6 is on the eastern side of that block, then it would be on block 6. It's 30 feet in from the eastern edge of blocks 5 and 6.
And what happens, or what goes where the right of way, if vacated, is right now?
Buildings, plazas. There's a breezeway, parking garage underneath, that kind of thing.
So it's Stca development, is that correct?
Yes.
There's a street that would cross it, right? 6th would cross it?
We could bring up that exhibit if that would be helpful.
5th would cross it.
5th would cross it, sorry. Yeah.
Sorry. I'm just going down my notes here and checking off things, so it's actually I realize it's a bit of silence, but it will save time. So this is asking a question I've already asked in one way, but maybe trying another way to get it at the chasm, as the examiner called it. You were testifying that issues could have been resolved or would be resolved if the examiner would tell us to resolve them and so on. So
I don't think I ever said that. I don't think I
I'm
ever
sorry.
said anything. No, I don't think I don't recall saying that at all. Sorry, just to be blunt.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I thought you had said that, you know, if there hadn't been a denial, the issues could have been resolved.
I don't recall. I said that if we continued to work through resubmittals, we would have gotten potentially to a point where the city could have approved the UZDP. I think that was more along the lines of what I was saying.
So I guess it's a difference between could have and would have, but let me ask my question anyway. I think the examiner has pointed out what the city department's view is on townhomes on 3 and 4. And that identifies what he's called, I think pretty aptly, the chasm. So my question is SDCA willing to not put townhomes on 3 and 4?
I'm going to object that the witness didn't testify as to the townhome issues. Mr. Eglick has asked a lot of questions on cross about it, which I've been objected and I've been overruled. But again, the witness has testified. I just didn't cover the townhomes issues. So.
Well, he is the project manager, and he did touch on townhomes in several, not in depth, but in several respects. And he did testify at length repeatedly in response to questions from SDCA counsel about, oh, we could just work all this out. We just were surprised we couldn't work it all out. So I think it's a fair question.
Before I rule on the objection, I have a question for Ms. Goloshkova. Will you be presenting a witness who is a direct representative of SCTA as opposed to a consultant hired by them?
It is our plan to bring Mr. Brennan as a witness, yes.
Okay. I think the question is better asked of the applicant rather than the applicant's agent. And so I will sustain the objection. You can ask it when we get Mr. Brennan in here.
Okay. Can I just ask the examiner to maybe keep that in mind when reviewing the testimony of this witness?
I thought you were going to ask me to keep it in mind for you to remind you to ask him that. That's why I started.
Well, that too. That too.
I'll do the former, not the latter.
Mr. Whited, if Mr. Whited isn't here to pass me a note, I'll probably forget. So, okay, can we go back to that exhibit? I guess it's 35P. I think the examiner said it was Bates, page 17.
Do you want that?
You have that?
Peter?
With the fire circles? That's the page
Yeah.
I found. I don't think it shows what you want, but that's the page he was referencing.
Should we share screen that?
We can
Peter?
put that up. Sure.
Dean will put that up.
Is this the one?
That's the page I found.
Mr. Hermanson, are you there? I can't see you.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Am I
On
there?
the big screen.
Oh.
Yeah. So let's just take one thing from 224th Avenue Southeast to the rear of the townhomes. You know, the block 3 and 4 townhomes.
Yes.
And I mean, does that give you 150 feet the way you read it?
Well, so the one that I referenced, this sheet is a different sheet. This one is referencing a 300-foot distance, and I think this is for fire hydrant coverage. And the next sheet, which is 802, is referencing the hose pole, or the 150 foot. At least what I think is the hose pole. Again, I said this is more in line with the engineering side of things, so I may not be the best to testify to these two sheets. So if you go to 802, you'll see that the distance on that one references 150 feet from the proposed fire hydrants.
There you go. So you're suggesting which sheet?
802, this one that's up now.
Oh, okay. As if I can see it. Is that C101? No, I don't think so. What sheet is it?
C8.02. It's the one that's on my screen, at least.
Yeah, he is cutting a little bit. Okay. And I guess the same question that I asked before. Does that show, if you look at 224th to the rear of the townhomes on 3 and 4,
So yeah, and again, I'll answer, and then you can decide if you want me to continue to answer, or if you'd want the PE that's stamping these plans to answer. But there's a project to the west that we referenced earlier. It's Brownstones West, that's going to be developing the remainder of Southeast Fifth. My thought is that there's probably additional fire hydrants that aren't shown that would cover the east side of this. Oh, we lost it. There it is. That would show coverage on the western edge, because you're correct. The last two green circles do not cover the western edge, or the western side of the alley and those townhouses.
okay, so you're saying there might be something else that would redeem the situation, but what you've got to refers to, it falls short. Is that correct?
Yeah, again, I would say to my earlier theme of, if given the chance to correct this, I think that we had the options available with the Brownstones West, or we would have been able to, based on configuration, potentially adjust fire hydrants, and again, I'm kind of getting out of my comfort zone here, so.
Okay. No further questions at this time. Thank you, Mr. Hermanson.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I ask if there's any redirect, let me finish a note, and I may have a couple questions I'd like to ask. Okay. First, Exhibit 1011 is an email that you folks submitted. It is from a person named Danica Globalcar, and I apologize if I've butchered her name. And it's to a gentleman named Jeff Ellicus, and I apologize if I've butchered his name. Ms. Globalcar is a city public works staffer. I'm just figuring this must have been sent to somebody in your group. Can you tell me who Jeff Ellicus is? Because there's no attribution to who this fellow is. It's just a Dear Jeff memo. Do you know Jeff Ellicus?
I do not.
Okay. I'll ask somebody else later.
I
Um,
apologize that I couldn't help you.
no, that's okay. I'm glad you didn't try to guess. Would you know the answer to this question? Did STCA ask for consolidated processing of the Brownstone East plat, the BSP, and the UZDP?
I believe that was the intent, but I don't have the specific answer to that question.
Okay. How many does STCA own or have some controlling interest in land outside the bounds of Brownstone West and the UZDP property?
Yes.
Is there any exhibit in the record that you are aware of that would show me the extent of SCTA's land control?
I don't believe it's in the exhibits, but we have something that we could potentially submit if that would be helpful. And I see Dewana just unmuted, so she may want to add or. No.
And Mr. Brennan will be available too to testify.
But we do have a graphic that would depict that, and so if that's something that would be helpful, we could potentially add that.
And the primary reason I'm asking is that you keep talking about, and they do in the documents, that the city square can be north of 4th. That's great, but if they don't have any control over it, then that's just pie in the sky.
Right.
You know, we could stick it in John's property, kind of thing.
Pass the buck, as it were. Yes.
Yeah.
No.
Can you tell me whether SDCA has control of any land within the A1 zone north of 4th?
Dewana, can we have Dean pull up that exhibit that shows
1013?
Yeah, because I want.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think we might be able to answer
Page 8.
Mr. Examiner's question with that exhibit.
Mr. Examiner, just as a note, I think on your exhibit 1011, I think that's might be the Public Works Director that you're referring to.
Oh, we'll let somebody in the city staff help
Very
us
good.
out.
Okay.
On the right side, Dean, into that roundabout, and then onto the city square.
This is what, 1031?
Yes. So you can see, I'll try to describe this as best I can. Any of the ones that have block numbers are parcels that are owned by or controlled by STCA. And so you'll see you see primary zone city square. To the east, there's a parcel and then a number, and it's 3321. They don't control that parcel. So that was kind of excluded from the planning. And then you see the apartments, and then to the west, as we get out of the town center, you see some of those green parcels that are labeled. Those also are not in the control of STC, but the areas that were planned are in control of STCA.
Okay, so 8 and 9 down to the south of the UZDP site, and 16 and 17 on the north side are controlled.
Correct. As well as
am I interpreting the mapping of block 17 correctly when I conclude that the green shaded part of it that says primary zone city square is part of block 17?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and it looks like there might actually have been, well, I mean, we jumped from 9 to 16. So there's a bunch of blocks somewhere else. There they are. So all of those are in control.
Yeah. Yes, to the east, and that's where that numbering goes back, and then it comes up back across. So yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Um, Let me look at this before I ask you about it. Third, I'll tell you what I'm looking at. It's going to be 35P, Bates page number 24, which is
Could you repeat the exhibit number, Mr. Examiner?
35P as in Papa, and Bates page number 24, which is sheet L2.01.
Okay.
Just to the left of the city property that I think we've all understood is called the notch, there's something labeled Tract L.
Yeah,
Can
you
you tell
found
me
a
what Tract L is?
remnant. That tract is referenced in the brownstones east townhomes. So that is a reference that is not a part of the BSP or the UZDP, but actually a reference to a tract. So there's some overlap between the brownstones east townhomes and the BSP. And so in the brownstones east townhome preliminary plat, we actually show 2 future development tracts that are included as part of the BSP. And so this tract L is a remnant or a carryover from that preliminary plat mapping.
Okay. It's otherwise known as Block 8 or part Block
Yes,
8.
exactly. Correct.
Has the location of the 2 roundabouts had any effect on the project design?
Yes.
Could you explain what?
They are actually, the 2 blocks are longer than the maximum block length allowed in the town center. The green spine that will bisect that, it has been determined through meetings with staff or communication with staff that will be able to break up that block, but it's actually a longer separation. And then also with the right of way that we talked about that was existing, and the issue it creates with having to have this right of way vacated and where it's located. Though I think that the city would have run into potentially the same issue on the north side, but it kind of preemptively set some blocks. So we kind of went into this with blocks 5 and 6 set, and then it shortened the amount of area that we had available in the remaining area that's west of 224th. So that narrow strip of A1 zone land that's remaining after 224th, because B is so quickly after that, the transition occurs very quickly, and so there's not a heck of a lot we can do with that parcel. And I think Larry's going to probably talk a lot about that and the placement of Larry Zinsser from Shook Kelly about the placement of the roundabouts and the impact it had, because ultimately he's kind of responsible for the design. But those are my recollections of a couple of the issues.
Okay, thank you. does the UZDP boundary, especially on the west side, line up with existing property lines?
Yes.
I had a real problem trying to match up Exhibit 35P, Bates page 2, Bates page 2. Now my notes are goofed up. I had it laying out on the floor here, and I'm not going to take the time to do it, but to try and find it for you. It's on the other side of the room, and I disappear for a while I crawled around on the floor. Because I discovered this on the full-size set of plans that were provided, and I thank you for providing them. But there seemed to be something that just wasn't lining up on the vertical north-south lines.
Okay.
The width of the bottom of that western leg is not the same as where the property lines are, and I got rather confused as to what was happening, because both of the exhibits I was looking at are supposed to be at the same 1:40 scale.
Yeah, it's you may be referencing, so Bates page 6 of that exhibit is the boundary topo survey that includes the entirety of the 5 parcels. And so there's a dimension from our western property edge to the notch property that is 335 feet and some change. And then if you look at other exhibits or other pages, that dimension is shown as 200 and so if you go to Bates page 3, it shows 218.02 feet, and that's the exclusion of that future development tract. So we're losing that future development tract there on that south line.
Okay. Because those were about the numbers that I had measured. Okay, that explains it. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. The last question or two has to do with going back to the fire department thing again. What is this 150-foot pull standard? Is it from a hydrant, or is it from the nearest point where the fire truck can get?
So I believe the exhibit that we show is from the fire hydrants, because we wouldn't presume to know where the fire truck would park if a structure was on fire. So we do it from, I believe the exhibits are shown to be from the nearest fire hydrant, 150 feet.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Koloshkova, do you wish to have any redirect?
Just a couple questions, Mr. Examiner, and I wanted to follow on, there was quite a few questions about these measurements related to what the fire department might provide for. Was there any basis of denial, or did the decision issue any determinations related to that topic, Mr. Hermanson?
No.
That you may recall? Pardon me?
No.
Okay. So just a couple questions going back to some matters that Mr. Eglick asked you about. Do you recall him asking you a question as to whether code requires city staff to review projects any specific number of times? Do you remember that discussion?
Yes.
And can I have you pull up your code book And I direct your attention to section 21B 95030, if you could pull that code up.
The application process.
Yes, and could you describe, does that application section talk about staff review?
Subnote 4 or subsection 4 does make reference to the review process. Do you want me to read that?
Yeah, what does that say?
So staff will continue review as needed to ensure the UZDP meets the applicable standards.
What does that mean from your view as far as what you would expect with this particular application?
Mr. Examiner, I'm going to interpose an objection. The code section speaks for itself, and what it means to this witness is not particularly germane. It's what the code section means to an objective reader.
I think.
You want to comment further?
I'll withdraw. I think the code does speak for itself. I agree with Mr. Aglick.
Okay.
Will as well. All right.
We bridged the chasm.
I didn't even have to make a decision to help it.
Imagine what we could do. I think we've lost Mr. Galt. So, I mean,
is this where we played John Lennon?
Remember, folks, you've got up to 7 more days, so just keep the energy up.
Thank you. So Mr. Eglick also asked you about various meetings and the one set of review comments that were provided, and whether just a lot of questions as to what was discussed at those meetings. Do you recall that discussion?
Yeah. Yes.
Did staff ever tell you or email you that any aspect of this project, any component, would be difficult or impossible to approve, that it would have to result in a denial unless you changed it?
No, we were never given that kind of communication from staff.
Did staff ever tell you at any point that they anticipated that they would have to deny the UZDP for a particular basis?
No, that was never communicated to us.
Okay, thank you. I have no other questions for you.
Thank you. Any further, Cross?
Yes, please, briefly. Have you well, let me try this another way. Were you told by the staff that there were changes that the staff wanted to see in the application? And by asking this, I'm asking about prior to the June submittal.
It would have only been communicated to us through the meetings we had between the first submittal, getting comments, and then the resubmittal. We met with staff to review our questions regarding their comments, but I don't recall that specifically.
So you don't recall that the staff said there needed to be changes in the application? Is that your testimony?
As far as the review comment, I guess I'm a little bit confused. I mean, we got review comments that obviously those are changes in that they're the review comments. So yes, we were communicated that we needed to make changes based on the review comments that we received.
Okay, thank you. No other questions.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Hermanson.
Thank you.
Ms. Koloshkova, whom would you like to call next?
Thank you, Mr. Hermanson. Next, we will call Larry Zinser, and my co-counsel Steve Roos will actually provide the questioning with respect to Mr. Zinser. So.
Okay.
He's going to link, and I will remove my screen.
Okay.
I will have a voir dire couple of questions for Mr. Kinzer when the time is appropriate, Mr. Examiner.
Okay, Mr. Eglick, where is Mr. Kinzer? Or Zinzer, whichever it is. Where is he, Mr. Roos?
He's just changing seats with Mr. Hermanson.
Oh, okay. So he's going to
So
pop.
if you could just give me a minute to get him arranged, and then he will turn on
Okay.
his microphone and his camera. Also, he will be presenting some exhibits with his testimony. So if somebody could give him share screen control, then he'll be able to share those exhibits.
Okay.
And I believe he's on the screen. Oh, maybe he's not on the screen yet. Okay, just give me a minute. He's, I think, plugging in.
Okay. I think he disconnected Mr. Hermanson, so now he's going to connect up as himself, I guess. Once we get him sworn in, I'll let you do your voir dire, Mr. Eglick.
Thank you.
While we have this lull, in case my tilting my head back is bugging people and annoying you, I apologize. But my glasses are variable focal length, and I have to tilt my head back to see the things that are on the screen because it's that close. So if I look down, everybody's blurred. So I hope that's not distracting. Perversely, I could see the screen much better if I took my glasses off, but then I can't see the paper in front of me to write my notes. So we do what we have to do. This is taking longer than one would have hoped.
Examiner, we're trying to get the witness's computer set up. We've got the witnesses totally sequestered, and apparently as a result, he has to have his own computer. So we're sorry about that. I think it just needs a moment.
I bet
I
that's,
apologize.
no, that was Mr. Pyle who arrived.
I'm sorry, I could not hear you. I can hear you now.
You didn't miss anything.
Oh, good. I'm sorry, we're trying to run this so that it's like in a hearing room. Everybody's trying to be separated with COVID, and it's kind of falling apart.
There are many things I like about the remote hearing, not the least of which is I don't have to get up at 5 o'clock in the morning to get down to Sammamish. And on a night like now, tonight, where we're going till 8,
Yeah.
I actually have a chance for a decent evening. Then you come to the bad parts. Some of the
perfect.
technical hiccups are still quite interesting.
Well, and I've certainly run into all of the witness then not being able to connect at all because suddenly their own remote falls apart, and then we're sitting around for an hour. So I really apologize.
I've had witnesses whose image froze, but the audio still kept going. So it was very disconcerting. You just saw this head that never moved, but voices kept coming out of the computer.
And then people freezing, making funny faces.
Yeah. And in that last round, Mr. Eglick's was a little bit out of sync. The sound wasn't exactly matching your mouth, but it was close enough that it wasn't distracting. But when it gets really out of sync, that gets very distracting to watch.
Not the first time I've been told I'm out of sync. My children tell me that all the time.
I was just going to say, was that a statement made by a witness or by an unsworn attorney?
Yeah. Well, they're both attorneys. I'd say they're unsmart, though.
Yeah. I think all of us who are above the age of 20 have been called out of sync at one time or another by somebody. You're really having trouble getting your guy ready.
Can I go find out what's going on? I'm sorry. I'll be right back. I don't know.
Okay.
Still working with our tech guy. The problem is accessing the exhibits the witness needs to testify to or on his personal laptop. So we're just trying to.
Oh.
Really sorry. I'm sure it's just a minute or two. Can we take a 10-minute break so we can figure out what's going on with the computer? Sorry.
I was thinking of that, and I thought it's a little early for the afternoon.
I know.
We'll do it anyway. Yeah. It is 2:40. Say again.
Thank you.
It is 2:42 p.m. We stand at recess until 2:52 p.m.
This
Thank you.
conference will now be recorded.
It is now 2:52 p.m.
Can you guys
on July 12, 2021. This is the start of session 4 in the appeal hearing for UZDP 2019-00562. Now, Mr. Roos, you're going to be doing the questioning, is that right?
That's correct.
This is okay. Well, the way it works on my screen, I'm going to either be able to look at you and Mr. Eglick or watch Mr. Zinser. So I'm going to watch Mr. Zinser instead.
I think that's a good choice.
Well, we'll figure that out in a minute. Let's see, Mr. Zinser, if you'd raise your right hand, please, sir. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be offering in this hearing will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Would you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Larry Zinser II, LARRYZINSER.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Zinser. And Mr. Roos, go ahead, start by identifying yourself and then can go on with your questions.
Yes, my name is Steve Roos, ROOS, attorney with Hillis, Clark, Martin, and Peterson, co-counsel for the appellant. Mr. Zinser, can you state who you work for and what your professional address is, please?
I work for Shook Kelly. I'm a principal. Our address is 1545 West Trade Street, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28216.
And you've submitted your resume for the record as Exhibit 1017. Is that correct?
Correct.
And is that resume a reasonable outline of your experience and qualifications?
Yes, it is.
And can you briefly summarize the nature of your work at Shook Kelly since you have been there?
Yes, in the past 24 years, I've been involved with a number of projects related to transit-oriented development, which includes mixed-use projects, as well as traditional neighborhood developments, which includes both mixed use and a residential component as well. And I've been involved with these projects at the scale of the city, the district, the block, and the building. And with some of these buildings, we look at mixed use typologies as components to these greater mixed use projects. And I've been involved with all the associated activities from planning of these projects up through construction.
And has your work included what you would consider town centers?
Yes.
And can you mention a couple of examples?
Sure. One particular example where sort of exercised the start to finish process was Biltmore Park Town Square in Asheville, North Carolina. We began that project through early planning, working together with the developer, and work closely with the city to move it through the master planning and entitlement process. And it was a phased project which occurred over time where we, working together with a client, implemented first a couple of blocks and then ultimately the full build out of several blocks, 10 in all.
Mr. Hearing Examiner, we would submit Mr. Zinser as an expert witness in this matter.
Accepted.
Mr. Examiner, may I board here?
Yes. Mr. Eglick, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Zinser, are you licensed as an architect in the state of Washington?
No, I'm not.
And have you obtained authorization from any state board or agency to practice architecture in the state of Washington?
No, I have not.
And I'm referring to RCW Chapter 18.08 in particular. Well, I guess that I might as well ask, I assume you're at least licensed in North Carolina?
I work for Terry Shook at Shook Kelly, and Terry Shook is a licensed architect, and oftentimes will work underneath the architect as part of a firm establishment. So Terry Shook, who is principal and founding partner of Shook Kelly, is a licensed architect, and I work for Shook Kelly.
Okay, I just, because that was a long answer to what I was hoping would be a concisely answered question. So you're not licensed as an architect in North Carolina either?
No,
Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Examiner, this witness can testify, I believe, as to what he has done and how he has done it, but in terms of giving opinions that involve the practice of architecture, I don't think he can do that in this state. You either have to be licensed as an architect in the state or have applied and been given leave to practice in the state, even though you're licensed out of state, and this witness isn't able to do that. So that's our objection, and we'd ask that you keep it in mind and limit the witness's testimony.
If, there you are. If this witness, this witness were an urban planner from whatever state, going to testify about a plan for a town center, would you be objecting because the plan showed building renderings?
Well, I guess the first thing I'd say is we'd cross that bridge when we come to it, but this witness has been offered as an expert architect. That's what he was referred to as, and he's apparently going to offer opinions as an expert architect, and we object to that. If he's going to testify as an urban planner, it's not clear why that would be different than the witness we just had on, who said on some things he deferred to the architect. Now we have the architect, and it turns out he's not licensed in this state, not licensed in North Carolina. And, if the licensing laws, I'm not referred to Chapter 18.08 RCW, mean anything, it means that he can't testify as an architect, as, for example, the last witness said that this witness would.
Now, I understand your concern. Let's see where the questioning goes and what kind of testimony he's being asked to offer. If you believe that he is offering some comments that are purely architectural, that one would need a license to offer, please raise your objection again.
Thank you, I will.
Okay, Mr. Roos, you may continue your examination of the witness.
Thank you. Mr. Stca, can you summarize your involvement with the project that's under appeal in this hearing?
Yes, our services were relative to master planning, urban design, and conceptual building design relative to building massing and architectural expression.
And can you summarize a couple of the key application materials for the project? Maybe I will mention a couple. Did you prepare what is a document called the Project Narrative and Code Criterion Compliance Summary, which is Exhibit 13C?
Yes.
And did you then provide a revised version of that document dated June 22nd, 2020, also called Project Narrative and Code Criterion Compliance Summary?
Yes.
And is it fair to say that document was more than 60 pages?
That is correct.
And was it included as an exhibit to the UZDP decision?
No, it was not.
Okay. It is now included in the record as Exhibit 1031, as an exhibit as by the understanding.
Mr. Zinsser, are you having trouble hearing some of his questions?
It's a little broken. I can.
Yeah,
discern.
that's what I'm hearing too. Is you are breaking up a little bit, Mr. Roos. I don't know what to suggest to fix it, but I'm a little concerned that the record is going to miss half the question.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let me, we will, I'm looking at all my dials and my controls and everything looks proper. We may need some assistance from our IT. I'm going to keep talking and ask again about that exhibit 1031. Am I any clearer when I talk now?
Quite clear to me. I was pointing to Mr. Zimby, and you're okay to him too.
Can you hear me? Okay, so let's just keep going. We have somebody from our IT group coming up to see if he needs to fix something to make things more stable here. Okay, so can you begin, Mr. Zinser, by providing an overview of the project area and what elements, some of the key elements that are incorporated in it?
Absolutely. As part of a quick overview, just to put the project into context, to the right of the screen, if you can follow my mouse, is 228th Avenue running north and south, and then Southeast 4th Street running east and west. And as we're depicting it now, it shows the city's improvement project. From a grade standpoint, it's interesting. We're at a low point here at the traffic signal of Southeast 4th and 228th. We actually climb approximately 70 feet up to the frontage of the TCA zone, of which this proposal is addressing. The project itself is about 8.09 acres, and it includes the 5 blocks we've been discussing this morning, blocks 3 and 4, 5, 6, and 7.
Which exhibit is this? Can you tell me?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yep, I'm sorry. It's exhibit 1031, page 8, figure 5. 1031, page 8, figure 5.
Ah, thank you.
Yes.
Mine doesn't have a gold bar across the bottom with a number 3 in the corner. I was having trouble finding it.
Yes.
But I found it now. Go ahead.
So the project is it's a mixed-use project, a full range of uses, including townhomes, multifamily, and commercial uses, which include restaurants and retail. And as I mentioned, it stretches across the entire edge of the TCA1 zone, spanning along Southeast 4th Street. It's organized by the network of streets, which is the logical extension of 225th Place, as well as the extension of 224th Place, connecting to 222nd on the far east with the proposed Southeast 6th Street, as well as an extension of another east-west street running parallel to the 4th, Southeast 5th Street. An overview on some of the programmatic elements for each of these blocks. The townhome blocks, as we mentioned earlier, or as Leif mentioned earlier, are alley-fed townhomes with garages providing parking for each of the individual units. Blocks 5 and 6 have parking below 4 levels structured underground. Block 7 has 3 levels of structured underground parking. The total residential count for the project is 348 units, 300 units of which are multifamily, composed in 2 C-shaped buildings within blocks 5 and 6, and then 48 townhomes within blocks 3 and 4. Block 7 is a mixed-use commercial building, shops and retail uses, as well as restaurants. As we look at the context, we'll talk about this as we get deeper into it. On the north side of Southeast 4th Street is the Village at Sammamish Town Center project. And this project steps up from 228 with commercial, mixed use, office, and retail. As we get to the summit at the intersection of Southeast 4th Street and 225th Place, with the Sky Sammamish project, which has 158 units of multifamily development. A key aspect of this plan is the green spine, which is centrally aligned with the mid-block pedestrian crossing between the roundabouts at 225th and 224th. This green spine runs between blocks 5 and 6 to the south at Southeast 5th Street, which touches upon the Notch property to the south, and farther south still to the lower Sammamish Commons.
Okay, anything else you want to mention by way of overview?
I think that's it.
Okay. Did you plan this project area in a manner to include elements that would meet the planning principles, the open space planning principles specifically of SMC 21B 95.0504?
We did. We recognized the TCA1 zone should have a central open space, and that within the TCA1 zone, that central open space shall be the green spine.
And are you referencing a particular code provision there when you say the central open space shall be the green spine?
Yes.
Do you have screen control? Are you able to advance your slide to the next slide?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. So yes, 21B 95050, section C, the central open space for the TCA1 zone should connect directly to the Sammamish Commons, incorporate low impact development stormwater management elements based upon the watershed sub-basin plan recommendations, and take the form of a green spine or other configuration that accomplishes similar objectives.
So for this project, you proposed a central open space in the form of a green spine.
Correct.
Okay.
As G mentions, in addition, the open space in the TCA zone must meet the intent of the adopted town center infrastructure plan, the TCIP.
And let me just pause there. What TCA zone does the town center infrastructure plan apply to? Is it the TCA1 zone?
Yes, in the
Okay.
TCA1 zone alone.
Okay, so it only applies to the TCA1 zone.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
And in the TCIP, the central open space, the green spine, is composed of a hierarchy of 3 zones: a primary zone, a secondary zone, and a neighborhood transition zone.
Now, what exhibit is this?
I'm sorry, this is exhibit 1031, page 36.
Thank you.
We proposed the green spine to be that first segment of the central open space between block 5 and 6, connecting Southeast 4th Street and Southeast 5th Street. As a secondary zone, which provides that first link in the greater green spine concept, which is envisioned to stretch to the south, include the City Notch property, and connect to the lower Sammamish Commons. And the TCIP is envisioned to extend north for at least 2 blocks from Southeast 4th Street.
Okay. And then do you have some visuals or some renderings of what the green spine would look like between 4th and 5th where proposed?
Yes.
And this first one is exhibit 1031, page 2-15.
For orientation here, we are on the north side of Southeast 4th Street looking south to lower Sammamish Commons. There's the first roundabout at the intersection of 225th Place. Here's the mid-block pedestrian crosswalk installed as part of this improvement plan. And number 2 is the intersection of 224th Avenue Southeast.
And let me just pause you here, just a housekeeping matter. This is drawing page 2-15. It's stamped page 20 of exhibit 1031. Go ahead.
For identification, we have the block numbers 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. And for additional context, the Notch property sits approximately in this area. This is the lower Sammamish Commons, and then the Sammamish Upper Commons in the upper right corner, which...
In the upper which corner?
The upper left corner, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
That is the Civic Campus, the City Hall, YMCA, and library. And you can see between the 2 U-shaped buildings, C-shaped buildings of 5 and 6, our first segment of the green spine. A key aspect was to provide frontage along Southeast 4th Street while allowing for the creation of a new urban room created between 5 and 6 as this green spine. The urban room was accomplished by creating these 2 U-shaped buildings, allowing for the gateway space to allow for that compression and release, and compression and release.
And this is exhibit 1031, page 26.
We're now hovering at about street level on 225th Place Southeast, still on the north side of Southeast 4th Street, running left and right on your screen. To the left is the Village Sammamish Town Center project. We're catching a corner of block 7, blocks 5, block 6, and blocks 3. The entrance to the green spine can be seen this area here.
Page 21 of Exhibit 1031.
What we're seeing here is a couple of vignette close-ups of the intersection of Southeast 4th Street and 225th Place to understand the pedestrian circulation that is occurring as a function of the design of the roundabouts and connection into our street network on the left-hand side.
I'm sorry, just to interrupt, but those roundabouts that you're showing, those are as constructed by the city or in locations constructed by the city, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And what's interesting, just as a detail, the pedestrian crosswalks are on 3 of the legs, but not on the leg that's closest to the mid-block pedestrian connection. At the mid-block pedestrian connection, that is where we aligned the datum for the green spine. We paid careful attention in terms of the programming and the form of the buildings to create this inviting gateway into this urban room beyond. We want to pull elements of the hardscape into this urban room. We want to provide outdoor activities and amenities at those corners to provide a lively corner edge. We have the opportunity to erode the building at the ground floor with arcades and additional outdoor dining, as well as above with balconies, to really begin to give the perceived openness and invitation into this urban room.
This is page 22 from 1031.
This is a street level view of that experience. To the left, you see block 6. To the right, you see block 5. And this is actually the backside of that C-shaped building of block 5. An important aspect in terms of creating these urban rooms is that they are contained visually, but also allow for views to the distance beyond. So I think this demonstrates some of that visual hierarchy and excitement of creating this urban gateway along the green spine into that urban room of activities, seeing that closure, but then having openness to distant views beyond. So visually and experientially, you're drawn through and into this space. Again, with the opportunity of eroding and cutting into the buildings with outdoor spaces, providing more transparency with glass and openings along these edges, the perceived width of that space is opened up even more, and it's blurred as those activities spill out into this space. You can see from an accessibility standpoint, there's a bit of a rise from the street elevation to the level of this central part of the green spine. We understand that will probably be about 5 feet or so, and we have looked at the opportunity to introduce accessible pathways integrated with steps that cascade down to provide that inviting access and accessibility into the space from Southeast 4th Street. You can see the opportunity to integrate landscaping at various levels with planters, urban planters that become seat walls, allow for understory and ornamental landscaping elements as well as punctuated opportunities with streets or with trees. You can see balconies providing those overlooks and sculpting of these forms along the corners. As we move into
Page 23 here.
this urban room, you begin to see the sense of enclosure that we were able to create with these two blocks. We pay attention to that sense of enclosure because it's important in order to maintain that feeling of being in an urban room. And we're at that threshold of good comfort with between a 1 to 2 and 1 to 3 building height to square width ratio. So
Can you explain that? Can you explain that a little bit more? What you mean by that width to ratio?
A 1-to-1 relationship would be the building height would be the same as the width of the space. So 1 to 1, we are actually just over a 1 to 2. So for the building height, we're actually 2.5 building heights in width for that space.
And how did you arrive at that particular ratio?
It's a measurement of the building height at 72 feet by 190 feet width.
And is that regarded as kind of optimal or preferred in terms of
It's an optimal feeling of comfort. You might imagine a 1-to-1 relationship, you're enclosed, but it becomes overwhelming. When you go beyond a 1-to-3 relationship, you lose that sense of enclosure and that sense of an urban room. And the other aspect of that is also the closure. It's not about just the enclosure, it's the closure. And these returns on the C-shaped forms allows for that interrupted line of sight. So if we were to remove these returns, the space would bleed out and you would lose that sense of enclosure. But we're able to achieve that with these returns and still provide that visual connection to distances beyond. So it's this unfolding of spatial experiences and views that are offered as you move through this green spine space. You see, we have the opportunity on the ground plane to imply that north-south datum and emphasis while providing east-west connections across. With both blocks 5 and 6, we have the opportunity, and we've designed ground floor passageways so you can walk, in this case, have access to 225th Place and then through blocks 5 to 224th Avenue. I should mention that this is a podium which caps over the underground parking below. So we're relatively flat for this entire podium with intentional steps, landscaping walls, and/or platforms for features within the space. As we showed on the entranceway, we have the ability to create these urban landscape features, again, with ornamental understory punctuated by ornamental trees. We're showing an opportunity for a trellis structure over platforms, which we imagine could be multifunctional for bands, recreation activities, perhaps yoga classes, just a flexible programming element within the space. We've taken advantage of that to look at creative ways to introduce more green into this urban landscape. You get a sense here as you come to the edge of the podium that there is a grade drop more significant than the 5 foot plus or minus at the southeast 4th Street entrance. This delta is approximately 15 feet, and we've accommodated that with a set of monumental stairs which cascade down in a creative way towards Southeast 5th Street. For accessibility, we have a public elevator as a key feature in that space with easy access and location. You see, these U-shaped buildings are unique in that they have to provide frontage on the surrounding streets, but also frontage on this great urban space. And we have the opportunity to program these ground floors with restaurant and retail shop activities, spilling into that space and creating the activities in this one. So now we've moved
page 25, and I think this is the last visual of the green spine.
So moving down, we are now on Southeast 5th Street, looking back toward the north. You can see block 5 to the left, block 6 to the right. And again, you see with the returns on these C-shaped buildings, the foreground corners and the background corners, again, adding to that layered unfolding view corridor. You see an expression of a monumental step and stairs cascading from that podium to the street level, opportunities for informal seating, as well as landscaping features. You see highlighted in 4, the elevator. Again, another opportunity for green wall screening, providing accessibility from that podium to this level of the street. There's also an opportunity, and we've shown in design, for access, pedestrian access from that first level of underground parking to the street with access to the upper podium with the elevator.
Okay. Okay, I'd like to now move from the topic of the green spine and the central open space to a separate topic, which is the city square. And I'm wondering if you can explain to me the project's approach and evolution of discussions regarding the city square.
Yes, in the TCIP, the city square is introduced. And it's introduced through a number of concept plans. And these concept plans all indicate a city square as the primary zone. And it's understood that this city square would be located based upon one of these options or an infinite number of others that might be appropriate based upon the activities occurring at that time.
So let me pause you there. So there were 3 concepts for the town square, the city square, in the town center infrastructure plan, but you're noting in particular that second sentence of the paragraph in front of us. And perhaps you could read that out loud.
Yes. It is important to recognize that these are not offered as recommended plans, but as illustrations of a variety of ways in which the principles could give form to the town center.
Okay, thank you. So given, and I should mention, is there any reference to the term city square in the town center development code?
Not that I'm aware of.
And is there any reference to the term city square in the town center plan?
Not that I'm aware of.
So as far as you're aware, it's a creature of the town center infrastructure plan, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So given that, how did you go about locating the city square? And this is Exhibit 1031, page 8.
Through initial conversations together with the team and with the city square was contemplated between or as the Notch property.
And did you receive some initial feedback to that location in the first round of comments in March of 2020?
We did.
And what was that feedback?
The feedback was that the Notch was not to be the city square. The city square was to be between blocks 5 and 6.
Okay. And did the team follow up in response to that comment that city square should be south?
Well, we did. I guess when we received those comments, we were a little bit confused because up until that point, discussions had been relative to a city square location at the Notch property. And then with those comments to essentially mandate that the city square be between block 5 and 6, again, added to the confusion on our side as we look at the TCIP and the 3 concepts that are possible.
So what you're showing on your screen here are 2 concepts, 2 of the 3 concepts in the town center infrastructure plan for a city square. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the one on the left is from page 8 of the TCIP, and it shows a city square south of 4th Street. Is that right? And the one on the right from page 13 of the TCIP shows a city square north of 4th Street. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Both are indicated as potential locations.
Correct. And they're within the green spine central open space. And the configurations of that central open space are different as well. You can see on the north side, that green spine shifts and undulates as it tracks north. Shifts and undulates as it tracks south. So again, this raised a question in our minds why the city square was being forced, if you will, between block 5 and 6. So the team asked for a meeting together with the city to understand better the intent of the green spine and the nature of the comments relative to the city square.
And did that meeting then occur prior to the June resubmittal?
It did.
And this is now Exhibit 34. And are these meeting minutes from that June 1st, 2020 meeting that occurred to discuss the green spine?
That's correct. This was a 1-hour go-to meeting whereby the team advanced several questions or discussion items to the city, where we were able to then get together with the city through that meeting and review their responses. And relative to the city square, the question we had was, number one, clarification about the location of the city square. Is as we read the TCIP, there are 3 potential conceptual locations, and why they were focused on the location between blocks 5 and 6. The other question was relative to not looking at the notch as a potential location.
Did in the meeting minutes on the right, or the city responses in the right column, is there any indication in those responses that the city square had to be located south of 4th Street?
No.
And in the meeting itself, was the possibility of locating the city square generally discussed between blocks 5 and 6?
It was.
And did the city indicate a potential concern about that location?
They did. In the discussion, some of the concerns seem to focus on programmatic abilities to provide larger regional events within that space, in particular a farmer's market.
And did the discussion then turn to a potential location north of 4th Street?
Yes, there was a discussion if the TCIP indicates this opportunity for a city square on the north side of Southeast 4th Street, could we proceed with that as a location?
And what was the city staff's response to that?
That it would be agreeable, but would be something that would need to be seen on a site plan and discussed further.
Okay. So given that feedback, what then was presented in the June 2020 resubmittal as far as the location of the city square?
So with our response, we included the 3 concepts.
And this, I'm sorry, this is Exhibit 35G, page 1. 35G, page 1.
We shared the 3 concepts that are included in the TCIP, which includes the north Southeast 4th Street location for the city square. And we recognize the city's concern about the city square on the notch, and we position a city square on the north side of Southeast 4th Street.
And can you blow up that second paragraph or just expand it so that people can see it in terms of the applicant response? And You note there in the second sentence that the staff agreed in recent meetings that designating a location north of 4th Street, Southeast 4th Street would be acceptable. Is that a reference to the June 1st, 2020 meeting?
That's correct.
And after submittal of this on June 22nd, 2020, did you ever receive any feedback from the city indicating that that was a misunderstanding, or that in fact the city square had to be located south of 4th Street?
No.
Are you aware of anybody else on the project team receiving feedback indicating that that statement was incorrect or inaccurate?
No.
So you received no further feedback about the location of the city square until the denial decision on November 13th, 2020. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Go ahead and proceed with your presentation.
Okay. So again, we see advantages to both locations for the city square between blocks 5 and 6, and also with the north location as proposed.
Let me interrupt you. The location, the proposed location north of 4th Street for the city square, was that entirely on STCA owned property?
It is.
Okay.
It's directly north along that green spine datum, which would extend 2 blocks to the north of Southeast 4th Street. We saw an advantage to this location as an opportunity to provide perhaps a larger farmers market that the city had envisioned. We did not have the opportunity to get into the details in terms of the types of farmers market activities that would take place there, in terms of the scale, the frequency, and some of the other functional aspects. Between blocks 5 and 6, our vision, within that space that's defined, could certainly accommodate certain aspects of smaller markets. We could see vending happening in there as part of a larger farmers market experience that could extend to the city square to the north, and then ultimately to the south on the city's Notch property, as that goes through further planning and matures into the park that I think is part of the city's park planning system.
This next slide is Exhibit 1029, page 4. And perhaps you can explain how you created this slide, Mr. Zinsser.
What we did is we took the TCIP plans, the concept plans for the north location of the city square, as depicted on the right, and the south city square location as depicted on the left. And we superimposed the TCA boundary.
The TCA1 zone boundary?
Correct, TCA1 zone boundary. We also superimposed a graphic of the approximate location of the roundabouts as constructed. And we received the dimensions on that from CAD plans that were shared from the city to the team. So we get a sense of the relationship to the as-built to the concept plan, and what kind of ramifications that had on the city square in both of these concepts.
And can you, just for clarity, can you blow that up just a little bit and explain the distance between the two roundabouts under the town infrastructure plan conceptual and what the actual distance is between the roundabouts?
Yes, the center line distance between the streets that frame the city square as part of the TCIP was 283 feet, plus or minus. The actual Southeast 4th Street project increased that by 145 feet to 428 feet.
And did that have ramifications in terms of your design or location of the city square?
It did. The city square was defined by streets with buildings that fronted on those streets per the smaller block configuration. With the increased block configuration, we're providing buildings that front those streets, and then they are four-sided buildings that have frontage on that city square. So the dynamic of the city square changed relative to streets and buildings frontage based upon the roundabout shift locations.
Now what you just described is a hypothetical where the city square would be south of 4th Street, framed by the buildings on 5 and 6. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay.
We also looked.
Then you also looked
at that same relationship to the north side concept, where the distance between the block or the streets that flank the city square were 270 feet. And again, the actual roundabout locations. So the shift of what is 225th Place southeast was eastward 46 feet, and 224th was more dramatic, 112 feet.
Okay.
May I ask, the blue text or blue letters FOB?
That
What's
stands
for?
Face of building.
Ah, thank you.
So this informed both the location of the configuration of the green spine south of 4th Street and the way you proposed the configuration of a potential city square north of 4th Street as well.
Right.
Okay. Did you also look in the course of your analysis at, or let me ask you turn to the next slide. This is Exhibit 1029, page 5. And perhaps you can provide the context of the schematic sketch on the left first, and that way you provided on the right.
Sure. One of the discussion questions that we forwarded to the city prior to our meeting was how the city measures the average perimeter building face when measuring the green spine width.
So let me pause you there. You were looking at TCIP page 18, the language in red below the drawings, right?
Yes.
And it references a 40-foot minimum and a 200-foot maximum for, is that primary open space in the green spine?
Yes.
And the city provided you these notes and this sketch along with their other minutes from that June 1st, 2020 meeting as a part of the June 3rd minutes. In other words, when you got those June 3rd minutes, attached to the minutes was this sketch. Is that correct?
That's correct. This was a follow-up.
And this is a sketch that was prepared by the city staff.
Right.
And Aaron, go ahead.
No, this was depicting the measurement for that primary open space relative to the block configuration that we had submitted with the November 4th, 2019 submittal. So this calculus that was outlined by the city, taking the 40-foot minimum plus the 200-foot max, dividing by 2 to arrive at that 120-foot average width. Applying that on.
Let me pause you there. Did you agree with that math, by the way, that a 40-foot minimum and a 200-foot maximum means 120-foot average?
No. I took, as I read the TCIP, that the entire green spine or the entire primary space could be a minimum of 40 feet, but it could not exceed 200 feet.
Despite your questions about how they arrived at the 120-foot average, did you go ahead and proceed to design this space to meet those requirements?
We did. We overlaid this formula to the space that we created with blocks 5 and 6. So you see we have the 120-foot width defined by the dashed red lines for an entire length of 285 feet 6 inches. That gives us the area that we are required to provide based upon this formula. And that area is 0.79 acres. So as we look at the buildings, we deduct the area of encroachment as represented in pink and look at the additional space we provide between the buildings outside the 120 feet. And as we balance that, we arrive at a total primary open space area of 0.84 acres as defined by the black solid line. So it tells us that we exceed the minimum width or area based upon this calculus.
And let me clarify, because there may be some confusion about this term secondary open space and primary open space. Am I correct in that you proposed in your June 2020 submittal, or in STCA's June 2020 submittal, that this would be quote unquote secondary open space, but
Correct.
you are also showing that it would have met the dimensions for primary open space as sketched by the city. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
And I take it your assumption was there would be further conversations about this topic. This was not going to be the end of the discussion.
Certainly.
Right. Okay. I'm showing you now what's page 20 of the UZDP decision. And you will see there that it includes figure 3. Do
Yes.
you believe that figure 3 is accurate?
I don't. Figure 3, as it's labeled, says the green spine as described in the town center infrastructure plan. This is one concept that is described in the TCIP. There are 3 other concepts that are illustrated as potential concepts. This would seem to imply that this is the green spine.
You mentioned there are 3 other concepts. Did you mean 2 other concepts in addition to this one?
Yeah, I'm sorry, yes, 2 other concepts.
A total of 3 concepts, and they're showing one and only one as the green spine?
Yes. There's another item, the labeling of Lower Sammamish Commons is not part of the TCIP in describing the Notch property. The Notch property is not described as the Lower Sammamish Commons in the TCIP.
So the text in white saying Lower Sammamish Commons has been added for purposes of this figure 3. It's not in the TCIP itself.
That's correct. Also added are the names of the streets: 225th Place Southeast, 224th Avenue Southeast. And again, this is not accurate, as we saw based upon the as-built locations of the roundabout. So
The distance. Go ahead.
this as a concept physically can't happen as the green spine based upon those existing factors.
The distance between 224th and 225th,
Correct.
as constructed, being significantly greater than is shown here.
Correct.
And did you have any other comments about this figure 3?
Again, just to reemphasize, the TCIP shows more than one concept and gives flexibility for many more.
And let me have you just blow up the area immediately below the city square on the left sketch. Do you see the term Lower Sammamish Commons anywhere on that green space below the city square?
I do not.
Does the Sammamish Commons, in fact, start below Southeast 6th on this sketch?
That's correct.
Okay, that concludes my comments and my questions about the city square, which, just to orient you, Mr. Hearing Examiner, is appeal issue 16. I'd like to turn now to the topic of townhouses. Appeal issue 18 and pages 25 and 26 of the UZDP decision. What we have here is Exhibit 1031, page 8, shown 4. Just has the yellow band added to it at the bottom there. Were townhomes part of the proposed use in the TCA1 zone under the project?
Yes.
And can you just, we've been over this a few times before, so you can just mention briefly where you see them there. Actually, go back one slide, just depict again the boundaries of the A1 zone, yeah.
Yes. The A1 zone
Okay, and this again shows the location of the roundabouts as actually constructed, as opposed to how depicted in the infrastructure plan.
You're breaking up again.
Oh, okay.
Whether Mr. Zinsser heard that question, but I have no clue what he asked.
Okay, I'm going to keep talking. Am I getting any clearer?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, momentary lapse there. Can you describe where blocks 3 and 4 are in relation to the TCA1 zone as a whole?
Yes, they are on the westernmost edge of the TCA1 zone. That TCA1 zone boundary is represented by this black dash line with the yellow dash line above it.
Okay.
And it stretches the frontage, blocks 5, 6, and ends with the center line of 226.
And how many net acres is that approximately, blocks 3 and 4?
It's about 1.85 acres net, which
And go ahead.
is about 23% of the overall gross of the proposed phase 1 UZDP.
Okay. can you take some time? This is obviously an important issue, so I'd like you to take some time to walk through the factors that led to the programming of townhouses where proposed here on blocks 3 and 4.
Certainly, yes. As I mentioned before, the existing Village at Sammamish Town Center project is quite large in terms of its programming from a commercial and residential.
I'm sorry, before you do that, do you want to note some of the key code references that you looked at?
I was going to explain a little bit about.
Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, yes, there's this project. It has 159 dwelling units, multifamily, situated on the corner of Southeast 4th Street and 225th Place. It has about 13,000 square feet of retail on the ground floor, fronting along Southeast 4th Street and turning the corner onto 225th Place. The bulk of the commercial steps down with the site, approximately 53,000 square feet on this first step below, all the way down to approximately 49,000 square feet on the corner of Southeast 4th Street and 228th Avenue. So this was a major factor in terms of our initial thinking about the programming of blocks 5, 6, and 7 in terms of continuing that commercial and residential density and feeding off of that to create a viable and cross-shopping opportunity. So given the block sizes that we were working with based upon the roundabout locations and the north-south streets between.
Can I have a clarification, please?
Is that what, Mr. Reglick?
Yes, it is. My microphone doesn't seem to be working quite that well. There were some words that said, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
There were some words, it was a viable something opportunity, and the audio from the witness, and especially from Mr. Ruth, has been kind of muffled, but that was particularly muffled. I was wondering if that could just be repeated or clarified, and maybe is there a way to clarify the audio overall?
From my perspective at my computer, Mr. Zinser's audio has been impeccably clear. Mr. Roos's comes and goes. And I can hear there's about a 3-second lag between what I'm saying and when it's coming out of your speaker down there. It's about the same lag I see when you speak and when it gets to me. So technology's great, isn't it? Let's have Mr. Bruce go back and ask the last question, and then let Mr. Zinser answer it again and see if that helps Mr. Reglick's inability to hear.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let me try again. I believe you were going to start walking through the factors that led to the programming of townhouses. And you, I believe, were beginning to describe how you programmed blocks 5, 6, and 7 based on the characteristics north of the previous development. So I think that's where you're going, and that's what I was asking you about.
That's correct. And again, feeding off of this existing development, it's beneficial to establish that commercial continuation at this crossroads in relationship. As we look at these block configurations for 5, 6, and 7, we programmed those with ground floor retail and restaurants with multifamily above to arrive at a commercial square footage of 42,000 square feet, which is balanced with the 300 residential units above according to the parking supply that we can accommodate below the green spine podium and within this block. And that balance is key in terms of providing adequate parking for the uses above. With block 7, because of the narrow block nature, we took that as an opportunity to provide a 2-story commercial structure, which could be a larger anchor use up to 30,000 square feet as allowed by the code, or it could be a cluster of shops or restaurants that would act as an anchor. Again, taking advantage of this more narrow site, still wide enough to accommodate an efficient parking below. And that's important. As you see, none of the parking for these mixed-use buildings is visible from the street. It is all below grade. So the total square footage, a commercial on block 7 is 40,000 square feet. So our combined commercial square footage with 5, 6, and 7 is 82,000 square feet with 300 units of residential above. And so at that point, we look at the remaining commercial square footage that's available within the TCA1 zone. And we think about that in the context of not only this phase 1 project, but future phases within the TCA1 zone. And as we think about that in that context, we began to think of what is the most appropriate use and development for blocks 3 and 4. So a key factor in that was looking at the codes and adopted planning documents.
So let's go through these one by, and can I hear, I'm using headphones hoping this will help my audio. Is it any better this way?
So far, you're fine.
Yes.
Okay, let's try this. So let's take these one by one. The left half of the screen here is from Appendix 1 of the Sammamish Town Center plan, I take it?
That's correct.
Okay.
We're looking at A2 allowed building types. And as highlighted in the A zone, west meaning the west side of 228 Avenue, townhouse attached single-family residences are an allowed use as part of an approved master plan, as are multifamily residential, mixed use, commercial office, residential, or commercial retail. Sorry.
And let me pause. Let me pause there. In the denial decision where the city references various town center plan policies and goals, did you see any reference anywhere to this Appendix 1 or Table A-2?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
in the UZDP denial decision, did you see any reference to this table A-2 that you've just highlighted?
No.
Okay, and then the right column?
The right column is from the municipal code 21B 20040 residential land uses. Townhouses are a permitted use as part of an adopted unified zone development plan.
Okay.
With development conditions, those conditions are, except for lobbies or other similar entrances, the use is prohibited within 30 feet of the sidewalk on the ground floor of designated pedestrian-oriented streets or corridors.
Okay. And you're going to have to blow this language up, Larry, for people to be able to see it.
Sure. We also look to the TCIP for guidance.
And the TCIP, again, applies only in the TCA1 zone, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you might need to blow that up even further in terms of the left column.
So the TCIP outlines development principles, and in particular, land use and development patterns. And highlighted, the TCIP explains that residential uses may occupy the upper floors of the core, and it references Juanita Village, and also form a high-density ring around the core, referencing Kirkland, using townhouse and stacked flat building types. I think the TCIP is acknowledging also, with the next sentence, market and finance conditions may not support the vertical mix of retail and residential, which is residence above shops. Therefore, a horizontal mix of residences near retail may also be used to give variety and definition to the streetscape.
And that's from, just so the reference, that's page 4 of the TCIP, correct?
That's correct.
Under land use and development pattern.
Correct.
Okay.
So we also read on page 7 of the TCIP, putting the planning principles at work. The TCIP states that since the great majority of the land area contained within the CMU, the core mixed use, will be developed by the private sector, the eventual development will be informed not only by the principles, but by market conditions, land availability, financial climate, and other factors in place at time of development. These principles and inputs will guide the proposals to a walkable, vibrant core area containing a mix of retail, commercial, public, and residential uses. And as we read further on into development guidelines.
And just for orientation, this is page 15 of the TCIP.
Page 15. This gives us guidance on the land use and intent. The core mixed use area, the CMU, will be the civic and commercial heart of Sammamish. To that end, it will contain a full range of land uses, including commercial, retail, residential, attached, and multifamily, civic, public, institutional, parking, open space, and others. And then there's a reference to table A2. There's not an A2 table in the TCIP. The reference appears to be back to table A2 in the Sammamish Town Center Plan, the allowed building types.
And those allowed building types include townhouses.
Correct.
And can you go back to that? What does that term residential attached mean?
Attached is commonly referred to as townhome development.
Okay. And that would be consistent with table A-2 that it then references.
That's correct.
Okay.
The last sentence, or the next sentence in this paragraph, says these uses will be arranged to create a compact, pedestrian-friendly, walkable, mixed-use neighborhood. When we say mixed use, that's vertically and horizontally mixed in the core mixed-use area, consisting of a network of connected streets and pathways. So we also received additional guidance during the pre-application process from the city that townhomes were an allowed use within the TCA1 zone, subject to the conditions mentioned earlier, that if on a pedestrian-oriented street, they shall be set back from the sidewalk 30 feet.
Before you go there, I think, did you have one more slide on the TCIP that you wanted to show?
Sorry.
And this is also from the Town Center Infrastructure Plan, page 25. And what is this showing?
On the left-hand side are sort of two studies. The one in red is the study of a cross-section for a residential block prototype for townhomes. And for visual benefit, I've blown up on the right-hand side just the area indicated with this red band. To show the study that was provided within the TCIP for a townhome within the context of the block. As we look at this cross section, here is a street right-of-way defined by the right-of-way line to the inside, and that block extends from that right-of-way line to the center line depicted. And what we see is a two-story townhome with ground floor uses, living room, kitchen, and then bedroom and associated spaces above. With parking in this study arranged as a garage below the unit.
So without getting into the details, did you gather from this drawing that blocks of residential townhomes were part of what's contemplated in the TCIP?
Yes.
Okay, you were starting to talk about anything else about this slide that you want to mention, discuss?
Not related to townhomes, but there's also studies for the commercial block prototypes.
Okay. You were beginning to talk about the pre-application feedback that the applicant received in May of 2019. Leading up to that pre-application meeting was a site plan or diagram showing the proposed townhomes provided to the city?
Yes, as part of our pre-application, we included a site plan which indicated, indicated townhomes on blocks 3 and 4.
So you submitted, or the applicant team submitted, a site plan prior to the pre-application showing townhouses on blocks 3 and 4 and entirely townhouses on blocks 3 and 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the feedback or response you received from the city is that townhouses would be a permitted use, and then you received direction that they should be set back by 30 feet in a revised site plan with the application. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, I think you are then going to begin to describe some of the other specific factors that led to the programming of townhouses within blocks 3 and 4. And here we have exhibit 1031, page 20. And why don't you continue on with some of the other factors?
The first factor is the roundabout location relative to the Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project and the increased separation between these two intersections. By way of further explanation,
This is exhibit 1029. Go back to the previous one. Exhibit 1029, page 1. And this is exhibit 1029, page 2. Which do you want to start with?
I'd like to start with this one here.
Okay. 1029, page 1.
This is a figure from 21B 30030 site planning street front orientation. And this provides an overview of the greater Sammamish Town Center, and what we've highlighted as an overlay is the approximate TCA1 zone boundary. I should mention that this plan, as part of this figure, is not representing the TCA1 zone as depicted in the TCIP. So the TCIP is focused in this area here. We've also overlaid the approximate locations of the roundabouts as constructed by the city to see that relationship to the street network and street type designations. Defined.
This next slide is exhibit 1029, page 2, and you might say a word about how you prepared this particular slide, Larry.
Yes. So what we did is we created a composite overlay using the scaled plan, the town center concept plan, and overlaid the TCIP concept plan. And in this case, for reference, the option that showed the city square on the south side of Southeast 4th Street. So we applied a transparency so we could see that overlay in juxtaposition. The assumption being is that the TCA1 zone and core mixed use plan as part of the TCIP would have to somehow blend into the surrounding Sammamish Town Center plan. So what we did with that composite overlay is define the street intersections from 228th across the frontage along Southeast 4th Street, starting with 1, 228th, 2 at the intersection of the street contemplated by the town center plan, 3, the first intersection that is indicated by the TCIP composite plan, number 4, the second street along that frontage, 5, 6. So 3, 4, 5, and 6 are the 4 intersections across that TCA 1 zone as part of the TCIP planning concepts. Then we transition back into the town center concept plan for intersection 7 and then ending with 222nd. In the black, we've overlaid the roundabouts and street stubs as constructed by the city to show that relationship across that frontage. Now, for reference below, we're showing the Southeast Street project from January 2017 as obtained from the city's website. Now, as we look at this, we understand the distances between these 3 block and street intersections. From 3 to 4, 260 feet. From 4 to 5, 283 feet. And 5 to 6, 262 feet.
Those are the distances under the original
That's
concept.
correct. That's correct. And they're plus or minus relatively equal blocks. 3 full blocks across that frontage with 4 intersecting streets running north and south.
Those being 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Correct.
All within the A1 zone.
All within the A1 zone.
Okay.
So as we look at that relative to Southeast 4th Street and the impacts to the block structure, we see that with 225th and its shift 46 feet to the east, it pinches this block here between 3 and 4. Our plan, our current plan, keeps this intersection slightly shifted to align with the boundary between TCA 1 and TCB. As we look at the streets between intersection 5 and 6, we see that more dramatic shift of 224th plus or minus 99 feet to the west. That dramatic shift pushes a street, or essentially collapses the streets defined by the intersection of 5 and 6 into one. So we lost a street in the network with the Southeast 4th Street improvement project. So that was the first factor in our thinking about the programming for the blocks between 224th and the TCA zone for 3 and 4.
So we might call that factor 1.
Correct. The next factor is the block geometry. As I mentioned, with the collapse of these two streets into one street, the block geometry across this entire frontage has changed dramatically. Less so if we think about the center line between 4 and 5 on the east side. That geometry is modified by 46 feet plus or minus into a more narrow block. We have a much larger super block in the center between 224th and 225th. And we have a dramatically narrower block between 224th and the TCA1 zone boundary.
And that narrower block that you're talking about, that's blocks 3 and 4. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
So as we look at that narrower block, it's not a complete block. It's a in terms of the geometry that is conducive to a commercial activity, it is pinched. The other challenge is, and I think this goes to both factor 1 and block geometry, is we've eliminated a link out of the street network, which reduces the street hierarchy and circulation that I believe was intended with the TCIP with these 4 north-south street connections. We've lost a valve in the traffic circulation, which impacts the ability for a more viable commercial activity in this narrow block.
Just to put a point on it, what was the distance from 224th to the edge of the A1 zone under the town center plan scheme or town center infrastructure plan scheme versus what it actually is now that the roundabouts have been constructed?
So the TCIP concept had a dimension of 283 feet from that intersection to the boundary. With the new as-built condition, from the center line to that edge, we're at 184 feet and a half, plus or minus. The other factor building scale and compatibility. When we think about the wedding cake notion of stepping the scale and form of the building in wedding cake fashion as we transition from and through the core and adjacent areas, I think this rendering begins to show what that might be in terms of conflicting with that vision. If you imagine a building of similar scale as 5 on block 3, the scale jump is pretty dramatic into the adjacent B and then through the C zone. Another factor is
Did you have a cross section of the wedding cake?
I do.
This is Exhibit 1031, page 10. And again, all these exhibits, 1031, all these exhibits to 1031, just as a reminder, this was not an exhibit to the UZDP decision, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
What we're looking at here are 2 cross sections through the site. Figure 8, section AA, is through the entire site, and it cuts through block 3. I'm circling here. Here's 224th. Here's block 5. Here's that C, and there's that return. Here's the green spine as it comes through block 6, 225th place, block 5, and then the boundary between TCA 1 and B. So if we zoom in to the section relative between blocks 3 and block 5, you can see that transition that we can achieve with the townhome building typology. And that if we were to look at it more commercial and higher density product on this site, that wedding cake scale and compatibility would be lessened. The other factor, or another factor.
And again, this is from Exhibit 1031, page 8. And just to clarify about Exhibit 1031, I mentioned that that was not an exhibit to the UZDP decision. However, it was a part of SDCA's June 2020 resubmittal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Just want to clarify that that was part of your June resubmittal. Go ahead.
Another factor is the proximity of blocks 3 and 4 to 222nd place and the existing R1 zoning district on the west side. From that TCA1 boundary, on the west side of blocks 3 and 4, that distance is only 346 feet to the center line of 222nd. So again, in terms of thinking about compatibility to the uses and scale of buildings on blocks 1 and 2, but also the existing neighborhood on the west side of 222nd, townhomes seem to be a more appropriate use and building typology.
And do the UZDP planning principles 21B 95.50, I'm sorry, 0.050 specifically refer to impacts to surrounding residential areas as a factor in determining consistency with building scale and compatibility principles?
Yes.
That reference is 21B 0.95.0506A. And have you looked at how the distance between the edge of the A1 zone here on blocks 3 and 4 to the residential zoned property outside the town center, how that distance compares to other parts of the TCA1 zone and surrounding residential areas?
Oops. We have.
And is it fair to say that the distance is closer to a residential area here than anywhere else in the TCA1 zone?
It is much more compressed.
Okay, so I have that as factor 5. Counting might be a lot, but building scale and compatibility.
Another factor is the wetland. It exists directly across from block 3 along Southeast 4th Street. And if I could zoom into the graphic, you see the wetland defined by the marsh symbol and the required buffer area. With the shift of the roundabout to the west, it has pinched the land between the logical extension of 224th to the north and that existing wetland and buffer area, such that it creates a wedge of developable land area in the future. That takes away the ability for future development, if it was to be programmed commercial, to engage and have frontage along Southeast 4th Street. It essentially creates a void of activity along that edge directly across from block 3. That diminishes the commercial viability of 3 because of the loss of ability to have cross-shopping intensities as a retail ecosystem. Another factor is on-street parking. The TCIP initially, or it does envision, on-street parking for all streets within the TCA1 zone. and illustrates parking, on-street parking along Southeast 4th Street across the entire frontage. The city's Southeast Street Improvement Project Plan, well, step back, the TCIP also envisioned bicycle access along Southeast 4th Street, but they envisioned it in a manner which the bicyclists would share the lanes with the vehicles with the use of sharrows, such that the on-street parking could be accommodated. The Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project, through its design, created dedicated bicycle lanes and eliminated on-street parking along that entire frontage. It impacts blocks 5 and 6 and 7 as well because of that, but we're able to achieve some measure of on-street parking on the other streets. It is really impactful on blocks 3, as we lose that entire frontage on Southeast 4th Street for on-street parking, and we lose, I would say, at least, if not more than half the frontage of block 3 along 224th. And again, that is a function of the roundabout design, the splitter island, and what we assume is the street design that was used to create the splitter island geometry. We're providing the mid-block connection as we have a block greater than 300 feet, and that limits our on-street parking ability to just 4 spaces along 224th. And then if we did not have an alley for block 3, we would probably pick up 2 or 3 spaces along Southeast 5th. That on-street parking matters in a retail environment for the ability for customers to have easy parking opportunities and for the tenants to benefit from that additional retail and customer access. Another factor is the loading and service functions that would be required for a commercial program on blocks 3 and 4. We would look to provide that access to those blocks from Southeast 5th Street. And as we look at that access within the context of the extension of Southeast 5th Street and transition in a compatible manner into the adjacent TCB and TCC zone, it seemed to be a bit of a conflict in terms of activities and mixing that would occur at this gateway into and between the 2 districts. Functionally, for that servicing and loading, as it has to be off-street, the service aspects, we have some turning radius restrictions given the narrow width of the block. Another factor are market forces. Oops. Sorry. As I mentioned earlier, we have the Village at Sammamish Town Center project anchored on the corner of Southeast 4th Street and 228th Street, along the entire frontage of Southeast 4th Street, and then turning the corner of 225th Avenue Southeast. We have the anchor that we're creating with blocks 5, 6, and 7 as balanced mixed use components, balanced between uses and parking that can be achieved feasibly below those blocks. As we look at the market and what market expectations would warrant, we see an extension of this commercial activity aggregating around this intersection of Southeast 4th Street and 225th in a north-south cross street pattern. In the long term, again, the underlying plan does not represent the TRF project, but imagine that in this location here, then our phase 1, blocks 5, 6, and 7 in this location, and this is the roundabout at 225th. The long-term plan is for a northwest connector that would extend and tie into the intersection of 228th and East Main Street. That will become a key connection to the TCA1 zone from 228. If you look at this within that larger town center context, in terms of traffic flow, accessibility, these are the things that the commercial market is going to look at in terms of creating a viable commercial project. So as we think about commercial uses and patterns, it seems that that's a pretty strong force pulling those commercial activities into this area. Another factor is just the financial aspects, the construction costs associated with a commercial project on blocks 3 and 4, given the geometries that we've been discussing. Any development that happens here, whether it be a single-story commercial or a mixed-use commercial with residential, is going to require below-grade parking. And there would have to be enough density there to justify the expense of going below grade. That density would probably push us into an incompatible building form and intensity immediately adjacent to B and then the C nearby. One note about the townhomes.
Hang on, Larry. Let me just get people oriented to what we're looking at. This is Exhibit 1031. Again, missing from the UZDP decision. Exhibit 1031, page 28. And can you orient folks as to what we're looking at here?
We are standing near the corner, I guess, near the mid-block pedestrian crossing of Southeast 4th Street, and this is 224th Avenue as it extends south towards the Commons beyond. So we're standing on the sidewalk on the opposite side of Block 3 and Block 4, and there's Southeast 5th Street, which splits between.
So we're looking southwesterly. Would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
And by the by, it's virtually 5 o'clock. I'm going to want to take a break here shortly.
Yes, we're at a natural break in about 5 minutes, if that's okay.
Very good.
So with the townhomes, a couple of things relative to creating that compatible scale and transition from Block 6. We've oriented the faces of these buildings, as discussed earlier, with these great landscape gardens, walkways, and fences and railings to create this lush presentation set back 30 feet from the sidewalk.
That's the 30-foot setback that the city required in its pre-application minutes.
That's correct.
Blocks 3 and 4. Okay.
So we have the opportunity to create similar themes of a mixed use, unified expression of architecture by implementing similar attributes where a base of the building is clearly defined through the use of unique materials, stoop architecture, and window openings and doors. We're creating this middle zone similar to the blocks 5 and 6 mixed use expression, again, with materiality, composition of windows, balconies. So similar activities and expressions are achieved with this townhome presentation. Above, we have the opportunity with building forms to start that transition with different pitches and sheds and window treatments. We're making that compatible transition from the 6-story to the 3.5, 4 stories to 3 stories beyond.
Okay. Anything else you want to say about this slide? If not, we might want to take a break at this point. But I don't want to hurry you if there are other points you wanted to make on this slide, Mr. Zinsser. I noticed that at the bottom there, you've got 16 key features in the legend. Is that correct? Showing. Right. And again, this is a page that's missing from the city's UZDP decision. Okay.
May we take the break now?
Yes. I think we're at a good stop.
Okay, let me slide back. I can get Mr. Roos and Mr. Eglick on the same little side screen here. What do you gentlemen prefer for the 5 o'clock break? I indicated an hour so you could have dinner. I'm willing to do less than an hour, have a snack, maybe 20, 30 minutes. I think we probably need more than 10 because this is a long day and I think you want to stretch. At least I do. Do you have preferences? Whatever we do tonight's going to set the scale for Wednesday and Friday, the other two long days this week. Mr. Eglick. I'm sorry, can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I guess it's proximity. The city would like to stick with the 1 hour. I think that's the strong consensus from those in the room here.
Okay. Is that okay with you, Mr. Roos?
That's fine. Yes.
Okay. It is 5:04 p.m. We stand at recess until 6:04 p.m.
Thank you.
This conference will now be recorded.
Thank you. Welcome back at 6:05 p.m. on July 12, 2021. This is session 5 in the appeal hearing for UZDP 2019-00562. Mr. Eglick indicated that he had a matter he wanted to take up with us before we continued with Mr. Zinser's testimony. Mr. Eglick.
Thank you, Mr. Examiner. If I could ask you all to look at Exhibit 1, which is the city's decision, page 5. Once you're there, go down to 35G, please.
Yes.
So the city will acknowledge that this exhibit may not have been attached to the city decision, but perhaps this will save repeatedly asking the question of whether or not it was called out in the city decision. It was on this list of exhibits. And I'm referring to what's been talked about this afternoon and evening, Exhibit 1031. And it was a clerical error on the city's part. Something else got attached that should have been this document, but something else was apparently attached. But it was called out in the city's decision. Make of it what you will, but that's what happened.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
If I may, I don't think I'm not sure that's accurate. We may need to look at this, but I believe we're talking about 3 separate documents, 35G, 35H, and 1031. And those are all different documents.
Well, I'll look at them tonight after 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Let's not take up any more of our time now.
Okay.
Let's get back to testimony.
Okay.
Mr. Roos, you were questioning Mr. Zinser, and Mr. Zinser is way down on my screen. There he is. Welcome back, sir. I would remind you you're still under oath. Mr. Roos, you may continue.
Okay, Mr. Zinser, you were before the break talking about different aspects of the townhouse design and how it relates to the buildings across 224th. Was there anything else you wanted to add about this exhibit, or are we moving on?
I think we can move on to the next factor.
Okay, so you're going through the list of factors that led to the townhouse program, and we will move on to your next slide. And this is Exhibit 1028, page 1. And before we proceed further on this on the left side is an aerial depiction of the town center zones that are then outlined in red on the right. And was there an observation you wanted to make about the adjacency or the proximity of blocks 3 and 4 to the residential zone compared to other areas of the A1 zone?
Yes, there is. Again, as you mentioned, this is a diagram indicating the different town center zones, and in particular the A1 zone in the context of the surrounding B and C zones and the D zone. And as we look at the townhomes on blocks 3 and 4 relative to the relationships of these zones in the perimeter of the TCA1 zone, we definitely see that this distance is shorter, closer than any other perimeter adjacent zone, with the exception of possibly this corner over here. But if we look at the existing wetlands, this dimension here may indeed be shorter. And what we'd like to do is take a closer look at that from a dimensional standpoint. But just generally, the blocks 3 and 4 are situated in an area where that distance is the most pinched as we look at the perimeter of the A1.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think you can go on and now identify the factor that these slides speak to, and then go ahead and walk through those. Go ahead and walk through those slides, Larry.
The last factor that we're looking at is the commercial allocation that is remaining in the TCA1 district. So as we're hovering over this slide right now, on the right, we see figure 21 on the town center plan, which shows the town center zones for the entire town center. And we are focusing in the area bounded in red as depicted on the left diagram overlay. Colorations, the red, as mentioned before, that is the TCA1 zone. The green is the TCB. The blue is the C. Orange is the D. And you can see in the yellow, we've indicated the area of the taking that was part of the Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project. Again, with the original town center plan, that had not been accommodated because planning on that had not yet started. I just wanted to draw attention that there is a difference in terms of the areas we're talking about.
And this is still all the following slides, I believe, are from Exhibit 1028.
So this first slide, we looked at the existing.
What page is this? Excuse me? What page?
This is Exhibit 1028, page 2.
Oh, thank you.
So we looked at the existing base characteristics for the town center subzone of the TCA1. And we looked at the original TCA1 gross developable acreage. That is identified as the area in red, solid red. That acreage is approximately 24.95 acres. We look at the adjusted TCA one
And
gross.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but that 24.95 excludes the wetland and wetland buffer along the west edge of the A1 zone there.
That's correct.
Okay.
The adjusted TCA1 gross developable acreage at 24.01 acres excludes the right-of-way take. So this is the adjusted gross developable acreage for the TCA1 zone prior to any development. The TCA1 commercial square footage for 21B 25030 provides a commercial base allocation of 200,000 square feet and a maximum bonus distribution of 50,000 square feet for a total of 250,000 square feet. So this represents the base characteristics for just the TCA1 zone without any development. We looked at the Village at Sammamish Town Center project. It's a UZDP approved in 2015. The TCA1 commercial square footage for that project was 115,000 square feet. That project, as we mentioned before, is defined by this pink line, and you can see it includes a portion of the TCA1 zone as well as a TCB zone. The TCA1 zone of that project is 1.48 acres, which includes about 13,000 square feet of commercial square footage. And that's defined by this white line. And it's an approximate footprint within that larger footprint that we were looking at earlier.
So let's just pause there for a minute, just to clarify. So even though 102,000 square feet of that Village at Sammamish Town Center project was in the TCB zone physically, it counts toward or is a deduct from the 250,000 square foot TCA1 commercial allocation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so 102,000 of the 250,000 was exported, so to speak, to the TCB zone for that TRF project.
That's correct.
Okay.
And that was distributed along that cascade I mentioned before, about 53,000 square feet on this first step and maybe 49,000 square feet plus or minus on this lowest step.
And for further orientation, that south, can you with the far eastern portion, that building, that's the Metropolitan Market grocery store, is that correct?
That's correct. So okay. The solid line represents the commercial at the upper level, and the dashed line represents approximately the market below. This building is a 2-story structure, I believe. Is at least 2. This is at least 2, maybe 3 stories, and this is 1, perhaps 2 stories here. So the aggregate of this square footage makes up that balance of 102,000 square feet situated in the TCB zone. The remaining TCA1 commercial square footage after that project is deducted is 135,000 square feet. And that's in accordance with the 2018 MOU between the city and STCA.
And that MOU is in the record as Exhibit 7, and the reference to 135,000 square feet is on page 2 of the MOU. So Exhibit 7, page 2, recites that number of 135,000 square feet. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
So the remaining TCA1 gross developable acreage after the village project is 22.53 acres. That's the deduct of this area in the black hatch. So with the phase 1 project, we look at the acreage. The available TCA1 gross developable acreage after the village project is 22.53 acres. We looked at the programming of the 5, 6, and 7 blocks. The gross developable acreage for those blocks alone, which includes the full street right-of-way for the streets that surround it, as well as the green spine, that gross developable acreage is 5.25 acres. We deduct that from the remaining TCA1. The gross developable acreage is 17.28. But the commercial square footage after the village project, the available TCA1 square footage is 135,000 square feet. As proposed for blocks 5, 6, and 7 only, as we mentioned, the programming of those blocks, 82,000 square feet. So the remaining TCA1 square footage after the programming of 5, 6, and 7 is 53,000 square feet.
So after you had programmed blocks 5, 6, and 7, and you were turning to 3 and 4, this shows the numbers you were looking at in terms of commercial square footage and gross developable acreage in the A1 zone?
That's correct. We had a remaining TCA1 gross developable acreage of 17.28 acres. The remaining commercial square footage of 53,000 square feet. If we were to apply that across the remaining gross developable acreage, the 3, 4, 8, and 9, plus all the north side of Southeast 4th Street, the resulting gross commercial density would be 3,067 square foot per acre. As an example of that density, we pulled a couple of sites from local projects nearby. This represents a gross developable acreage of approximately 1 acre and a building at 4,600 square feet. Slightly higher in density than the gross density if we were to apply it to the remaining developable acreage. Similarly, at Sammamish Highlands, here's an example of a 3,500 square foot per acre commercial density.
And go back to that previous slide if you could, Larry. Does that kind of commercial density and character seem consistent to you with what the TCA1 contemplates?
No, it does not. Next, we looked at a comparative scale analysis using that remaining commercial gross floor area of 53,000 square feet. We looked at patterns of development of other local projects. The Juanita Village project in Kirkland, Washington. We looked at an approximation of 53,000 square feet within this project and the gross site area that encompasses it. So 53,000 square feet, the ground floor area, plus or minus, is contained within these building footprints. And these footprints are within a gross area of approximately 4.25 acres. That's a commercial density of plus or minus 12,471 square foot per acre. Much higher and in more keeping and consistent with, I think, the densities that were envisioned for the TCA1 zone. What we did is superimpose that footprint at the same scale over the remaining TCA1 zone, just to get an idea of what that gross site area would encompass within that boundary. And again, as we hatch out the village project, we hatch out our phase one as we program commercial in 5, 6, 7, and we look at the remaining TCA1 in the red, you can see by exhausting the remaining 53,000 square feet, using a pattern that is agreeable with the TCIP, there's still a lot of undeveloped TCA1 zone available. So with the absence of additional commercial, we'd be looking to program that with a range or mix of residential uses. Again, keeping in mind the factors we mentioned earlier in terms of where that remaining 53,000 square feet should go. Moving up in density, we looked at Mercer Island Town Center. Again, describing approximately 53,000 square feet of commercial within that project. Slightly smaller site, it's a denser project, 3.5 acres. That density is 13,662 square foot per acre. And again, for scale comparison, we superimpose that the left to have an understanding of what the remaining TCA1 zone would be. Lastly, we looked at the Village and Town Center project, describing 53,000 square feet. This is a much denser allocation of commercial as they went multiple stories with office and retail. Smaller site area at 1.94 acres. That density is 27,320 square foot per acre. And you can see that footprint. If we were to exercise that density, the remaining TCA1 zone after the exhaustion of remaining commercial square footage. So I think this last factor was very informative to us, certainly in terms of the factors mentioned earlier and thinking about where future commercials should go.
On page 26 of the UZDP decision, the staff analysis states that in the city's plan review summary dated March 10th, 2020, the city specifically addressed that the TCA1 zone is intended to be developed as medium scale mixed use 4 to 6 stories. Given the numbers you've looked at here, is it viable or conceivable that the entirety of the A1 zone could be developed at 4 to 6 stories of medium scale mixed use buildings?
No.
Is it even close?
No.
Okay. I want to talk about 2 adjustments that the project made in the townhouse locations proposed south of 4th Street. In the pre-application site plan, you had mentioned that townhomes were proposed for blocks 3 and 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were they also proposed in that pre-application site plan for block 8?
They were, yes.
Okay. In response to feedback received from the city at the pre-application meeting, did the city, did STCA withdraw its proposed townhomes for block 8?
Yes, it did.
And that was in response to city feedback.
That's correct.
And in response to city feedback provided in the first round of correction comments on the actual application, in other words, the correction comments provided in March 2020, did STCA respond to city feedback in terms of the townhouse location?
Yes.
And did it do so by stepping back? Let me back up. The original setback for townhomes within blocks 3 and 4 in the November 2019 application was how many feet?
I believe it was at least 10 feet. We may have had 15 feet, but it was within that range. I'd have to look at the plans.
Okay. And in the June 2020 resubmittal, was that increased to 30 feet?
Yes, it
along
was.
220, along 224th?
24th, correct.
Okay. That would be then consistent with the feedback that was provided at the May 2019 pre-application meeting with respect to townhouses on blocks 3 and 4.
Correct.
Okay, I'd like to now turn to the topic of street designations, and that is appeal issue 15, and it relates to page 18 primarily of the UZDP decision. In the course of planning the project area, did the review team make a decision to include 2 types of street designations?
Yes.
In the original November 2019 application?
Yes. Pedestrian oriented streets and mixed use streets.
And can you go through briefly what the basis of that decision was to include 2 different types of street designations?
We began with our pre-application submittal and comments received. Well, I'll step back. I mean, before that, you know, as we look at the municipal code, there's provisions for two types of streets within the TCA1 zone. And one of the comments from the city after the pre-application submittal as indicated in C here, streets in the TCA1 zone must include entirely pedestrian-oriented segments. And
Okay, and let me pause there. Did the team interpret that comment to mean every single street and segment in the entirety of the A1 zone had to be pedestrian-oriented designation and only pedestrian-oriented?
No, our interpretation was that we needed to include segments that were entirely pedestrian oriented, not that all streets needed to be pedestrian oriented. The other thing, again, looking at the municipal code, that even one side of the street could be designated pedestrian oriented or mixed use, but as long as we had a segment of a street that was entirely pedestrian oriented street, we would be in compliance.
Okay. They then refer you to a couple of sources here, one being the Town Center Infrastructure Plan and the other being Resolution 210-431. Let's start with the second reference to Resolution 2010-431. Is that a reference to the Town Center street design standards that are provided under Exhibit 1007 in the record of this appeal?
Yes.
Okay. And did you review those interim street, Town Center street design standards that were adopted in that resolution?
We did, and we did not see any classification for pedestrian oriented or mixed use or any of the other street typologies listed in the municipal code.
So no indication in that resolution that every street in the entirety of the A1 zone had to be quote unquote pedestrian oriented as far as designation.
That's correct.
Okay, then did you turn secondly to the Town Center Infrastructure Plan?
We did. And there was no language relative to a pedestrian oriented street typology in that document.
And these are now diagrams from the TCIP that we've looked at before. Is that correct? Pages. Do you have the page numbers there? I can't quite read them.
Page 8 is the concept plan, which shows the city square on the north side, or the south side, I'm sorry, of Southeast 4th Street. And page 13, which shows the city square on the north side of Southeast 4th Street.
And we've been looking at these slides with respect to the city square designations, but did you also look at them with respect to street typology?
We did. I'm going to zoom in. What the TCIP outlines is a strategy for A streets, which are called primary, and B streets, which are called secondary. The A streets are defined as highly pedestrianized, and the B streets are defined as service in support of activities in the TCA1 zone. For clarification, the colorization of the red represents the A streets, the primary streets for both these concepts. Southeast 4th Street, and then the north-south interior streets flanking the city square in both concepts. The B streets inside the TCA1 zone are colorized in orange. And they are the outer streets. Be the first streets that you encounter as you enter the TCA1 zone for both schemes. As we look at this pattern and read the intent of traffic circulation in the town center plan as well as the TCIP to discourage vehicular traffic in the core area and to allow for parking and service related activities to be on the periphery. So this as a system, as diagrammed in these concepts, begins to make sense in that regard, that there's two street types to accommodate the two functions of highly pedestrianized and service activities in mixing zones. The other aspect to these secondary streets is that they have access to parking structures that are exposed to the street. So in our minds, as we look to this for guidance, the A streets seem to correlate well with pedestrian-oriented streets. And the orange streets seem to correlate well with the mixed-use type street.
Okay, let me pause there just to get our terminology straight. So in the town center infrastructure plan, the two different types of streets south of 4th Street are referred to as A streets or B streets. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That language is not used in the development code itself, correct?
That's correct.
The development code refers instead to quote unquote pedestrian oriented streets and quote unquote mixed use streets. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'm going to read just one sentence from the second paragraph of SMC 21B.30.030. Paragraph 2, it doesn't have a number, it's just the second paragraph, second sentence. Pedestrian-oriented streets and mixed-use street designations shall be designated by the adopted UZDP plans for TCA-zoned properties, end quote. So did that, I think what you're saying is that duo of pedestrian-oriented streets and mixed-use streets seemed to, which is in the development code, seemed to correspond to you to the A streets and B streets in the TCIP, even though the two don't really
right
refer to one another, but okay. Okay, so you looked at resolution 2010. You looked at the TCIP and noticed that there were two different types of streets kind of shown conceptually there. And then I take it you turned to the development code itself as you were developing a strategy for street designations.
We did. This is a figure from 21B 30.030, which provides us an example configuration of street types in the town center. And again, we've approximated the TCA1 zone boundary line based upon scaled drawings and approximated the roundabout locations for the city's improvement project. And within this envelope, we see street type designations for pedestrian oriented streets or corridors, as indicated in the black solid lines, and mixed use streets as represented by the dashed black lines. We also see short segments of residential streets which connect into the mixed use streets that connect into the pedestrian oriented streets. So there was a hierarchy of streets that was encompassed within the TCA1 zone as defined in this figure.
And just to be clear, that you added the red outlining to this figure. So I take it this is a figure from the code, and then you added the TCA1 outlines. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. Page 18 of the UZDP decision relating to vehicle circulation states that the city had specifically reminded STCA that, quote, all streets within the TCA1 zone must be designated as pedestrian oriented only, end quote. Is that statement consistent with the figure that you see in front of you?
No. We see 2, even 3 street type designations within the TCA zone: pedestrian oriented, mixed use, small portions or small segments of residential, and even a tiny bit of the connector street, but that could be, imagine, argued outside.
Okay. And then as one more factor relating to the street designations, did you also consider, again, the roundabout issue and specifically the location of the roundabouts?
We did. As we went through earlier, we superimposed the approximate locations of the roundabouts for the as-built conditions or the design conditions for the Southeast 4th Street Improvement Project for both the south and the north concept plans for the city square. Again, that shift was approximately 50%, or it resulted in a increased separation of approximately 50% from the original spacing that was envisioned with the TCIP concept plans. And again, returning to this analysis to emphasize that with that increased distance, we were able to retain the intersection at 3 and 4, albeit pinched with the creation of the super block and location of 224th. Street intersections in the streets with 5 and 6 were effectively collapsed into one street. So we lost one street in the network along this frontage. If we follow the TCIP and its street classifications of B and A, we were left with a quandary as to what the appropriate designation for this collapsed street might be to retain the same circulation and vision and strategy for service and parking relative to the pedestrian oriented streets.
given those factors, did you then propose a mix of mixed-use streets and pedestrian-oriented streets in the applicant's original November 2019 materials?
We did. Again,
and this is from, just to keep us clear on the record, this is from Exhibit 13C, page 34, the original street network proposal in the November 2019 application.
So this represents our street designation plan as well as parking strategy. As mentioned before, we have parking below 5 and 6 and parking below 7. Our strategy was to place the parking as far away, or access to the parking as far away from the pedestrian-oriented streets as possible. Following the intent of the TCIP, we established this first intersection along the frontage of Southeast 4th Street into the A1 zone as that mixed-use street typology. Turning the corner for a segment of Southeast 5th Street as well. We retain the pedestrian-oriented street type designation for 225th and turn the corner and wrapped along the south side of blocks 5 and 6. The green spine is a pedestrian-oriented corridor, and we indicated as such with the black line as well. When we came to 224th, with the collapse of those two streets, the TCIP A and B streets, it seemed to us the most appropriate classification was a mixed-use street typology to accommodate the functions of that blended street. Then in this particular submittal, the block orientations for 1, 2, and 3 were different, but the strategy was to have a continuation of the mixed-use street from 224 as an appropriate and compatible street typology as it transitions into the residential streets in the TCB and C zone connecting to 222nd Place. So we did our best to replicate the intent of the TCA or TCIP concept plans.
Okay, so this was what was presented in November 2019. What feedback did you get from the city in its first round of comments and only round of comments in March 2020 regarding this proposed configuration?
We were told that all streets within the TCA1 zone must be pedestrian oriented.
So even though the code provides, well, I won't summarize that. Did you so what the city indicated in its comments was that each and every segment and street within the entire 24-acre A1 zone must be exclusively pedestrian oriented. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Including everything within the project area.
That's correct.
Now, they did not specifically refer to the entire 24-acre area, but that was their comment, that the A1 zone must be exclusively pedestrian oriented in designations. Okay.
Right.
How did the project team respond to that comment in its June 2020 resubmittal?
In the June 2020 submittal, we made all streets pedestrian oriented with the exception of 4 locations. We made 224th pedestrian oriented, and in doing so, reoriented our townhomes to provide that 30-foot setback as part of that development condition. We kept the mixed use designation as an appropriate transition into the adjacent TC, B, and C zones and connection into the residential street type for both Southeast 5th Street and Southeast 6th Street. On Block 7, we kept the classification of mixed use along 226th and Southeast 5th Street to accommodate the functions and servicing that's appropriate for that street classification.
I'm going to just interrupt you there because again, I realized I didn't give you the reference. This is Exhibit 1031, page 38. So is it fair to say you had a specific design rationale for each of the 4 segments that you were proposing to keep mixed use?
Yes. I mean, the rationale.
You were not just being stubborn or difficult. You had a specific reason, an idea for why that would be the appropriate designation.
That's correct.
And can you say a little bit further about the rationale for those 4 segments, the 2 segments around Block 7?
The rationale, as mentioned earlier, it was an appropriate transition as we moved between the townhomes into the adjacent lower density development. For Block 7, again, as a function of the pinching of this block with the shift of 225th relative to 226th, it impinged on our ability to maintain a below grade parking structure that circulated and functioned as efficiently as possible. We know that we wanted to preserve the mixed use activities and frontage along 225th, but as the grade works, we're dropping in elevation from a high point here at 224th to a low point at the intersection of Southeast 5th. And as we slope down this street and provide access into the deck, there is a possibility for some isolated locations of deck exposure on this edge and this edge of the block. Along with that, there'd be a reduction in the amount of percentage of transparency that we would be able to provide in those isolated locations. The mixed use street designation gives us the flexibility to have exposed parking, provided we provide landscape or screening or other features to minimize the visual impact. It also gives us the ability to reduce the percentage of transparency along those frontage. It might be easier to see that in this exhibit here. If we're looking at block 7, we see the elevation of 497 at the intersection of Southeast 4th Street, sloping down to 484. With that transition, this area shaded in gray represents the earth as we're cutting through it and stepping down the site. So with this block width, we were able to ensure pedestrian-oriented frontage and commercial space along 225th, but to provide an efficient parking structure with 2 bays for circulation down to lower levels, you had to sacrifice one edge. So again, as we're sloping down, there's a possibility, well, there would be an isolated instance of deck exposure along this edge of the building. Now, we've made efforts and have designed a corner space of at least 30 feet to maintain pedestrian activity at the corner of this block. So you can see our strategy for this block was an effort to maintain the pedestrian-oriented nature of 225th as that key commercial corridor, positioning our service areas in this corner to discourage and keep those activities away from this area. Likewise, with block 5, we position the service and loading areas off this 224th Street to minimize the service functions on all the streets as much as possible.
So your designation of these segments as mixed use was driven by these considerations that you've just identified, and the mixed use designation would allow those elements to be incorporated. Is that a correct understanding, Larry, of your testimony here?
That's correct.
Okay.
We knew we could provide the functions for the service area from this pedestrian-oriented street while still preserving commercial building space along that street. We could not do so with this block 7, given the nature of the narrow width, and provide an efficient underground parking facility.
Okay. By the way, these last 2 slides are pages 14. The last 2 that have been presented are pages 14 and 15 of Exhibit 1031. Let me pause here. Do you think that the 2 street designations that were proposed in the June 2020 submittal are consistent with the following code section? And I'm going to say it slowly because it's a code section, but it's only one sentence. But it's SMC 21B30.0402B, which states, quote, TCA1, A2, and A3 zoned areas shall include designated pedestrian-oriented street segment as determined by the city through the UZDP process, end quote. Do you think your proposal is consistent with that provision?
Yes,
And I say your proposal, I mean the proposal that you've just described from the June 2020 resubmittal.
yes. We have segments of entirely pedestrian-oriented streets within this proposal.
And again, the word is segment, singular,
Correct.
in that sentence, but okay. And what's the difference between a segment and a street, in your view?
A segment is a portion of a length of a street, and without any additional information, it could be, 50 feet. It could be for along 100 feet. It could be from intersection to intersection. But if we're looking at, for instance, 224th as a street, a segment of that street would be between Southeast 4th Street and Southeast 5th Street. A segment of the street could be from Southeast 4th Street to our access into 5. A segment of the street could be from that access into the 5-block parking structure and the intersection of Southeast 5th Street.
Okay.
That is a segment of the street.
Okay. You've identified several factors that caused the June 2020 resubmittal to include mixed-use streets. Did you see any evidence anywhere in the UZDP decision that any of those factors were considered in any fashion?
No.
Let me go back with a question. I meant to ask you the same question about the townhouses. You identified several factors behind the townhouse programming, and you started with the roundabout designation, and you went through a host of factors ending with the commercial square footage allocation. Did you see any indication anywhere in the UZDB decision that any one of those factors was considered in the determination that townhouses would not be allowed?
No.
Okay. You can turn to the next slide. And I would like to, this I take it as excerpts from 3 separate documents, which you've labeled. The top left is from the pre-application minutes. The one top right is from the UZDP decision. And the bottom half is from your response to comments in your June 2020 resubmittal. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and the one on the upper left we've gone through already. That's what indicated it must include entirely pedestrian-oriented streets. Now I'd like to shift over to the statement on the right, and I'd like you to blow that up so it's fully legible. The city's second paragraph, first sentence says that their pre-application minutes reminded STCA that, quote, all streets within the TCA zone must be designated as pedestrian oriented only, end quote. Do you think that's a fair summary of the comment that we were just looking at on the left from the pre-application minutes?
No. This states that all streets must be designated as pedestrian oriented, whereas the previous comment said that the zone must include entirely pedestrian-oriented segment.
The one on the left uses the term segments, is that correct?
That's correct.
The one on the right uses the term streets, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you've indicated that there's a significant difference between those two?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like you to go back.
Yeah, all streets versus segments of streets.
Okay. I'd like you to go back to the statement on the upper right and blow up that second paragraph again. And the last two sentences I'm going to read to you, beginning with STCA's response, and by this it means the June 2020 response, was to maintain the mixed-use street designation for 4 street segments within the TCA1 zone based on STCA's interpretation of that code provision, and asked for the city to reconsider its position. If the city was unwilling to reconsider, STCA requested that an explanation as to why a mixed-use street designation will not be considered in the TCA1 zone, although an explanation had already been provided more than once, end quote. Can you now scroll down to what STCA's actual response on this issue was?
Our response.
If you can blow that up. Go ahead and read it.
The site plans have been modified to show a pedestrian-oriented street designation for 224th Avenue. We have retained a mixed-use designation for just 4 segments. After careful review of the issue, we respectfully ask the city to reconsider the statement that no streets or segments in the A1 zone are allowed to have mixed-use designations. We understand the code contains a guideline that the A1, A2, and A3 zones shall include pedestrian-oriented streets, but in our view, include does not mean exclusively or solely include. For the following reasons, we believe that although the code contains the guideline that A1 streets shall include pedestrian-oriented streets, the code allows and even assumes that mixed-use streets must be part of the mix of streets in the A1 zone. And there was a concession if after reviewing these points, the city still believes every street and segment in the A1 zone and A2 and A3 zones must have exclusively pedestrian-oriented designation, we would appreciate at least a brief additional explanation as to why the city does not agree with the points below. We will then modify the plans to make them all pedestrian-oriented and make the necessary adjustments to adjacent buildings.
Did the summary in the UZDP decision of STCA's position include that last sentence about the concession?
No.
It simply lopped that part of the response off. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And does that willingness to modify to make all streets pedestrian oriented, does that appear anywhere else in the UZDP decision?
No.
As far as we can tell, the city simply ignored it. Is that correct?
That would be the assumption.
And do you have any evidence that the design rationale that you've provided this evening and that you included in your Exhibit 1031, that the city considered any of that in their decision?
I have not seen any evidence of that.
Because again, there was no discussion with the city of any kind between June 2020 and the date of its decision.
That's correct. Okay. Although the rationale for the mixed use was provided in the design companion.
Exhibit 1031. That's a question. Is that when you say design companion, do you mean Exhibit 1031?
The June 2020, yes, the June 22nd, 2020 design companion. I apologize, I don't have that that exhibit number in front of me.
if you look at the notebooks that are in your room there, you should see 1 minute, just 1 minute. Just let us know when you've had a chance to review that Exhibit 1031, Mr. Zinser, and confirm that that's what you mean by design companion.
It is.
Okay, thank you.
Apologies to everyone for the delay.
That's okay. That's okay. Thank you for checking. Okay, I'd like to turn now to the topic of ADA and SIPTED compliance. And this relates to issue 14 and pages 17 through 19 of the decision. Did your design companion, Exhibit 1031, which we've just been discussing, did that include an analysis of ADA and SIPTED as those terms are referenced in SMC 21B.95.0501D?
Yes, on our design companion page 3-1.
I'm sorry, let me translate. That's Exhibit 1031, page 35. And if you could blow up the portion at the bottom that discusses ADA standards and SIPTED. And in the city's analysis, in the city decisions analysis of ADA standards and SIPTED standards, did it reference any of this discussion?
No.
And again, this is from Exhibit 1031. Okay. Can you discuss with us briefly how the project at this level of design addressed ADA standards?
Yes, we looked at it in two areas of focus. First, inside the public right-of-way with the street.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you beginning with SIPTED or are you beginning with ADA, Mr.
ADA.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead. And this is Exhibit 1031, page 36.
So this is a exhibit depicting our pedestrian circulation relative to the open space for the project. And to go through the hierarchy and layers of pedestrian circulation relative to the project, the dashed blue lines represent sidewalks that are existing as part of the Southeast 4th Street project, as well as other offsite areas. The red represents proposed sidewalks as a function of the new public streets around the perimeter of the blocks. The purple represents the proposed key trails and pedestrian connections The orange represents the pedestrian and non-motorized circulation through the blocks. The light blue represents circulation in the alleys. So as we look at ADA, and in particular, the slopes associated with that, we look at the right-of-way areas inside relative to the streets and sidewalks. And with the preliminary grading plans
This
that were
is
included.
this is Exhibit 35P, page 8.
Within the right-of-way defined by the solid black lines, we see the proposed grading topo lines that represent each of the elevations above sea level. And this is defined for each street and alley. This is block 3, 224th, Southeast 5th. Block 4, 224th, Southeast 6th. These are the proposed elevations for the streets and adjacent sidewalks. Again, topography called out at 2-foot increments.
And do these confirm that the slopes are less than 5% throughout the entire perimeter of the site on the streets?
Yes. So within the street right-of-way, streets and adjacent sidewalks are less than 5% in slope.
And why is that 5% significant?
It's a threshold for accessibility.
Okay.
Along with the plan, there are road profiles, preliminary road profiles. And what that is a section through the center line of a street. This is Southeast 5th Street. This is the TCA 1 zone. What this graphic represents is topo elevations above sea level on the left, and then 50-foot increments along the bottom. The dashed line represents the existing topography. The black solid line represents the proposed street grade. As we move in those 50-foot increments, call out the existing topography and the proposed, which gives us the slope of that street. As indicated in this segment, 2%, in this segment, 1.5%.
I'm sorry, I'm losing my, I'm not calling things out again. Everything we're looking at is from Exhibit 35P, pages 9, 10, and following. So all this elevation information is in Exhibit 35P. Go ahead.
So this is the segment of Southeast 6th Street. Elevation is called out.
And I take it, just not to lose the lead here, all these diagrams are showing that the streets and sidewalks surrounding the site, the public rights of way, are all less than 5%, which is the standard for ADA accessibility. So what you have are, I take it, a number of drawings here that are simply making that point and providing the relevant information.
That's correct.
Okay, maybe we can move through these somewhat more quickly and just note that they're all in 35P unless there's something that you want to note with respect to each one.
No, I think that's it.
Okay. Okay, so now let's skip to, I believe you had a drawing. Yes, this one. This is Exhibit 1031, page 14. Exhibit 1031, page 14. And what is this? What is this? What is this depicting?
This is depicting a site plan for blocks 5, 6, and 7 in the surrounding streets. What we're looking at here is the accessibility in or outside the right-of-way, inside the developable block area for blocks 5, 6, and 7.
Okay.
We called out spot elevations around the perimeter of the block. This is a guide at this early stage to help us understand the accessibility of the sidewalks around and important elevations as we look at access into the below grade parking facilities. Working with the grade and being mindful of the service activities, we located the access drives into those facilities in a strategic way so as not to interrupt the accessibility of the perimeter streets. Now with the green spine, as mentioned earlier, that is a flat podium, relatively flat podium, underneath which the first level of parking is situated. You'll notice we have a TBD called out on that elevation for that flat plate. What we do know is with this flat elevation, we are going to be within 5 feet or so of the elevation of the street and street sidewalk within the right of way. We know that to make that transition, we can provide an accessible pathway and integrated steps to provide that accessibility and transition.
If you could blow that up just a little bit more, Mr. Zinzer, that, yeah. So you're providing a description of how access will be provided through a combination of ramps, and I believe you have an elevator in here as well. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, and you're showing how this site could be accessed from surrounding streets to the, what you're calling, I believe, the podium, the town center, the middle of the Green Spine area there.
Correct.
Okay.
Along Southeast 4th Street, we can accommodate that with steps and a ramp. As we slope down Southeast 5th Street, that change in grade is around 15 feet. So we know that we're going to have some steps and vertical circulation accommodated with an elevator.
Okay, and this is from Exhibit 1031, page 14. I don't know if I've interjected that.
For access to 224th, we have a combination, again, of steps and an elevator, vertical circulation. For access to 225th, we know we're going to be relatively flat, and it can accommodate with a ramp.
Okay. Let me pause here. The city's, the UZDB decision concludes that the applicant failed to provide, quote, basic design information, and, quote, needed to assess ADA compliance. And they specifically criticized the application for failing to provide, quote, spot elevations. Are the spot elevations, this is on page 17 of the decision, are the spot elevations that they're referencing here the TBD numbers? Do we know?
I don't know for sure.
We don't quite know what they mean by spot elevations. Let me, to the extent you have TBD there, what information do you need to provide an exact location, and what's the plus minus number, would you say, at this point?
The plus minus is a foot or two, and that will become more clear as building advances design. Part of what we're looking at is you see a TBD in these commercial spaces as well. As the project matures and particular tenants are understood, there will be the opportunity to set those elevations based upon tenant demising walls and how that space relates to the accessible sidewalk around the perimeter of the block. And those relationships, as we have essentially four-sided buildings, are important to help us understand ultimately the relationship with the podium. Okay. We know the podium's going to be within a couple of feet, as we're showing, based upon the elevations that we're setting for access into the parking structures.
And that page you're looking at there is from page 15 of Exhibit 1031.
So okay. As design advances, we'll have a better understanding of that podium design relative to these elevations and the surrounding commercial spaces above.
So even though you don't know precisely to the inch what these elevations will be, you know them well enough to be able to provide an ADA accessible plan for access to the green
Yes.
spine. Is that fair?
Yes, we know where those elevation changes are going to be significant enough to warrant accessible vertical circulation components, whether they be ramps or elevators.
Did the UZDP decision reference any of the details that you've provided over the last several slides regarding the slope of streets and sidewalks and the plan for accessibility to the green spine? Was any of that referenced anywhere in the UZDP decision as far as you could tell?
Not as far as I could tell.
Okay. Maybe you can, in the interest of time, move through somewhat quickly your final slides on ADA, and then we can turn to SIPTED.
This next slide represents the circulation, again, for the green spine and for the east-west circulation patterns, calling out those vertical circulation components relative to that. The other thing that we included.
Are these again from 1031?
I'm sorry, that's that one we just looked at. Go back one, please. That's from 35P, page 30. 35P, page 30. The next one is in fact 1031, page 9. Yes.
Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
No, my apologies. I'm forgetting.
We also took a look at the sectional relationships through these blocks, in particular through blocks 5 and 6 and the green spine and those relationships.
Exhibit 1031, page 10.
And I'm going to switch back and forth here real quick. This section is section A. We looked at this earlier. It cuts through blocks 3, 5, 6, and 7. Block 3, 5, 6, and 7. I'll zoom in here so you can see the relationship of that podium at that cut relative to 224th and 225th. And we know we're going to be relatively flat at that access point, and we're going to have a change in elevation near the access point here. You see the emphasis on the depth of this podium. And that's a function of providing enough space for the infrastructure that is going to be part of this project relative to not only the podium itself, but the other building facilities.
Next slide. This is exhibit 1031, page 11.
I'm going to jump back again to section D, which cuts through the green spine, north to south. DD, north to south. And you can begin to see those grade relationships. Southeast 4th Street and a sidewalk. And we're accommodating through steps and ramps to the podium elevation. And we know on the south side, we are going to have a greater step of 15 feet or so, in which case we're locating the elevator for that access, that accessible access, as well as integrating a monumental step.
I know that the diagrams use that term monumental step, and you've been using it. Can you just briefly explain what monumental step means?
It's a larger expressive step that allows for vertical circulation while accommodating other activities, whether it be informal seating or integrating planters, but it's seen as an opportunity to create a feature with those components. As written into the design companion, it's analogous to the Spanish steps. Certainly nowhere near that. I wouldn't want to claim that this will replicate that, but that's the idea. It's a very integrated step experience that could provide other opportunities for engaging pedestrian activity.
Thank you. Now we're back to exhibit. I know this has been a slide before. This is exhibit 1031, page 20. And I think you have just some aerials of some of these accessibility strategies that you've used.
Right. Again, just wanted to show quickly, walk through the green spine space and see how we're introducing some of these concepts about vertical circulation. This first one here, again, showing the perimeter blocks, the accessible sidewalks that would wrap around blocks 5, 6, 7, 3, and 4. As we mentioned, with this access point along Southeast 4th Street, the ability to integrate steps in an accessible path in a way that's a little bit more inviting than a standard accessible ramp. Again, this is a street level view.
And these are all from exhibit 1031, pages 20, 21, 22 is what we're looking at now.
Then within
23.
Again, this is the relatively flat podium. Obviously, we have some elevated components for the planters and platforms. Those will be made accessible to the extent necessary. See the elevator and our monumental step to the south. Here we are on Southeast 5th Street, looking back up. We see our steps and our elevator providing that accessible access.
Okay, go back for just a minute. Just go back for a minute. Yeah, can you show again where the elevator is?
The elevator.
Okay. And are these what you might describe as the monumental steps in the foreground?
That's correct.
Okay.
This elevator would provide access to the parking that is below the podium. So from an accessibility standpoint, customers who park in that parking facility can enter the elevator, come up to the podium level, or they could stay on the lower street level and circulate around the accessible perimeter of the block.
Given the information that you've provided in these slides on ADA access, do you believe the decision was fair in concluding that the applicant failed to provide, quote, basic design information, end quote, to address ADA?
I don't think it's fair.
Did the decision address any of the slides or the information you provided in these slides? on ADA?
Not that I'm aware.
No acknowledgement of any of these slides?
No.
Okay. And that would be on page 17 of the UZDP decision. Mr. Hearing Examiner, we're kind of at a stopping point. The next subject would be SIPTED, but that's going to take a little bit of time, and I know it's 7:45, and I don't know whether you want to proceed here. Mr. Zinser flew in from the East Coast. I know he's a little tired, but I'm happy to do whatever you want here.
Mr. Zinser, I presume you're not flying out tonight?
No, sir.
I
Mr. Examiner?
hate to lose any time at all, but 10 minutes, which is what 10 or 15 minutes, which is what we've got left, might just get us our curiosity piqued on CP-TED, and then we'd have to quit. Mr. Eglick, you wanted to chime in?
Well, I
can't hear you.
Wait, but I was going to, can you hear me?
Yes, now I can.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'm too late. I was going to chime in and say, given the pace that we've been going at, we may regret giving up 15 minutes. And I was also going to ask either way if we could have an estimate of how much more direct testimony or presentation there's going to be from Mr. Zinser tomorrow.
Mr. Roos.
Hard to say. I would guess between 45 minutes and an hour. Give or take, plus or minus.
Let's make a clean break and start CTED or whatever it's called.
SIPTED.
It's not a TED talk, I hope.
No.
Let's start that tomorrow at 9 o'clock. It is 7:46 p.m. Unless there are other procedural matters to deal with before we recess for the evening, which silence indicates to me there is not. We will recess for the night. We will reconvene via the same GoToMeeting link that we used today. At least that's what I've been told. Same link should work for us all tomorrow. We will reconvene for a 9 a.m. start. Since this continuance is being announced on the record to a date, time, and method certain, no further public notice is needed, nor will any be given. So I will see you all tomorrow morning, bright and early at 9 o'clock.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're at recess.